Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen AWS. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech hasn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
Great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen AWS. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice
Nice
job,
job,
guys.
guys.
Thank you.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right. There we go.
Nice
Nice
job,
job, guys.
guys.
Thanks.
Hey, welcome back everyone. Day 3 of AWS reInvent 2022. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante, co-host of theCUBE. Dave, 10 years for us, the leader in high-tech coverage is our slogan now. 10 years of reInvent Day. We've been to every single one except for the original, which we would have come to if Amazon actually marketed the event, but they didn't. It's more of a customer event. This is day 3, it's the machine learning, AI keynote, Swami's up there. A lot of announcements. We're going to break this down. We got Andy Thurai here, Vice President, Principal of Constellation Research. Andy, great to see you. You've been on theCUBE before, one of our analysts. Bring in the analysis commentary to the keynote. This is your wheelhouse, AI. What do you think about Swami up there? I mean, he's awesome. We love him. Big fan of theCUBE, and we're fans of him. But he got 13 announcements.
A lot.
So, well, some of them are, first of all, thanks for having me here. And I'm glad to have both of you on the same show tagging me. I'm just kidding. But some of the announcements really sort of like a game changer announcements, and some of them are like, meh, just plug in the holes what they have. And then
a lot of
just
golf claps in the meeting today.
And you could have also noticed that by when he was making the announcements, the clapping volume difference, you could say, which is better, right? Yeah. But some of the announcements are really, really good. Particularly we talked about one of that was Microsoft took the route of having the OpenAI in there doing the large language models, and then they were going after that, having the transformer available to them. And Amazon was a little bit weak in that area, so they don't have a large language model. So they are taking a different route, saying that I'll help you train the large language model by yourself, customized models, so I can provide the necessary instance, I can provide the instant volume, memory, the whole nine yards, so you can train the model by yourself without depending on them, kind of thing.
So Dave and Andy, I want to get your thoughts, because first of all, we've been following Amazon's deep bench on the infrastructure pass. They've been doing a lot of machine learning and AI, a lot of data. It just seems that the sentiment is that there's other competitors doing a good job too, like Google, Dave, and I've heard folks in the hallway, even here, ex-Amazonians saying, hey, they're training their models on Google, then they bring them to SageMaker, because it's better interface. So you got Google making a play for being that data cloud. Microsoft's obviously putting in a great kind of package to kind of make it turnkey. How do they really stand versus the competition, guys?
Good question. So they, each have their own uniqueness in the variation that take it to the field, right? So for example, if you were to look at it, Microsoft is known for its industry related things that they've been going after, industry verticals and whatnot. So that's one of the things I looked here, they had this omics announcement, particularly towards that healthcare genomics space. That's a huge space for HPC related AI ML applications. And they have put a lot of things in together in here in the SageMaker and in their models, saying that, how do you use this transformative to do things like that, like for example, drug discovery, for genomics analysis, for cancer treatment, the whole nine yards, right? That's how huge volumes of data do. So they're going in that healthcare area. Google has taken a different route. I mean, they want to make everything simple. All I have to do is that I got to call an API, give what I need, and then get it done. But Amazon wants to go at a much deeper level, saying that, I want to provide everything you need. You can customize the whole thing for what you need.
So to me, the big picture here is, and Swami references, hey, we're a data company, we started, he talked about books, and how that informed them as to what books to place front and center. Here's the big picture in my view. Companies need to put data at the core of their business, and they haven't. They've generally put humans at the core of their business, and data and now machine learning are at the outside, in the periphery. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook have put data at their core. So the question is, how do incumbent companies, and he mentioned some, Toyota, Capital One, Bristol Myers Squibb, I don't know, are those data companies, we'll see. But the challenge is, most companies don't have the resources, as you well know, Andy, to actually implement what Google and Facebook and others have. So how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to buy it, right? So are they going to build it with tools? That's kind of, like you said, the Amazon approach, or are they going to buy it from Microsoft and Google? I pulled some ETR data to say, okay, who are the top companies that are showing up in terms of spending? Who's spending with whom? AWS number 1, Microsoft number 2, Google number 3, Databricks number 4, just in terms of presence. And then it falls down. DataRobot, Anaconda, Dataiku, Oracle popped up, actually, because they're embedding a lot of AI into their products, and of course IBM. And then a lot of smaller companies. But do companies, generally, customers, have the resources to do what it takes to implement AI into applications and into workflows?
So a couple of things on that. One is, when it comes down to, it's no surprise that the top 3 are the hyperscalers, because they all want to bring their business to them to run the specific workloads. And the next biggest workload, as he was saying in his keynote, are 2 things. One is the AI ML workloads. The other one is the heavy unstructured workloads that he was talking about. 80%, 90% of the data that's coming off is unstructured. So how do you analyze that? Such as the geospatial data he was talking about, the volumes of data you need to analyze, the deep neural network you got to use. Only hyperscalers can do it, right? So there's no wonder all of them on top. For the data, one of the things they announced, which not many people paid attention, there was a zero ATL that they talked about. What that does is a little bit of a game-changing moment, in a sense that you don't have to, for example, if you were to train the data, if the data is distributed everywhere, if you have to bring them all together to integrate it to do that, it's a lot of work to doing the ETL. So by taking Amazon Aurora and then Redshift, combine them as a zero or no ETL, and then have Apache Spark applications run on top of it, analytical applications, ML workloads. That's huge, so you don't have to move around the data. Use the data where it is.
I think you said it. They're basically filling holes, right? They created this, suite of tools, let's call it. You might say it's a mess. It's not a mess, because they're really powerful, but they're not well integrated, and now they're starting to take the seams, as I say.
Well, yeah, that's a great point. And I would double down and say, look, I think that boring is good. We had that phase in Kubernetes hype cycle where it got boring, and that was kind of like, boring is good. Boring means we're getting better, we're invisible. That's infrastructure, that's in the weeds, that's in between the toes, details, it's the stuff that people, we have to get done. So you look at their 40 new data sources with Data Wrangler, 50 new app flow connectors, Redshift, AutoCog. This is boring, good, important shit, Dave.
The governance
like,
stuff?
You got to get it, and the governance is going to be key. So to me, this may not jump off the page. Adam's keynote also felt a little bit of, we got to get these gaps done in a good way. So I think that's a very positive sign. Now, going back to the bigger picture, I think the real question is, can there be another independent cloud, data cloud? And that's, to me, what I try to get at my story, and your breaking analysis kind of hit a home run on this, is there's interesting opportunity for an independent data cloud. Meaning something that isn't AWS, that isn't Google, isn't one of the big three, that could sit on its own. Let me give you an example. I had a conversation last night with a bunch of ex-Amazonian engineering teams that left. The conversation was interesting, Dave. They were like talking, well, Databricks and Snowflake are basically batch, okay, not transactional. And you look at Aerospike, I can see their booth here. Transactional databases are hot right now. Streaming data is different. Confluent's different than Databricks. Is Databricks good at hosting? No, Amazon's better. So you start to see these kinds of questions come up where, Databricks is great, but maybe not good for this, that, and the other thing. So you start to see the formation of swim lanes or visibility into where people might sit in the ecosystem. But what came out was transactional, and batch, the relationship there, and streaming real time, and versus the transactional data. So you start to see these new things emerge. Andy, what's your take on this? You're following this closely. This seems to be the alpha nerd conversation, and it all points to who's going to have the best data cloud, say data super cloud, as I call it. But what's your take?
Yes, data cloud is important as well, but also the computational that goes on top of it too, right? Because when the data is like unstructured data, it's that much of a huge data, it's going to be hard to do that with a low amount of compute power. But going back to your data point, the training of the AI ML models require the batch data, right? That's when you need all the historical data to train your models. And then after that, when you do inference of it, that's when you need the streaming real-time data that's available to you so you can make an inference. One of the things what they also announced, which is somewhat interesting, is you saw that they have like 700 different instances geared towards every single workload. And there are some of them very specifically run on the Amazon's new chip, the Inference Inf2 and the Trainium TR1 chips. That basically not only has a specific instances, but also is run on a high-powered chip. And then if you have the data to support that, both the training as well as towards the inference, the efficiency, again, those numbers have to be proven. They claim that it could be anywhere between 40 to 60% faster.
Well, so a couple things. You're definitely right. I mean, Snowflake started out as a data warehouse that was simpler, and it's not architected, in its first wave to do real-time inference. It's not. Now, how could they? The other second point is, Snowflake's 2 or 3 years ahead when it comes to governance, data sharing. I mean, Amazon's doing what it always does. It's copying. It's customer driven, because they probably walk into an account and they say, hey, look what Snowflake's doing for us. This stuff's kicking ass. And they go, oh, that's a good idea, let's do that too. You saw that with separating compute from storage, which is their tiering. You saw it today with extending data sharing, Redshift data sharing. So, how does Snowflake and Databricks approach this? They do it with ecosystem. They bring in ecosystem partners, they bring in open source tooling, and that's how they compete. I think there's unquestionably an opportunity for a data cloud.
Yeah, and I think the super cloud conversation, and then Sky Cloud with Berkeley paper, and other folks talking about this kind of pre-multi-cloud era. I mean, that's what I would call us right now. We're kind of in the pre-era of multi-cloud, which, by the way, is not even yet defined. I think people use that term, Dave, to say, oh, it's some sort of magical thing that's happening. Yeah, people have multiple clouds. They end up by default, not by design, as Dell likes to say. And they got to deal with it. So it's more of they're inheriting multiple cloud environments. It's not necessarily what they want in the situation. So to me, that is a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to your Snowflake and Databricks announcements, they're a data company. So that's how they made their mark in the market, saying that, I do all these things, therefore I had to have your data, because it's a seamless data. And Amazon is catching up with that, with a lot of their announcements they made. How far it's going to get traction, to change? One has to see.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no doubt about it, Dave. I think what Swami's doing, if Amazon can corner the market on out-of-the-box ML and AI capabilities so that people can make it easier. That's going to be at the end of the day a tell sign. Can they fill in the gaps? Again, boring is good. Competition, I don't know. I mean, I'm not following the competition, Andy. This is a real question mark for me. I don't know where they stand. Are they more comprehensive? Are they more deeper? They have deeper services. I mean, obviously he shows all the different capabilities. Where does Amazon stand? What's the prospects?
So particularly when it comes to the models, so they're going at a different angle that, I will help you create the models. We talked about the zero ATL and the whole data. We'll get the data sources in, we'll create the model, we'll move the whole model. We're talking about the MLOps teams here, right? And they have that whole functionality that they built and that they've matured over the years. So essentially they want to become the platform that when you come in, I'm the only platform you would use, from the model training to deployment to inference to model versioning to management, the whole 9 years. And that's the angle they're trying to take. So it's as a one source platform.
What about this idea of technical debt? Adrian Cockcroft was on yesterday, John, I know you talked to him as well. He said, look, Amazon's Legos. You want to buy a toy for Christmas, you can go out and buy a toy. Or do you want to build a toy? If you buy a toy in a couple of years, it could break. And what are you going to do? You're going to throw it out. But if part of your Lego needs to be extended, you extend it. So, George Gilbert was saying, well, there's a lot of technical debt. Adrian was countering that. Does Amazon have technical debt, or is that Lego blocks analogy the right one?
Well, I talked to him about the debt, and one of the things we talked about was, what do you optimize for? EC2 APIs or Kubernetes APIs? It depends on what team you're on. If you're on the runtime team, you're going to optimize for Kubernetes, but EC2 is the resources you want to use. So I think the idea of the 15 years of technical debt, I don't believe that. I think the APIs are still hardened. The issue that he brings up that I think is relevant is, it's an and situation, not an or. You can have the bag of Legos, which is the primitives, and build a durable application platform, monitor it, customize it, work with it, build it. It's harder, but the outcome is durability and sustainability. Building a toy, having a toy with those Legos glued together for you, you can get to play with, but it'll break over time, then you got to replace it. So there's going to be a toy business, and there's going to be a Legos business, make your own. So
who are the toys in AI?
Well, out of the box.
And who are the Legos?
So you're asking about what toys Amazon building?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon clearly is Lego blocks.
If people are going to have out-of-the-box solutions,
what about Google? What about Microsoft? Are they basically more building toys, more solutions?
So Google is more of building solutions angle, like I give you an API kind of thing. But if it comes to vertical industry solutions, Microsoft is ahead, right? Because they have had years of industry experience. I mean, there are other smaller clouds that are trying to do that too, IBM being an example. But now they are starting to go after the specific industry use cases. They think that through. For example, the medical one we talked about, right? So they want to build the health lake, security health lake that they're trying to build, which will HIPAA compliant, and it'll provide all the European regulations, the whole 9 yards, and it'll help you personalize things as you need as well. For example, if you go for a certain treatment, it could analyze you based on your genome profile, saying that the treatment for this particular person has to be individualized this way. But doing that requires enormous power, right? So if you do applications like that, you could bring in a lot of this, whether healthcare, finance, or what have you, and then it'd be easy for them to use.
What's the biggest mistake customers make when it comes to machine intelligence, AI, machine learning?
So many things, right? I could start out with even the model. Basically, when you build a model, you should be able to figure out how long that model is effective, because as good as creating a model and going to the business and doing things the right way, there are people that they leave the model much longer than it's needed. It's hurting your business more than it is. It could be things like that. Or you're not building a responsible AI-related things. You're having a bias in your model. There are so many issues. I don't know if I can pinpoint one, but there are many, many issues. Responsible AI, ethical AI.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage. Here, day 3 at reInvent. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante, with Andy joining us here for the critical analysis and breaking down the commentary. We'll be right back with more coverage after this short break.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Back everyone, live here at theCUBE. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. We've got a special insertion here off the program. Jerry Chen, Greylock, 10 years with theCUBE coming on. 10 years ago when the CUBE first came here. Jerry, you were in the hallway. We didn't have any guest list. You was like, hey, you want to come up on theCUBE? So much, now we got 3 sets. We're going to do hundreds of interviews already. We're going to have probably over 200. Streaming live, shorts, Instagram reels, data lake. The CUBE's expanded. You've been there from the whole time.
It's like the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the CUBE Cinematic Universe. You know, it's a whole franchise. Congratulations and happy early birthday, John.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you know, I was just graduated high school when I first came to AWS. Look, I want to get your thoughts. We're going to do a quick segment here before AMD comes on. Got some great interviews with those guys. You've been here 10 years, you're out in the trenches, Adam Selesky just talked to the VCs, the investment thesis, economy, there's headwinds, tailwinds, depending on which side you're on, you're going to have a tailwind or a headwind. What's the outlook? What's your take of reInvent this year, AWS, the ecosystem, and the investment market?
I think it's a great rebound. The energy's back what it was like pre-COVID, right? We're saying last year was kind of half the size, and be post-COVID, but I think the energy's great, and Amazon's just amazing, right? It's in this economy, what's going on right now in the world, they're still growing, still kicking butt. I think you're going to see a lot of both enterprise customers and startups start to worry about costs, right? Because I think Amazon's going to focus like, hey, how can they help the customers? But the economy for the next year, I think we're going to see some headwinds. So I think a lot of startups, a lot of customers are going to worry about costs.
You're on the board of a lot of startups that are in the cloud. Rockset's one we've covered. I think they're going to come on here too, tomorrow or today. What's your advice on the board level? Go to market, dial up, dial down. What's the strategy? What marketplace? I mean, how do you give the advice to startups? What's the North Star? What's the advice as the investor?
2 or 3 things. For most startups, hard ROI, like how can you save money? So all the kind of fluffy marketing value, you got to have hard dollar savings, right? Number 1, if you save money, you'll do well. Number 2, to your point, the marketplace is becoming the channel for startups. Because a lot of the large customers have deals with Amazon through the marketplace, so startups can sell through the marketplace to customers, because a lot of CFOs are doing no new vendors, right? It's getting hard and hard to get approved as a startup, so the marketplace become a bigger deal.
What about existing ecosystem partners that have been around for the past 10 years? They're independent, they may have their toe in the marketplace, may not. Some of them not making their numbers, you're starting to hear things like maybe they'll be repivoting, people are tooling up. What's the advice for the existing ecosystem partners? Because they're either going to be like the next Databricks or kind of like maybe...
Everyone's looking for the next Databricks, right? I think for existing partners, you're seeing what's happening, John. Deals are getting smaller, taking longer to close, right? It's just the reality of what's happening right now. And so for those partners, we're saying, hey, focus on the hard ROI, be okay with a smaller land, and just expand in 23, 24. So just get kind of creative of how you're working with customers. And like you said, I think marketplace is kind of a go-to playbook. So
today, Ruba, the new leader of the partner network, they've merged APN with the marketplace. They have now one coherent organization, not fragmented. I was talking to them last night. They have more startups than ever before coming on board. So the velocity of new venture creation is up and to the right, still, even in this economy. And as they always say, the best time to invest is in a down market. That's like VC 101, Entrepreneurship 101. What's your advice right now for builders out there looking for that round, trying to get some traction? The agility with the cloud still is there. You can still get time to value. You can still get traction fast. That doesn't go away. What's your advice for the startups?
Narrow wedge, right? So I think with like 5,000 new startups every single year, there's so much noise, John. You look across the expo floor, a lot of great companies, but a lot of noise. So I think the more focused wedge you have as a startup and how you can land, deliver value, the better. Land with a very, very sharp wedge, expand over time, but just be very specific how you land.
Awesome. Jerry, great to have you on. I know we want to make some room. I want to appreciate AMD for squeezing a couple minutes out of their hour, and the next hour we're going to spend with them for your sage advice. Final kind of new Insta Challenge that Savannah put together, a new host.
Insta Challenge.
Insta Challenge is if you had to do an Instagram reel right now about reInvent this year, what would that Instagram reel be right now? Go.
I would do the Expo scavenger hunt, right? We would have a race of different VCs. You give me a list of 5 companies. The VCs can find the first 5 companies on the list, wins the race. I think that would be a great challenge.
All right, what's the most important story this year at reInvent that you could share with the folks that you could share in terms of what's important, what they should pay attention to, or what's not being told?
Well, I think you talked about your interview with Adam Slepsky. It's the solutions and what you call the next gen cloud. These higher level services, what AWS is doing around these services is super interesting. They kind of, don't say lead the way, but they respond to customers. So they lead the way by kind of following where the customer's going. And when Slepsky and AWS are doing these solutions, supply chain, et cetera, that tells you kind of where the market's headed.
Next Gen Cloud. Jerry Chen, thanks for coming on. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage. I'm John Furrier. We'll be right back with more CUBE coverage. Day 3 here at reInvent after this short break.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen AWS. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right,
There we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. We're here at AWS reInvent, day 3 of our scintillating coverage here on theCUBE. I'm Savannah Peterson, joined by John Furrier. John, day 3, energy's high, how you feeling?
I don't know, it's day 2, day 3, day 4. Feels like day 4, but again, we're back to
Who's counting?
Pre-pandemic levels in terms of 50,000 plus people. Hallways are packed. I got pictures of people don't believe it. It's actually happening, and people are back. So, you know, and then the economy is the big question too, and it's still, people are here, they're still building on the cloud, and cost is a big thing. This next segment is going to be really important. I'm looking forward to this next segment.
Yeah, me too. Without further ado, let's welcome our guests for this segment. We have Brad from AMD, and we have Rahul from, you do a variety of different things. We'll start with CloudFix for the segment, but we could talk about your multiple hats all day long. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. How you doing? Brad, how does it feel? We love seeing your logo above our stage here.
Oh, look, we love this, and talking about reInvent last year, the energy this year compared to last year is so much bigger. We love it. We're excited to be here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Rahul, how are you feeling?
Excellent. I mean, I think this is my 8th or 9th reInvent at this point, and it's been fabulous. I think the crowd, the engagement, it's awesome.
You wouldn't know there's a looming recession if you look at the activity, but yet still the reality is here. We had an analyst on yesterday, we were talking about spend more in the cloud, save more, so that you can still use the cloud, and there's a lot of right sizing. You got to turn the lights off before you go to bed, kind of be more efficient with your infrastructure as a theme. This reInvent is a lot more about that now. Before it's like the glory days, yeah, keep building. Now with a little bit of pressure, this is the conversation.
Exactly, and I think most companies are looking to figure out how to innovate their way out of this uncertainty that's kind of on everyone's head. And the only way to do it is to be able to be more efficient with whatever your existing spend is, take those savings and then apply them to innovating, on new stuff. And that's the way to go about it at this point.
I think it's such a hot topic for everyone that we're talking about. I mean, total cost optimization, figuring out ways to be more efficient. I know that that's a big part of your mission at CloudFix. So just in case the audience isn't versed, give us the pitch.
Okay, so a little bit of background on this. So the other hat I wear is CTO of ESW Capital. We have about 150 enterprise software companies within the portfolio. And one of my jobs is also to manage and run about 40 to 45,000 AWS accounts of our own. And
casual number, just a few, just a couple, pocket change, no big deal.
And like everyone else here in the audience, yeah, we had a problem with our costs, just going out of control. And as we were looking at a lot of the tools to help us kind of get more efficient, one of the biggest issues was that while people give you a lot of recommendations are way too far from realized savings. Okay? And we were running through the challenge of how do you take recommendations and turn them into real savings? And multiple different hurdles, the short story being, we had to create CloudFix to actually realize those savings. So we took AWS recommendations around cost, filtered them down to the ones that are completely non-disruptive in nature, implemented those as simple automations that everyone can just run and realize the savings right away. We then took those savings and then started applying them to innovating and doing new interesting things with that money.
Is there a best practice in your mind that you see emerging in this time? People starting to be more focused on it. Is there a method or a purpose, kind of best practice of how to approach cost optimization?
I think one of the things that most people don't realize is that cost optimization is not a one and done thing. It is literally non-stop.
Right.
Which means that, on one hand, AWS is constantly creating new services. There are over 100,000 API at this point of time, right? How to use them right, how to use them efficiently.
A little bit of scale on the show today.
You also have a problem of choice. Developers are constantly discovering new services, discovering new ways to utilize them, and they are behaving in ways that you had not anticipated before. So you have to stay on top of things all the time, and really the only way to kind of stay on top is to have automation that helps you stay on top of all of these things. So yeah, finding efficiencies, standardizing your practices about how you leverage these AWS services, and then automating the governance and hygiene around how you utilize them is really the key.
Brad, tell me what this means for AMD and what working with CloudFix and Rahul does for your customers.
Well, the idea of efficiency and cost optimization is near and dear to our heart. We have the leading.
I think it's near and dear to everyone's heart right
I know,
now.
right now it is for sure.
Yeah.
But we are the leaders in x86 price performance and density and power efficiency. So this is something that's actually part of our core culture. We've been doing this a long time. And what's interesting is most companies don't understand how much more efficiency they can get out of their applications, aside from just the choices they make in cloud. But that's the one thing, the message we're giving to everybody is choice matters very much when it comes to your cloud solutions. And just deciding what type of instance types you choose can have a massive impact on your bottom line. And so we're excited to partner with CloudFix. They've got a great model for this, and they make it very easy for our customers to help identify those areas. And then AMD can come in as well and then help provide additional insight into those applications, what else they can squeeze out of it. So it's a great relationship.
So if I hear you correctly, then there's more choice for the customers, faster selection. So no bad choices means bad performance. If they have a workload or an app that needs to run, is that where you kind of get into is that where it is, or more?
Well, I mean, from the AMD side right now, one of the things they do very quickly is they identify where the low-hanging fruit is. So the thing about x86 compatibility, you can shift instance types instantly in most cases without any change to your environment at all, and CloudFix has an automated tool to do that. And that's one thing, you can immediately have an impact on your cost without having to do any work at all, and customers love that.
What's the alternative if this doesn't exist? They have to go manually figure it out, or they hit them in the face, or they see the numbers don't work, or what's the alternative? If you don't have the tool to automate, what's the customer's experience?
The alternative is that you actually have people look at every single instance of usage of resources and try and figure out how to do this. At cloud scale, that just doesn't make sense. You just can't get around it.
There's too many different options, too.
Correct. The reality is that your resources, your human resources, are literally your most expensive part of your budget. You want to leverage all the amazing people you have to do the amazing work.
So you free up
people.
This is
not amazing work. This is mundane, simple.
So you free up all the people time.
Correct. You free up wasting their time and resources on doing something that's mundane, simple, and should be automated, because that's the only way you scale.
I think of you as like a little helper in the background, helping me save money while I'm not thinking about it. It's like a good financial planner making you money, since we're talking about the economy.
Pretty much. The other analogy that I give to all the technologists is this is like garbage collection. Like for most languages, when you are coding, you have these new languages that do garbage collection for you. You don't do memory management and stuff. Because developers back in the day used to do that. Why do that when you can have technology do that in an automated manner for you in an optimal way? So just kind of freeing up your developers' time from doing this stuff that's mundane, and it's a standard best practice. One of the things that we leverage AMD for is they've helped us define the process of seamlessly migrating folks over to AMD-based instances without any major disruptions or trying to minimize every aspect of disruption. So all the best practices are kind of borrowed from them, borrowed from AWS in most other cases, and we basically put them in the automation so that you don't ever have to worry about that stuff.
Well, you're getting so much data, you have the opportunity to really streamline. I mean, I love this, because you can look across industry, across verticals, and behavior of what other folks are doing, learn from that, and apply that in the background to all your different customers.
Exactly.
Yeah, so how big's the company? How big's the team?
So, we have people in about 130 different countries. So we've completely been remote and global, and actually the cloud has been one of the big enablers of that.
That's awesome. 130 countries, sheesh.
And that's the best part of it. I was just
too.
telling Brad a short while ago. That's allowed us to hire the best talent from across the world, and they spend their time building new amazing products and new solutions instead of doing all this other mundane stuff. So we are big believers in automation, not only for our world. And once our customers started asking us about or telling us about the same problem that they were having, that's when we actually took what we had internally for our own purpose, we packaged it up as CloudFix and launched it last year at reInvent.
If customers aren't thinking about automation, then they're going to probably have struggle. They're going to probably struggle. I mean, with more data coming in, you see the data story here, more data's coming in, more automation. And this year, Brad, price performance is, and I've heard the word price performance more this year at reInvent than any other year. I've heard it before, but this year, price performance. Not performance, price performance. So you're starting to hear that dialogue of, squeeze, understand the use cases, use the right specialized processor, instance. Starting to see that evolve.
Yeah, and there's so much to it. I mean, AMD right out of the box is, any instance is 10% less expensive than the equivalent in the market right now on AWS. They do a great job of maximizing those products. We've got our Zen 4 core general processor family just released in November, and it's going to be a beast. Thank you. Yeah, we're very excited about it. And AWS announced support for it, so we're excited to see what they deliver there too. But price performance is so critical, and again, it's going back to the complexity of these environments, giving some of these enterprises some help to help them understand where they can get additional value. It goes well beyond the retail price. There's a lot more money to be shaved off the top just by spending time thinking about those applications.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you talked about collaboration. We've been talking about community. I want to acknowledge the AWS super fans here standing behind the stage. Hi, y'all. Rahul, I know that you are an AWS super fan. Can you tell us about that community and the program?
Yeah, so I have been involved with AWS and building products with AWS since 2007. So it's kind of 15 years. Back when literally there were just a handful of API for launching EC2 instances and S3.
Not the 100,000 that you mentioned earlier. My goodness, the scale.
So I feel very privileged and honored that I have been part of that journey and have had to learn, or have had the opportunity to learn, both from successes and failures. And it's just my way of contributing back to that community. So we're part of the FinOps Foundation as well, contributing through that. I run a podcast called AWS Insiders and a live stream called AWS Made Easy. So we are trying to make sure that people out there are able to understand how to leverage AWS in the best possible way.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and we are there to help and hold their hand through it.
Talk about the community. Take a minute to explain to the audience watching the community around this cost optimization area. It's evolving. You mentioned FinOps. There's a whole large community developing of practitioners and technologists coming together to look at this. What does this all mean? Talk about this community.
So cost management within organizations has evolved so drastically that organizations haven't really coped with it, okay? Historically, you've had finance teams basically buy a lot of infrastructure, which was CapEx, and the engineering teams had kind of an upper bound on what they would spend and where they would spend. Suddenly with cloud, that's kind of enabled so much innovation all of a sudden. Everyone's realized it. 5 years was spent figuring out whether people should be on the cloud or not. That's no longer a question. Everyone needs to be in the cloud, and I think that's a no-brainer. The problem there is that suddenly your operating model has moved from CapEx to OpEx, and organizations haven't really figured out how to deal with it, right? Finance now no longer has the controls to control and manage and forecast costs. Engineering has never had to deal with it in the past, and suddenly now they have to figure out how to do all this finance stuff. And procurement finds itself in a very awkward way, in an awkward position, because they are no longer doing these negotiations like they were doing in the past, where it was, okay, right up front before you engage, you do these negotiations. Now it's kind of an ongoing thing, and it's constantly changing, like every day is different. So I think
and you got marketplace.
And you got a marketplace. So it's a very complex situation, and I think what we're trying to do with the FinOps Foundation is try and take a lot of the best practices across organizations that have been doing this at least for the last 10, 15 years, take all the learnings and failures and turn them into, hopefully, opinionated approaches that people can take, organizations can take to navigate through this faster, rather than kind of falter and then decide that, oh, this is not for us.
Yeah, it's a great model.
Yeah.
It's a great model.
All right.
Fast decision. I know it's time, John. Go ahead, team up.
All right, so
team up.
We got a little bumper sticker exercise. We used to say, what's the bumper sticker for the show? We used to say that. Now we're modernizing. We're saying, if you had to do an Instagram reel right now, a short, hot take of what's going on at reInvent this year with AMD or CloudFix, or just in general.
Your thought leadership sizzle.
What would be the sizzle,
you want to go first,
sizzle
Brad?
reel
I feel like Brad's
that would
got
be
this.
on Instagram or TikTok? Go.
Yeah.
Look, I think when you're at reInvent right now, number one, the energy is fantastic. 23 is going to be a building year, right? We've got a lot of difficult times ahead financially, but it's the time, the ones that come out of 23 stronger and more efficient, right, and cost optimized, are going to survive the long run, right? So now's the time to build.
Correct.
Well done, Rahul. Let's go for it.
Yeah, so like Brad said, cost and efficiency is at the top of everyone's mind. Stuff that's the low-hanging fruit, easy, use automation, apply your resources to do most of the innovation, take the easiest part to realizing savings and operate as efficiently as you possibly can. I think that's going to be key.
I think they nailed it. They both nailed it.
Great job, well done.
Wow, well, it was really
Put you on our talent list of...
and all right, so we recruit them? Are they a part of our host team?
Of course,
I love this.
of course.
I absolutely love this. Rahul, we wish you the best at CloudFix and your 17 other jobs. And I am genuinely impressed. Do you sleep, actually? Last question.
I do. I have an amazing team that really helps me with all of this. So yeah, thanks to them. And thank you for having us here.
Hey, it's our pleasure. And Brad, I'm delighted we get you both now and again on our next segment. Thank you for
Happy to be
being
here.
with us.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for tuning in to our live coverage here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Sin City with John Furrier. My name's Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen AWS. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. We're live from the show floor here at AWS reInvent on theCUBE. My name is Savannah Peterson, joined by my VIP co-host, John Furrier. John, what's your hot take?
We got wall-to-wall coverage, day 3 of theCUBE, show's popping, another day tomorrow.
How many interviews have we done so far?
I think we're over 100, I think.
Yeah,
We might be pushing 100.
We've had a really fantastic lineup of guests on theCUBE so far. We are in the meat of the sandwich right now. We've got a full lineup of programming all day long and tomorrow. We are lucky to be joined by two fantastic gentlemen on our next segment. Brad, who's a familiar face. We just got to see you in that last one. Thank you for being here. You still doing good?
Still good.
Okay, great. Glad nothing's changed in the last 14 minutes.
No, we're good.
Would have been tragic. And welcome Mark, the CEO of CloudSaver. Mark, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thanks so much.
How's the show going for you?
It's going amazing. The turnout's just fantastic. It's record turnouts here. It's been lots of activity. It's great to be part of.
So I suspect most people know about AMD, but Mark, I'm going to let you give us just a little intro to CloudSaver so the audience is prepped.
Absolutely. So at CloudSaver, we help companies manage their cloud spend. And the way that we do it is a little bit unique. Most people try and solve cloud cost management just through a software-only solution, but we have a different perspective. There's so many complexities and nuances to managing your cloud spend that we don't think that software is enough. So our solution is a full managed service. So we combine our own proprietary technology with the full service delivery team so that we come in and provide project management, cloud engineering, FinOps analysts, and we come in and basically do all the cost optimization for the company. And so it's been a fantastic solution for us. It's something that's really resonated well within our customer base.
I love your slogan, clean up the cloud with the CloudSaver Tag Manager.
That's right.
So yesterday in the keynote, Adam Selesky said, hey, if you want to tighten your belt, come to the cloud. So big focus right now on right sizing.
That's right.
I won't say repatriation because that's not kind of happening, but like people are looking at it like they're not gonna, it's not the glory days where you leave all your lights on in your house and you go to bed, you don't worry about the electricity bill. Now people are like, okay, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? A lot more policy, a lot more focus. What are you guys seeing as the low-hanging fruit, best practices, the use cases that people are implementing right now?
Yeah, if you think about where things are at now from a cloud cost management perspective, there's a lot of frustration in the marketplace because everybody sees their cost continually going up. And what typically happens is, they'll say, okay, we need to figure out what's going on with this cost and figure out where we can make some changes. And so they go out and get a cost visibility tool, and then they're a little bit disappointed because all that visibility tool is completely dependent upon properly tagging your resources. So what a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of their pain that they're experiencing, the root cause is actually they've got a data problem, which is why we built an entire solution to help companies clean up their cloud, clean up their tags. It really is a foundational piece to help them understand how to manage their cost.
Data is back in the data problem again.
Shocking, right? Not a theme we've heard on the show. Not a theme we've heard on the show at all. I mean, I think with tags, it matters more than people realize, and it can get very messy very quick. I know that this partnership is relatively new, 6 months, you told us before the show. Brad, what does this partnership mean for AMD customers?
Yeah, it's critical. They have a fantastic approach to this, kind of a full service approach to cost optimization and compute optimization. And AMD, we're extremely focused on providing the most cost efficient, most performance, and most energy efficient products on the market. And as Adam talked about, come to the cloud to tighten your belt, I'll follow up. When you come to the cloud, your choice matters, right? Your choice matters on what you use and what the downstream impact and cost is. And it also matters in sustainability and other factors with our products.
Yesterday, Zias Curvella, one of our analysts on theCUBE, he has his own independent shop. We were talking about this focus, and he actually made a comment I want to get your both reaction to. He said, spend more in the cloud, save more. Meaning there are ways to spend more in the cloud and save more at the same time. Right. It's not just cut and eliminate, it's right side. I don't know what the right word is.
No, I think what you're saying is that there are areas where you need to spend more so you can be more efficient and get value that way, but there's also plenty of areas where you're spending money unnecessarily. Either you have resources that nobody's using, let's find those and pull them to the front and center and turn them off, right? Or if you've over-provisioned certain areas, let's pull those back. So I think having the right balance of where you spend your money to get the value makes total sense.
Yeah. I like that holistic approach too. I like that you're not just looking at one thing. I mean, I'm thinking of you as like the McKinsey or like the dream team that just comes in, tidies everything up, makes sure that people are getting that total cost optimization. It's exciting. So I imagine, obviously the entire organization benefits, but who benefits most? What types of roles? Who's using you?
Right, so, cloud cost management really benefits the entire organization, especially when times get tougher and everybody's looking to tighten their belt with cost.
Every time we say that, I'm like conscious of my abdomen. We're in Vegas, there's great food. And we got, Thanks a lot, Adam. Thanks a lot.
No, but it really does benefit everybody across the organization. And it also helps people to keep cost management kind of front and center, right? No company allows people to have a complete blank check to go out there for infrastructure, and it's a way to make sure you've got proper checks and balances in place so that you're responsibly managing your IT organization.
Yeah, and going back to the spend comment, spend more to save money. Look, we're going to be facing a very difficult situation in 23. I think there's going to be a lot of headwinds for a lot of companies, and the way to look at this is if you can provide yourself additional operating capital to work. There's other aspects to working with the business. Time to market, right? You're talking about addressing your top line. There's other ways to use applications and the services from AWS to help enable your business to grow even faster in 23, right? So 23 is a time to build, not necessarily a time to hang back and hopefully, hope everything turns out okay.
Yeah, we can't go over it, we can't go under it, we got to go through it, and we're going to build our way through it. No, I think it's so important. So as the partnership grows, what's next for you two companies? Brad, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, sure. We're very excited to partner with CloudSaver. A fantastic company, they have a great team, and for us, it's AMD is entering into the partnership space of this now. So now we've got a great position with AWS. We love their products, and now we're going to try to enable as many partners as we can in some specific areas. And for us, cost optimization is priority number one. So you'll see a lot of programs that come out in 23 around this area. We're going to dedicate a lot of sales resources to help as many enterprise customers as we can, working with our close partners like CloudSaver.
Nice ecosystem developing for you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they're still fairly new in the cloud space, right? And this is a journey that takes a long time, and this is the next leg in our growth in the environment.
Well, certainly the trend is more horsepower, more under the hood, more capabilities, customized
that's
for
coming.
workloads. You're starting to see the specialized instances. You can see what's happening, and soon it's going to be like its own like computer in the cloud.
Right.
More horsepower.
Yeah, when you think about this, I mean, more than 400 instance types, more than 400 types of services out there in that range, and you think about all the potential interactions and applications, it's incredibly complex, right?
Yeah, that decision matrix just went like this in my brain when you said that. That is wild, and you know, everyone wants to do more, faster, easier, but also with the comfort of that cost savings. Would you say that in terms of your customers' priorities, I mean, you're talking to a lot of different people across a lot of different industries, Brad, both of you are, I'm sure. Is cost optimization the #1 priority as we're going into 2023?
Yeah, matter of fact, I have a chance to obviously speak with AWS leadership on a regular basis. They keep telling me for the past 2 months, every single CEO they're speaking to right now, it's the very first things out of their mouth. It's top of mind for every major corporation right now. And I think the message is also the same. It's like, great, let's help you do that, but at the same time, is it not a bad time to reinvest with some of those additional savings, right? And I think that's where the value of AWS comes into play.
Yeah, and I think what you guys are demonstrating too also is another tell sign of this, what I call next-gen cloud evolution, which is as the end-to-end messaging and positioning expands, and as you see more solutions, let's face it, it's going to be more complex. So the complexity will be abstracted away by new opportunities like what you guys are doing, what you're enabling. So you're starting to see kind of platforms emerging across the board, as well as more ISVs. So ISVs, people building software, starting to see now more symbiotic relationship for developers and entrepreneurship.
Yeah, so the complexity of the cloud is certainly something that's not going to get any less as time goes on, right? And I think as companies realize that, they see it, they acknowledge it, and I think they're going to lean on partners to help them navigate those waters. And that's where I think the combination of AMD and CloudSaver, we can really partner very well, because I think we're both very passionate about creating customer value, and I think there's a tremendous number of ways that we can collaborate together to bring that to the customers.
And you know what's interesting too, you guys are both hitting on this, is that this next partner channel, whatever you want to call it, is very joint engineering and development. It's not just relationships and selling, there's integration. And that, and the new products that can come out is a phenomenon. We're going to watch, I predict that the ecosystem is going to explode, big time, in terms of value. Just new things, joint engineering, APIs.
It's so collaborative too.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Well, the innovation in the marketplace right now is absolutely on fire. I mean, it's just so exciting to see all the new technologies come on board, and to be able to see that kind of permeate throughout the marketplace is something that's just really fun and exciting to be part of.
Oh, when you think about the doom and gloom that we hear every day, and you look around right now, everybody's building, right? And this is
smiling.
And smiling, right?
Today.
Until Thursday when the legs start to get out a little bit.
Yeah, what recession? I mean, it's so crowded here. And again, this is the point. The Amazon is now a big player in this economy. In 2008, that last recession, they weren't a factor. Now you got belt-tightening new solutions. I think you're going to see, more agility. I think Amazon and the ecosystem might propel us out of the recession faster. If you get the tailwind right, that might be a big thing we're watching.
Cloud computing is inevitable.
Yeah,
it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's no longer a conversation, it's a commitment, and I think we all certainly agree with that. So Brad is versed in this challenge because we did it in our last segment, but Mark, we have a new trend on, a new tradition I should say, at reInvent here, where we're looking for your 30-second Instagram reel, your sizzle, your thought leadership hot take on the most important story or theme of the show this year.
For the show as a whole, wow. I think innovation is absolutely front and center today. I think some of the new technologies that we're seeing out there are absolutely phenomenal. I think they're taking the whole cloud computing to the next level, and I think it's going to have a dramatic impact on how people develop applications and run workloads in the cloud.
Well done. What do you think, John? I think you nailed it.
Nailed it. You want to go for round two?
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
Get it, Brad.
So winning public cloud, choice matters. It matters. Think about the instance types you use, think about the configurations you use, and think about the applications you're layering in there and why they're there, right? Optimize those environments, take advantage of all the tools you have.
Yeah, you're going to start tuning your cloud now. I mean, as it gets bigger and better and stronger, you're going to start to see just fine-tuning more craft, I guess. in there. Great stuff.
Well, and in these interesting times, I'm not committed to calling it a recession yet. I still have a shard of hope. I think that the services and the value that you provide to your customers are going to be one of those painkillers that will survive through this. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of the trimming of the fat of extraneous spending in the tech sector as a whole, but I can't imagine folks not wanting to leverage AMD and Cloud Saver. It's exciting.
Right.
Yeah.
Saving money never goes out of style, right?
Yeah. Saving money is always sexy. I love that. Yeah. It's actually that's a great line to close on. Mark, thank you so much for being here and sharing your story with us. We really appreciate it. Brad, it's been a fabulous thing. You're just going to stay here all day,
I'll
right?
just hang out. Yeah.
All right.
I'm yours.
I love that. And thank you all for tuning in to us live here from the show floor at AWS reInvent in fabulous sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. With John Furrier, I'm Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
You're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now. I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello, CUBE friends. Welcome back to Vegas. Lisa Martin here with John Furrier. This is our third day of coverage of AWS reInvent. There are somewhere between 50,000 and 60, 70,000 people here. The excitement is palpable. The energy in the room has been on fire since Monday night. John, we love talking, we love reInvent. Yeah. We love talking about AWS and its incredible ecosystem of partners, and we're going to be doing that next.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years of theCUBE, we've been here since 2013, watching it grow as the cloud computing invention, and then the ecosystem has just been growing. At the same time, innovation, and that's this next segment with a company that we both have covered deeply. Boomi is going to be a great segment.
We have, and speaking of innovation and Boomi, we have a 4-time CUBE guest back with us. Ed McCoskey joined us, Chief Innovation Officer at Boomi. Ed, it's great to see you in person.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
What's going on at Boomi? I mean, I know up and to the right continues, we'll go this way. What's going on?
Yeah, we continue to grow. We're really focused with AWS on the cloud and app modernization. Most of our projects and many of our customers are in this modernization journey from an enterprise perspective, moving from on-premises, trying to implement multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, that sort of thing. But what we're really seeing is this modernization choke point that a lot of our customers are facing in that journey where they get they just can't get over the hump, and a lot of they come to us with failing projects where they're saying, hey, I've got maybe this anchor of a legacy data source or applications that I need to bring in temporarily, or I need to keep filling that. So we help with integrating these workflows, integrating these applications, and help that lift and shift, and help our customers' projects from failing and quickly bringing themselves to the cloud.
You know, Ed, we've been talking with you guys for many, many years with theCUBE, and look at the transition, how the market's evolved. If you look at the innovation going on now, I won't say it's an innovator's dilemma because there's a lot of innovation happening. It's becoming an integrator's dilemma. And I was talking with some of your staff, booth traffic's up, great leads coming in. You mentioned on the keynote and a slide. I mean, the world kind of spun in the direction of Boomi with all your capabilities around integration, understanding how data works.
Yeah.
All the themes here at reInvent kind of like are in that conversation talk track that we've been mentioning, and Boomi, you guys have been building around.
Yeah.
Explain why that's happening. Am I right? Am I getting that right, or can you share your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in a great spot. I mean, given the way the economy's going today, people are, again, trying to do more with less, but there is this modernization journey that I talked about, and there's an explosion of SaaS applications, cloud technologies, data sources, et cetera. And not only is it about integrating data sources and automating workflows, but implementing things at scale, making sure you have high data quality, high data governance, security, et cetera. And Boomi sits right in the middle of providing solutions of all of that to make a business more efficient. Not only that, but you can implement things very, very quickly because we're a low-code platform. It's not just about this hardcore technology that's really hard to implement. You can do it really quickly with our platform. So.
Speaking of transformation, one of the things John does every year ahead of reInvent is he gets to sit down with the CEO of reInvent and really kind of does a great, if you haven't seen it, check it out on SiliconANGLE.com, really kind of a preview of what we're going to expect at the show. And one of the things Adam said to you was, CIOs, CEOs are coming to me not wanting to talk about technology, they want to talk about transformation, business transformation. It's not so much about digital transformation anymore, it's about transforming businesses. Are you hearing customers come to you with the same, help us transform our business so we can be competitive, so we can meet customer demand?
Oh, absolutely. It's no longer about tools and technology and providing people with paint to paint on a canvas. We're offering solutions on the AWS marketplace. We have 5 solutions that we launched this year to get people up and running very quickly based on business problems, from disbursement to lead to cash with Salesforce and NetSuite, to business-to-business integrations and EDI dashboarding and that sort of thing. We also have our own marketplace that provide these solutions and give our customers the ability to visualize what they can do with our platform to actually solve business problems. Again, not just about tooling and technology and how to connect things.
How's the marketplace relationship going for you? You guys seeing success there?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of success. I mean, in fact, we're going to be doubling down in the next year. We're going to be, we haven't announced it yet, but we're going to be announcing some new solutions.
I guess you're announcing it now. Go
yeah,
ahead.
we're not going to get into specifics,
get into it.
but we're going to be putting more and more solutions on the marketplace, and we're going to be offering more ways to consume and purchase our platform on the marketplace in the next couple of months.
Ed, talk about what's new with Boomi real quick. I know you guys have new connectors, is early access. What's been announced? What have you guys announced? What's coming? What's the new things folks should pay attention from a product standpoint?
Yeah, so you mentioned the connectors. We have 32 new connectors, and by the way, in our ecosystem, our customers have connected 199,970 unique things. Amazon SQS is one of those in that number, so that's the kind of scale we're dealing with. What's the number again? 199,970, at least that's the last I checked.
Okay, that's good recall right there. Exact number.
It's an exciting number because we're scaling very, very rapidly. But the other things that are exciting are we announced our event streaming service that we wanted to bring to our cloud. We've relied on partners in the past to do that for us, but it's been a very critical need that our customers have asked for, so we're integrating that into our platform. We're also going to be focusing more and more on our data management capabilities, because I mentioned it a little earlier, connecting things, if bad data is going in and bad data is going out, bad data is going everywhere. So we have the tools and capability to govern data, manage data, high quality solutions. So we're going to invest more and more in that, because that's what our customers are asking us for.
Data governance is a challenge, right? For any business in any industry, too much access is a huge risk, not enough access to the right people means you can't really extract the insights from data to be able to make data-driven decisions. How do you help customers really on that fine line of data governance?
Very specifically, we have, as part of our iPaaS platform, we have a data catalog and data prep capability within the platform itself that gives citizens in the organization the ability to catalog data in a secure way based on what they have capabilities to. But not only that, the integrator can use data catalog to actually catalog the data and understand what needs to be integrated and how they can make their business more efficient by automating the movement of data and sharing of data across the organization.
On the innovation side, I want to get back to that again, because I think this innovation angle is something that we talked about with Adam Selesky and our stories hitting SiliconANGLE right now are all about the partner ecosystem. We've been highlighting some of the bigger players emerging. You guys are out there. You got Databricks, Snowflake, MongoDB, where they're partnering with Amazon, but they're not just an ISV, they're platforms. You guys have your own ISVs, you have your own customers. You're doing low code before no code was popular.
Yep.
So, where are you guys at on that wave? You got a good customer base, share some names. What's going on with the customers? Are they becoming more developer oriented? Because let's face it, your customers are working on Boomi, they're developers.
Yes.
And so they got tools.
Yes.
You're enabling, so you're a platform.
We are a platform.
On Amazon.
We are a platform on
We call
Amazon.
that SuperCloud, but,
Yes.
but that's kind of where this new shift is happening. What's your reaction to that?
Yes, so I guess we are a super cloud on Amazon, and our customers and our partners are developers of our platforms themselves. So most of our partners are also customers of ours, and they will be implementing their own integrations in the back end of their platforms into their back end systems to do things like billing and monitoring of their own usage of their platforms. But with our customers, they're also Amazon customers who are trying to connect in a multi-cloud way, or many times just within the Amazon ecosystem. Or even customers like Kenco and Tim Hager, who did a presentation from HealthBridge, they're also doing B2B connectivity to bring information from their partners into their ecosystem within their platform. So we handle all of the above. So now we are an independent company, and it's nice to be part of a central part of all of these different ecosystems. And where I find myself in my role a lot of times is literally connecting different platforms and applications and SI partners to solve these problems, because nobody can really see it themselves. I had a conversation earlier today where someone would say, hey, you're going to talk with that SI partner later today. They're a big SI partner of ours. Why don't they develop solutions that we can go to market together to solve problems for our customers?
Lisa, this is something that we've been talking about a lot, where it's an and conversation. My big takeaway from Adam's one-on-one and reInvent so far is they're not mutually exclusive. There's an and. You can be an ISV and there's platforms in the ecosystem, because you're enabling software developers, ISVs they call it. I think that term's kind of old school, but still, independent software vendors. That's not a platform. Right. They can coexist, and they are.
Correct.
But they're becoming on your platform, so you're one of the most advanced Amazon partners.
Yes.
So as cloud grows and we mature, and what, 13 years old Amazon is now, so okay, you're becoming bigger as a platform. That's the next wave. What happens in that next 5 years from there? What happens next? Because if your platform continues to grow, what happens next?
So for us, where we're going is connecting, platforms, platform providers, cloud providers are getting bigger. A lot of these cloud providers are embracing partnerships with other vendors and things, and we're helping connect those. So when I talk about business to business and sharing data between those, there are still some folks that have legacy applications that need to connect and bring things in, and they're just going to ride them until they go away. That is a requirement, but at some point that's all going to fall by the wayside. But where the industry is really going for us is, it is about automation and quickly automating things, and again, doing more with less. I think Tim Hager had a quote where he said, I don't need to use Michelangelo to come paint my living room. And that's the way he thinks about low code. It's not about, you don't want to just sit there and code things and make an art out of coding. You want to get things done quickly, and you want to keep automating your business to keep pushing things forward. So a lot of the things we're looking at is not just about connecting and automating data transformation, and that's all valuable, but how do I get someone more productive? How do I automate the business in an intelligent way more and more to push them forward?
Out of the box solutions versus platforms. Yeah. You can do both. You can build a platform.
Yes.
Or you can just buy out of the box.
Well, that's what's great about us too, is because we don't just provide solutions. We provide solutions many times as a starting point, or the way I look at it, it's art of the possible, a lot of what we give, because then our customers can take our low-code tooling and say, wow, I like this solution, but I can really take it to the next step, almost in like an open source model, and just quickly iterate and drive innovation that way. And I just love seeing a lot of it for me is just our ecosystem and our partners driving the innovation for us.
And driving that speed for customers. When I had the chance to interview Tim Hager myself last month, and he was talking about Boomi is enabling him to do Boomi integration and Flow are enabling him to do integrations 10x faster than before. And HealthBridge built their business on Boomi. They didn't replace a legacy solution, but he had experience with some of your big competitors and chose Boomi and said, it is 10x faster. So he's able to deliver to those, and it's a great business, helping people pay for health issues if they don't have the funds to do that, so much faster than they could have had they chosen a different technology.
Yeah, and also what I like about the HealthBridge story is, you said they started with Boomi's technology. So I like to think we scale up and scale down. So many times when I talk to prospects or new customers, they think that our technology is too advanced or too expensive or too big for them to go after, and they don't think they can solve these problems like we do with enterprises. We can start with you as a startup, going with SaaS applications, trying to be innovative in your organization to automate things, and scale. As you scale as a company, we'll be right there along with you to scale into very, very advanced solutions, all in a low-code way. So. And
also helping folks to scale up and down during what we're facing, these macroeconomic headwinds. That's really important for businesses to be able to do for cost optimization, but at the end of the day, that company has to be a data company. They have to be able to make sure that the data matches, it's there, they know what they have, they can actually facilitate communications, conversations, and deliver what the end user customer is demanding, whether it's a retailer, a healthcare organization, a bank, you name it.
Exactly, and another thing with today's economy, a lot of people forget with integration and automation tooling, once you get things implemented, you've got to in many traditional forms, you've got to manage that long term. You have to have a team to do that. Our technology runs autonomously. I hear from our customers over and over again, I just set it sometimes, I'll walk away for a month and come back, and wow, Boomy's still running, I didn't realize it, because we have technology that continues to patch itself, heal itself, continue running autonomously. That also saves in a time like now, where you don't have to worry about sending teams out to patch and upgrade things on a continuous basis. We take care of it for our customers.
I think you guys are going to see a lot of growth with this recession and looming. You guys fit well into the marketplace. As people figure out how to right size, you guys fit right nicely into that equation. I got to ask you, what's ahead for 2023 for Boomy? What can we expect to see?
Yeah, what's ahead? I briefly mentioned it earlier, but the new service, we're really excited about that because it's going to help our customers to scale even further and bring more workloads into AWS and more workloads that we can solve challenges for our customers. We've also got additional solutions we're looking at launching on the AWS Marketplace. We're going to continue working with SIs and GSIs and our ISV ecosystem to identify more and more enterprise-grade solutions and verticals and industry-based solutions that we can take out of the box and give to our customers. So we're just going to keep growing.
What are some of those key verticals? Just curious.
So we're focusing on manufacturing, the financial services industry, and I don't know, maybe it's a vertical, but higher ed's another big one for us. Yeah. So we have over 100 universities that use our technology in order to automate, grant submissions, student management of different aspects, that sort of thing. Boise State's one of them that's modernized on AWS with Boomy technology. So we're going to continue, rolling in that front as well.
Okay, is it time for the challenge?
It's time for the challenge. Are you ready for the challenge, Ed? We're springing this on you, but we know you, so we know you can nail this.
Oh, no.
If you were going to create your own sizzle reel, and we're creating sizzle reel that's going to go on Instagram Reels, and you're going to be a star of it, what would that sizzle reel say? Like if you had a billboard or a bumper sticker, what's that about Boomy? Boom, powerful story.
Well, we joked about this earlier, but I'd have to say go Boomy it. Sizzle reel. I don't know.
Go Boomy it. Go Boomy it, why?
Go Boomy it because it's such a succinct way of saying our customers, that terminology came to us for our customers, from our customers, because Boomy becomes a verb within an organization. They'll typically start with us and they'll solve an integration challenge or something like that, and then we become viral in a good way within an organization where our customers, Lisa, you mentioned it earlier before the show, you love talking to our customers because they're so excited and happy and love our technology. They just keep finding more ways to solve challenges and push their business forward. And and when a problem comes up, an employee will typically say to another, go Boomy it.
When you're a verb, that's a good thing.
Yes, it is.
Splunk, go Splunk it, that was a verb for log files, Kleenex, tissue, we need those here.
Ed, thank you so much for coming back on. Your fourth time, so now next time we see you will be fifth time. We'll get you that 5 Timers Club jacket like they have on SNL next time.
Perfect, can't wait.
We appreciate your insights, your time, and it's great to hear what's going on at Boomy. We appreciate it.
Cool, thank you.
For Ed McCoskey and John Furrier, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
everyone, and welcome to our continued coverage of AWS reInvent here on theCUBE. My name is Savannah Peterson, and I am very excited about the conversation coming up. Not only are we joined by two brilliant minds in the cloud, one of them happens to be a CUBE alumni. Please welcome Mike from AMD and Ali from Dropbox. Ali, welcome back to the show. How you been?
Thanks, Savannah. I'm doing great and really excited to be back on theCUBE. It was a great discussion last time and really excited for both reInvent and also to see how this video turns out.
Hey, that makes two of us and probably three of us. How are you doing today, Mike?
Doing great. It's really nice to be getting back to in-person events again and to be out solving problems with customers and partners like Dropbox.
I know, isn't it? We've all missed each other. It was a lonely couple of years. Mike, I'm going to open it up with you. I'm sure a lot of people are curious. What's new at AMD?
Well, there's a lot that's new at AMD, so I'll share a subset of what's new and what we've been working on. We've expanded our global coverage in Amazon EC2 with new regions and instance types. So users can deploy any application pretty much anywhere AWS has a presence. Our partner ecosystems for solutions and services has expanded quite a bit. We're currently focused on enabling partners and solutions that focus on cloud cost optimization, modernizing infrastructure, and pushing performance to the limit, especially for HPC. But the biggest buzz, of course, is around AMD's new 4th generation of our EPYC CPU, Genoa. It's the world's fastest data center CPU with transformative energy efficiency, and that's a really interesting combination, highest performance and most efficient. So on launch day, AWS announced their plans to roll out AMD EPYC Genoa processor-based EC2 instances, so we're pretty excited about that, and that's what we'll be working on in the near term.
Wow, that's a big deal and certainly not a casual announcement. Obviously, power and efficiency, hot topics here at reInvent, but also looking at the greater impact on the planet is a big conversation we've been having here as well. So this is exciting and timely, and congratulations to you and the team on all that seems to be going on. Ali, what's going on at Dropbox?
Yeah, thanks, Savannah. So Q3 2022 was actually a very strong quarter for Dropbox during a very difficult macroeconomic backdrop. Our focus has continued to be on innovation, and this is around both new products and also driving multi-product adoption, which is paying a lot of dividends for us. So essentially bringing products like Dropbox Sign, Doc Send, Capture, and other exciting products to our customers. On the infra side, it's all about how do we scale our infrastructure to meet the business needs, right? How do we keep up with the accelerated growth during the pandemic and also leveraging both AMD and AWS for investments in our public cloud?
Let's talk about the cloud a bit. You are both cloud experts, and I'm glad that you brought that up. We'll keep it there with you, Ali. When, why, and how should users leverage public cloud?
Yeah, so Dropbox is hybrid cloud, which means we are running applications both in private and public cloud, and we're in a unique position to leverage the best of both worlds. And Savannah, this is a decision we continue to reevaluate on a regular basis. And there are really three key factors that come into play here. First is scale. And scale, are we operating at a scale where customization is cost efficient for us? Next is uniqueness. Is our workload unique compared to what the public cloud supports? And lastly, innovation. Do we have the expertise to innovate faster than public cloud or not? So based on these three key factors, we try and balance all of them and then come up with the best option for us at Dropbox. And kind of elaborating over here, things like international storage, we're leveraging public cloud. Things like AI and ML, we're leveraging public cloud. But when we talk about Magic Pocket, which is our multi-exabyte storage system, that has the scale, which is why we're doing that on our own private cloud.
Wow, I think you just gave everybody a fantastic framework for thinking about their decision matrix there, if nothing else. Mike, is there anything that you'd like to add to that? Anything that AMD considers when contemplating public cloud versus private?
Yeah, so there's really three main drivers that I see when users consider when, why, and how should they leverage public cloud. Three main drivers: establishing a global footprint, accelerating product release cycles, and efficiently right-sizing infrastructure. So customers looking to establish a global footprint often turn to public cloud deployments to quickly reach their clients and workforces around the world, most importantly with minimal capital expense. I understand Dropbox uses public cloud to establish their global presence, scaling out from their core data centers in North America. And then a lot of industries have tremendous pressure to accelerate product release cycles. With public cloud, organizations can immediately deploy new applications without a long site and hardware acquisition cycle, and then the associated ongoing maintenance and operational overhead. And the third thing is customers that need to right size and dynamically scale their infrastructure and application deployments are drawn to public cloud. For example, customers that have cyclical compute or application load peaks can efficiently deploy in the cloud without over deploying their on-prem infrastructure for most of the year, which is off-peak. During those off-peak times, that infrastructure idle time is a waste of resources and OpEx. So scalable right sizing draws a lot of users to cloud deployment.
Yeah, wow. I think there's a lot of factors to consider, but also it seems like a pretty streamlined process for navigating that, or at least you two both made it sound that way. Another hot topic in the space right now is security. Mike, let's start with you a little bit. What are the most important security issues for AMD right now that you can talk about?
When we, yeah, sure. So, well, first of all, AWS provides a wide variety of really good security services to protect customers that are working in the cloud. But from a processor technology perspective, there's three main security aspects to consider, two of which are common practice today, and one of which AMD brings significant differentiation and value. The first two are protecting data at rest and data in transit. And these two are part of the prevalent security models of today. Where AMD provides distinct value and differentiation is in providing, protecting data in use. So EPYC, Milan, and Genoa processors support a function called SEV SNP, and this enables users to reside and their applications to reside within their own cryptographic context and environment with data integrity protection to accomplish what's called comprehensive confidential computing. EPYC's confidential computing solution is hardware-based, so it's easy to leverage. There's no code rewrite required, unlike comparable solutions that are software-based that require recoding to a proprietary SDK and come with a significant performance trade-off. So with EPYC processors, you can protect your data at rest, in transit, and most importantly, in use.
Everybody needs to protect their data everywhere it is. So I love that. That's fantastic to hear, and I'm sure gives your customers a lot of confidence. What about over at Dropbox? What security issues are you facing, Ali?
Yeah, so the first company value at Dropbox is actually being worthy of trust. And what this really means from a security perspective is that how do we keep all of our users' content safe? And this means keeping everything down to all of the infrastructure hardware secure. So partnering with AMD, which is one of our strongest partners out there, the new security features that AMD have in the hardware are critical for us. And we are able to take advantage of some of these best security practices within our compute infrastructure by leveraging AMD's secure chip architecture.
How important, you just touched on it a little bit, and I want to ask, how important are partnerships like the one you have with each other as you innovate at scale? Ali, you're nodding. I'm going to go to you first.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, the partnership with AMD is one of the strongest that we have, and it just goes beyond like a regular partnership where it's just buy and sell. We talk about technology together, we talk about innovation together, we talk about partnership together. And for us, as I look at our hybrid cloud strategy, we would not be able to get the benefits in terms of efficiency, scale, reliability, performance without having a strong partner like AMD.
That's awesome. Mike, anything you want to add there?
I'd reiterate some of what Ali had to say. One of my favorite parts about my job is getting together with partners and customers to figure out how to optimize their applications and deployments around the world to get the most efficient use of the cloud infrastructure for servers that are based on AMD technology. In many cases, we can find 10% or better performance or cost optimization by working closely with partners like Dropbox. And then in addition, if we keep in lockstep together to look at what's coming on the roadmap, by the time the latest and greatest technology is finally deployed, our customers and our partners are ready to take advantage of it. So that's the fun part of the job, and I really appreciate Dropbox's cooperation, optimizing their infrastructure and using AMD products.
Well, what a synergistic relationship of mutual admiration and support. We love to hear it here in the tech world. Mike, last question for you. What's next for AMD?
Well, heading into 2023, considering the current challenged macroeconomic environment and geopolitical instability, doing more with less will be top of mind for many CFOs and CEOs in 2023, and AMD can help accomplish that. AMD's EPYC processors' leadership performance and lower EC2 retail costs can help users reduce costs without impacting performance, or the flip side of that, they can scale capacity without increasing costs. And because of EPYC's higher core counts, really high core density, applications can be deployed with fewer servers or smaller instances. That has both economic and environmental benefits that reduce usage costs, as well as environmental impacts. And that allows customers to optimize their application and infrastructure spend. And then the second thing that I've seen over the last couple of years, and I see this trajectory continuing, is increased geographic distribution of our colleagues and workforces is here to stay. People work from everywhere. And modern cross-platform collaboration platforms that bring teams, tools, and content together have a really important role to play to enable that new, more flexible style of working. And those tools need to be really agile and easy to use. I think Dropbox is really well positioned to enable this new style of working. AMD is really happy to work closely with Dropbox to enable these modern work styles, both on premises, hybrid, and fully in the public cloud.
Well, it sounds like a very exciting and optimistically bright future for y'all at AMD. We love to hear that here at theCUBE. Ali, what about you? What is 2023 going to hold for Dropbox?
And so I think we're going to continue on this journey of transformation where our focus is on new products and also multi-product adoption. And from a cloud perspective, how do we continue to evolve our hybrid cloud so that we remain a competitive advantage for our business and also for our customers? I think right now, Savannah, we're in a very unique position to utilize some of the best AMD technology that's out there, and that's both on-premise and in the cloud. Some of the AMD EPYC processors deliver the performance that we need for our hybrid cloud, and we want to continue to leverage these also in public cloud, which is the EC2 instances that are powered by AMD in the long run. So overall, Dropbox is looking forward to continue to evaluate some of the AMD's Genoa CPUs that are coming out, while also want to continue to grow our EC2 footprint powered by AMD in the long run.
Fantastic. Well, it sounds like this second showing here on theCUBE is just the tee up for your third, and we'll definitely have to have Mike back on for the second time around to hear how things are going. Thank you both so much for taking the time today to join me here, Mike and Ali. It was fantastic getting to chat to you. And thank you to our audience for tuning in to theCUBE's special coverage of AWS reInvent. My name's Savannah Peterson, and I hope we can learn together soon.
and welcome back to theCUBE's continuing coverage of AWS reInvent. My name is Savannah Peterson, and I am absolutely thrilled for this segment. We are joined by leaders at Cisco AppDynamics, as well as Royal Caribbean. The two have been working together for over 5 years, leveraging full stack observability. We're gonna dig in, but first of all, please welcome Alice from Royal Caribbean and Greg from Cisco AppDynamics to the show. Hey, friends.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm excited, clearly. How are you doing, Greg?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me on the show today.
Hey, it is absolutely our pleasure. Alice, I have to start with you. I don't think there are too many industries that have gotten as much coverage as cruising has over the last couple of years. You've been working with Royal Caribbean for over a decade, so you've seen it through the stormy seas of the pandemic, if you will. What has the last few years and the last few months been like for you?
You know, it's really been a wild ride. To your point, we were sailing high, and then I don't think any other industry experienced what we did in COVID, that you walked in one day and then that day the whole industry shut down. So it was a big challenge for us. And then as soon as we shut down and we weathered the storm with COVID, then we had what we called our healthy return to service. So as quickly as it stopped, we had to start sailing again. So it's really been a challenge, but we're happy to be back on our feet and heading in the right direction now.
I really hope we can continue the sailing metaphors throughout the course of this interview. And you nailed that first segment, Alice. I'm so here for it. I want to talk about how you've worked together, but I want to give Greg a second to chime in here. So, Greg, you're the executive CTO at Cisco AppDynamics. How have you and the team weathered the last 2.5 years?
Well, you know, it's interesting. The pandemic really brought together an interesting conundrum, right? So on one hand, you had, you know, the consumers, the end users that became very reliant on digital services. They had to function in a way that was very performing, right? So 84% of the respondents that we had come back through a report called the App Attention Index came back and said that digital services were really instrumental for them to get back to some level of normalcy. But the interesting part that came about that is that out of those respondents, 60% of them blamed the brand if the application did not work the way they expected it. So they didn't really care about the complexity that's in the back end, right? So when you look at the shift in the IT department had to go out and quickly innovate, quickly start to introduce new services, which ultimately brought together a sprawl in their technology stack. So when you're adding to it, you're not taking things away, you're continuously growing. So finding that the problems or the root cause of an application issue became more difficult. So that's where, you know, from an Cisco AppDynamics perspective, you know, we're one of the leading observability and application performance monitoring tools. So we help customers like Royal Caribbean to be able to zero in on root cause and ensure that their end users have that best experience.
I'm smiling as someone who was a former waitress, and I can remember the amount of times I was scolded for something that happened that was far out of my control in the complex layers of the kitchen. And I think that anyone who's had a poor customer experience while interacting with a brand may or may not intentionally, I think it's actually sometimes very unintentional, to your point, get frustrated with said brand. I can imagine that is an experience and a priority that you have at Royal Caribbean, Alice. How has full stack observability played a role in your team's ability to serve the customers and keep your community engaged during this very kind of wobbly time?
Yeah, you know, we have really worked hard to improve and remove friction from our guest vacation. And we want to keep them on vacation and having a great time. You know, we say we don't really sell a cruise, we sell an experience. So we use AppDynamics to monitor those key applications that our guests are interacting with to ensure that they're having that experience that we expect. You know, we've learned that just because a system or a server says, hey, I'm up 99% of the time, that doesn't mean that my guests are experiencing that same type of stability, you know. So once again, we really worked well with AppDynamics. They've partnered with us to ensure that our guests are getting that vacation experience they're looking for.
Do you think, just to follow up there, do you think that you would have advanced in the ways that you have working with Cisco App Dynamics and across functions over the last few years without this crunch? Was necessity the mother of invention for you to any degree?
I don't think that the crunch brought it on, because like I said, we started this journey back in 2017, and we're not unlike a lot of companies where we're on this maturity ride where we want to go from being reactive, where our guests are telling us something is broken, to being preventive. Definitely, COVID played into this, because I think we learned to do less, more with less. So, it's very hard in the cruise industry. We did take a hit, but we were able to use the App Dynamics tools to ensure that our systems were running with having less people also watching those systems. So less eyes on glass, more automation.
And that's more stability, more credibility, and more transparency is definitely something that we're all looking forward. And it's nice to see that implemented, especially at scale when you're dealing with so many customers from all over the world trying to access your service and wanting that personalized experience. Greg, what does it feel like for you as a leader to hear someone like Alice say how powerful your tool has been in ensuring that customer experience?
Yeah, that's it's absolutely fantastic, and especially Alice is absolutely right. The cruise industry had a very unique challenge in front of them, and I really applaud the folks at Royal Caribbean for stepping up to make sure that when the pandemic eased, so to speak, that the experience to the customer was actually even better, right? So when we were able to work and partner together to make sure that the user experience is top notch, the availability is there, the resiliency of their platform is there. So by working with customers like Royal Caribbean is really one of the shining stars that we can talk about that really help make a big difference in that post-pandemic era to be able to really do what's right for the customer.
How often are you engaging with customers like Alice as a team? How big is that feedback in your product roadmap?
Oh, personally, I'm engaged with customers on a daily basis, and I see it across the map from many different industries. And a lot of folks had different challenges, but the ultimate commonality that I've seen across multiple industries is that when we're in that pandemic state, digital services were the only way that their customers were interacting with them. So when you're looking at a bank, or you're looking at different types of travel agencies and organizations that like Royal Caribbean as well, that really had that opportunity to focus on what's the most valuable thing to them, which is user experience. It's a very, very common trend that we saw, and you see an expedited path of digital transformation happen, and really that's where we partner with customers like Royal Caribbean and many others across different industries to make sure that the business outcomes were being driven towards the proper direction, as well as that the user experience. And I don't think I can emphasize user experience as being so critically important any more than I've already have, but it's really one of the most valuable currencies most organizations have.
One of my favorite lines is community is your first defensible asset. And you can talk about user experience as much as you want on here. At the end of the day, if people aren't having a positive interaction with your brand or your product, it's probably not going to last super long unless it's legacy, and we don't have to go down that rabbit hole today.
Especially if I can add, there's a lot of competition out there, right? There's a lot of competition out there. So if your applications do not perform, or your digital services do not perform, the end user has the quick ability to just quickly delete and move on. And the same thing with what Alice sees in the cruise industry. You have an opportunity to rise to the top, and I really applaud them for taking advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, well, I'm here for both of you cheering each other on. Certainly the water level rises together.
That's right.
Alice, what sort of challenges are you taking on currently that you're able to disclose? What sort of leaps do you think, or it doesn't have to be leaps, but what kind of experience are you hoping to continue to enhance for Royal Caribbean customers?
So I think one of our big challenges that we've announced that we do have a relationship with Starlink, so that's going to improve our satellite connectivity. I think it really is a game changer for our industry. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
But it puts the user back in the forefront. Once again, right now, with our current connectivity, it's all about managing that bandwidth. We're hoping to go to that state where bandwidth isn't at a high cost. So now we're going to be even able to watch our user interaction more from ship to shore. We're maybe moving to that area where we're thinking cloud first from a ship. If you think about it, we've got 50 plus data centers floating around the world. So that connectivity is key. Now we're opening up that bandwidth. Now I need to see how the transactions are performing as we come off ship, with that, once again, that cloud first mentality. It's a super exciting time for us. And I really see, AppD is going to play a role in that.
I love that visual just for a second of 50 data centers with also surrounded by people having a very wonderful time on board. What a nice thought. I can't say that every data center I've ever been to is glamorous, fun, or sexy as being on a Royal Caribbean ship. However, I hope that we move perhaps in that direction. We were just at Supercomputing a few weeks ago, and it was great to see all the hardware there. So you never know. What role do you see yourself and the team and Cisco App Dynamics playing in that future for companies like Royal Caribbean, Greg?
It's really staying right lockstep with our customers as they move through that digital transformation efforts. The key piece is that we look at it from that full stack view. So we offer full stack observability, which, if you look at the challenges that we want to go after, is traditional IT departments were historically siloed pretty significantly between, network and infrastructure, security, app dev. So ensuring that we can get our customers to be able to have that common view that shows what's the real important pieces across all domains. So when they start moving down the path of digital transformation, that's an opportunity to also revamp how their processes are, the people interact, and the technology that they use to be able to deliver the proper business outcomes. So we talk a lot with our customers around full stack observability, but the key part is business context. So if you have a big effort for digital transformation, you're starting to add new services to it, how do you know if it's actually impacting the business in a positive or negative way? So by us implementing the business context to ensure that you understand the investments being made, that you can show to your business leaders is showing an uptick in the business outcomes you're going after. It's really, really about a strong partnership with our customers, but also ensuring that their business is being positively impacted by our technology to be able to help them really align the teams and be able to have the right desired outcomes.
I love that, Greg, and I love that customer first, that community first attitude. It's something that you both share. Final question for the two of you, and I'm going to start with you, Alice, since I suspect you've probably been on more cruises than Greg and I combined, though I could be making a wild assumption. Where are you cruising to next?
I just got off a cruise. So next up, I want to revisit the Galapagos. I think the Galapagos is the best place to go. And if you haven't done it, that's absolutely where you should go.
Oh, it's a beautiful trip. Greg, have you ever done the Galapagos? Is that going to be your next Royal Caribbean cruise?
I've never done the Galapagos, but I may just have made it to my list.
Fantastic. Well, I second Alice's endorsement on that. I had the pleasure of going about a decade ago. Very magical place that teaches you a lot about nature, much like the two of you have taught us very extensively about full stack observability, how it applies to user experience, customer experience, and the ocean that I am currently staring at here in Pacifica, California. Alice, thank you so much for joining us from Miami. Greg, to you in Colorado. I hope that you both continue to work in harmony together and that we can all see each other on the friendly seas soon. Thank you all for tuning in to our AWS reInvent coverage. This is theCUBE. My name is Savannah Peterson, and we look forward to seeing you for our next segment.
Hey, welcome back everyone. Day 3 of AWS reInvent 2022. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante, co-host of theCUBE. Dave, 10 years for us, the leader in high-tech coverage is our slogan now. 10 years of reInvent, Dave. We've been to every single one except for the original, which we would have come to if Amazon actually marketed the event, but they didn't. It's more of a customer event. This is day 3, it's the machine learning, AI keynote, Swami's up there. A lot of announcements. We're going to break this down. We got Andy Thurai here, Vice President, Principal of Constellation Research. Andy, great to see you. You've been on theCUBE before, one of our analysts. Bring in the analysis commentary to the keynote. This is your wheelhouse, AI. What do you think about Swami up there? I mean, he's awesome. We love him. Big fan of theCUBE, and we're fans of him. But he got 13 announcements.
A lot.
A lot.
So, well, some of them are, first of all, thanks for having me here. And I'm glad to have both of you on the same show tagging me. I'm just kidding. But some of the announcements really sort of like a game changer announcements, and some of them are like, meh, just plug in the holes what they have. And
a lot of golf claps in the meeting today. Yeah.
And you could have also noticed that by when he was making the announcements, the clapping volume difference, you could say, which is better, right? But some of the announcements are really, really good. Particularly we talked about one of that was Microsoft took the route of having the OpenAI in there, doing the large language models, and then they were going after that, having the transformer available to them. And Amazon was a little bit weak in that area, so they don't have a large language model. So they are taking a different route, saying that what, I'll help you train the large language model by yourself, customized models, so I can provide the necessary instance, I can provide the instant volume, memory, the whole nine yards, so you can train the model by yourself without depending on them, kind of thing.
So Dave and Andy, I want to get your thoughts, because first of all, we've been following Amazon's deep bench on the infrastructure pass. They've been doing a lot of machine learning and AI, a lot of data. It just seems that the sentiment is that there's other competitors doing a good job too, like Google, Dave, and I've heard folks in the hallway, even here, ex-Amazonians saying, hey, they're training their models on Google, then they bring them to SageMaker, because it's better interface. So you got Google making a play for being that data cloud. Microsoft's obviously putting in a great kind of package to kind of make it turnkey. How do they really stand versus the competition, guys?
Good question. So they, each have their own uniqueness and the variation that take it to the field, right? So for example, if you were to look at it, Microsoft is known for its industry related things that they've been going after, industry verticals and whatnot. So that's one of the things I looked here, they had this omics announcement, particularly towards that healthcare genomics space. That's a huge space for HPC related AI ML applications. And they have put a lot of things in together in here in the SageMaker and in their models, saying that how do you use this transformative to do things like that, like for example drug discovery, for genomics analysis, for cancer treatment, the whole nine yards, right? That's how huge volumes of data do. So they're going in that healthcare area. Google has taken a different route. I mean, they want to make everything simple. All I have to do is that I got to call an API, give what I need, and then get it done. But Amazon wants to go at a much deeper level, saying that, what, I want to provide everything you need. You can customize the whole thing for what you need.
So to me, the big picture here is, and Swami references, hey, we're a data company, we started, he talked about books, and how that informed them as to what books to place front and center. Here's the big picture in my view. Companies need to put data at the core of their business, and they haven't. They've generally put humans at the core of their business, and data and now machine learning are at the outside, in the periphery. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook have put data at their core. So the question is, how do incumbent companies, and he mentioned some, Toyota, Capital One, Bristol Myers Squibb, I don't know, are those data companies, we'll see. But the challenge is, most companies don't have the resources, as you well know, Andy, to actually implement what Google and Facebook and others have. So how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to buy it, right? So are they going to build it with tools? That's kind of like you said, the Amazon approach. Or are they going to buy it from Microsoft and Google? I pulled some ETR data to say, okay, who are the top companies that are showing up in terms of spending? Who's spending with whom? AWS number 1, Microsoft number 2, Google number 3, Databricks number 4, just in terms of presence. And then it falls down. DataRobot, Anaconda, Dataiku, Oracle popped up, actually, because they're embedding a lot of AI into their products, and of course IBM. And then a lot of smaller companies. But do companies, generally, customers, have the resources to do what it takes to implement AI into applications and into workflows?
So a couple of things on that. One is, when it comes down to, it's no surprise that the top 3 are the hyperscalers, because they all want to bring their business to them to run the specific workloads. And the next biggest workload, as he was saying in his keynote, are two things. One is the AI ML workloads. The other one is the heavy unstructured workloads that he was talking about. 80%, 90% of the data that's coming off is unstructured. So how do you analyze that? Such as the geospatial data he was talking about, the volumes of data you need to analyze, the deep neural network you got to use. Only hyperscalers can do it, right? So that's no wonder all of them on top. For the data, one of the things they announced, which not many people paid attention, there was a zero ATL that they talked about. What that does is a little bit of a game-changing moment in a sense that you don't have to, for example, if you have to train the data, if the data is distributed everywhere, if you have to bring them all together to integrate it to do that, it's a lot of work to doing the ETL. So by taking Amazon Aurora and then Redshift, combine them as a zero or no ETL, and then have Apache Spark applications run on top of it, analytical applications, ML workloads, that's huge. So you don't have to move around the data. Use the data where it is.
I think you said it. They're basically filling holes, right? They created this, suite of tools, let's call it. You might say it's a mess. It's not a mess because they're really powerful, but they're not well integrated, and now they're starting to take the seams, as I say.
Well, yeah, that's a great point, and I would double down and say, look, I think that boring is good. We had that phase in Kubernetes hype cycle where it got boring, and that was kind of like, boring is good. Boring means we're getting better, we're invisible. That's infrastructure, that's in the weeds, that's in between the toes, details, it's the stuff that, we have to get done. So, you look at their 40 new data sources with Data Wrangler, 50 new app flow connectors, Redshift, AutoCloud. This is boring, good, important shit, Dave.
The governance stuff?
You got to get it, and the governance is going to be key. So to me, this may not jump off the page. Adam's keynote also felt a little bit of, we got to get these gaps done in a good way. So I think that's a very positive sign. Now, going back to the bigger picture, I think the real question is, can there be another independent cloud, data cloud? And that's, to me, what I try to get at my story, and your breaking analysis kind of hit a home run on this, is there's interesting opportunity for an independent data cloud. Meaning something that isn't AWS, that isn't Google, isn't one of the big three, that could sit on its own. Let me give you an example. I had a conversation last night with a bunch of ex-Amazonian engineering teams that left. The conversation was interesting, Dave. They were like talking, well, Databricks and Snowflake are basically batch, okay, not transactional. And you look at Aerospike, I can see their booth here. Transactional databases are hot right now. Streaming data is different. Confluent's different than Databricks. Is Databricks good at hosting? No, Amazon's better. So you start to see these kinds of questions come up where, Databricks is great, but maybe not good for this, that, and the other thing. So you start to see the formation of swim lanes or visibility into where people might sit in the ecosystem. But what came out was transactional, and batch, the relationship there, and streaming real time, and versus the transactional data. So you're starting to see these new things emerge. Andy, what's your take on this? You're following this closely. This seems to be the alpha nerd conversation, and it all points to who's going to have the best data cloud, say data supercloud, as I call it. What's your take?
Yes, data cloud is important as well, but also the computational that goes on top of it too, right? Because when the data is like unstructured data, it's that much of a huge data, it's going to be hard to do that with a low amount of, compute power. But going back to your data point, the training of the AI ML models require the batch data, right? That's when you need all the historical data to train your models. And then after that, when you do inference of it, that's when you need the streaming real-time data that's available to you so you can make an inference. One of the things what they also announced, which is somewhat interesting, is you saw that they have like 700 different instances geared towards every single workload. And there are some of them very specifically run on the Amazon's new chip, the Inference Inf2 and the Trainium TR1 chips. That basically not only has a specific instances, but also is run on a high-powered chip. And then if you have the data to support that, both the training as well as towards the inference, the efficiency, again, those numbers have to be proven. They claim that it could be anywhere between 40 to 60% faster.
Well, so a couple things. You're definitely right. I mean, Snowflake started out as a data warehouse that was simpler, and it's not architected, in its first wave to do real-time inference. It's not. Now, how could they? The second point is, Snowflake's 2 or 3 years ahead when it comes to governance, data sharing. I mean, Amazon's doing what it always does. It's copying, it's customer driven, because They probably walk into an account and they say, hey, look what Snowflake's doing for us. This stuff's kicking ass. And they go, oh, that's a good idea, let's do that too. You saw that with separating compute from storage, which is their tiering. You saw it today with extending data sharing, Redshift data sharing. So, how does Snowflake and Databricks approach this? They do it with ecosystem. They bring in ecosystem partners, they bring in open source tooling, and that's how they compete. I think there's unquestionably an opportunity for a data cloud.
Yeah, and I think the super cloud conversation, and then Sky Cloud with Berkeley paper, and other folks talking about this kind of pre-multi-cloud era. I mean, that's what I would call us right now. We're kind of in the pre-era of multi-cloud, which, by the way, is not even yet defined. I think people use that term, Dave, to say, oh, it's some sort of magical thing that's happening. Yeah, people have multiple clouds. They end up by default, not by design, as Dell likes to say. And they got to deal with it. So it's more of they're inheriting multiple cloud environments. It's not necessarily what they want in the situation. So to me, that is a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to your Snowflake and Databricks announcements, they're a data company. So that's how they made their mark in the market, saying that, I do all these things, therefore I had to have your data, because it's a seamless data. And Amazon is catching up with that, with a lot of their announcements they made. How far it's going to get traction, to change? One has to see.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no doubt about it, Dave. I think what Swami's doing, if Amazon can corner the market on out-of-the-box ML and AI capabilities so that people can make it easier, that's going to be, at the end of the day, a tell sign. Can they fill in the gaps? Again, boring is good. Competition, I don't know. I mean, I'm not following the competition, Andy. This is a real question mark for me. I don't know where they stand. Are they more comprehensive? Are they more deeper? They have deeper services. I mean, obviously, he shows all the different capabilities. Where does Amazon stand? What's the prospects?
So particularly when it comes to the models, so they're going at a different angle that, I will help you create the models. We talked about the zero ATL and the whole data. We'll get the data sources in, we'll create the model, we'll move the whole model. We're talking about the MLOps teams here, right? And they have that whole functionality that they built and that they've matured over the years. So essentially they want to become the platform that when you come in, I'm the only platform you would use, from the model training to deployment to inference to model versioning to management, the whole 9 years. And that's the angle they're trying to take. So it's as a one source platform.
What about this idea of technical debt? Adrian Cockcroft was on yesterday, John. I know you talked to him as well. He said, look, Amazon's Legos. You want to buy a toy for Christmas, you can go out and buy a toy. Or do you want to build a toy? If you buy a toy in a couple of years, it could break. And what are you going to do? You're going to throw it out. But if part of your Lego needs to be extended, you extend it. So, George Gilbert was saying, well, there's a lot of technical debt. Adrian was countering that. Does Amazon have technical debt, or is that Lego blocks analogy the right one?
Well, I talked to him about the debt, and one of the things we talked about was, what do you optimize for? EC2 APIs or Kubernetes APIs? It depends on what team you're on. If you're on the runtime team, you're going to optimize for Kubernetes, but EC2 is the resources you want to use. So I think the idea of the 15 years of technical debt, I don't believe that. I think the APIs are still hardened. The issue that he brings up that I think is relevant is, it's an and situation, not an or. You can have the bag of Legos, which is the primitives, and build a durable application platform, monitor it, customize it, work with it, build it. It's harder, but the outcome is durability and sustainability. Building a toy, having a toy with those Legos glued together for you, you can get to play with, but it'll break over time, then you got to replace it. So there's going to be a toy business, and there's going to be a Legos business, make your own. So
who are the toys in AI?
Well, out of the box.
And who's out of the Legos?
So you're asking about what toys Amazon building?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon clearly is Lego blocks.
If people are going to have out-of-the-box solutions,
what about Google? What about Microsoft? Are they basically more building toys, more solutions?
So Google is more of building solutions angle, like I give you an API kind of thing. But if it comes to vertical industry solutions, Microsoft is ahead, right? Because they have had years of industry experience. I mean, there are other smaller clouds that are trying to do that too, IBM being an example. But now they are starting to go after the specific industry use cases. They think that through. For example, the medical one we talked about, right? So they want to build the health lake, security health lake that they're trying to build, which will HIPAA compliant, and it'll provide all the European regulations, the whole 9 yards, and it'll help you personalize things as you need as well. For example, if you go for a certain treatment, it could analyze you based on your genome profile, saying that the treatment for this particular person has to be individualized this way. But doing that requires enormous power, right? So if you do applications like that, you could bring in a lot of this, whether healthcare, finance, or what have you, and then it'd be easy for them to use.
What's the biggest mistake customers make when it comes to machine intelligence, AI, machine learning?
So many things, right? I could start out with even the model. Basically, when you build a model, you should be able to figure out how long that model is effective, because as good as creating a model and going to the business and doing things the right way, there are people that they leave the model much longer than it's needed. It's hurting your business more than it is. It could be things like that. Or you're not building a responsible AI-related things. You're having a bias in your model. There are so many issues. I don't know if I can pinpoint one, but there are many, many issues. Responsible AI, ethical AI.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage. Here, day 3 at reInvent. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante, with Andy joining us here for the critical analysis and breaking down the commentary. We'll be right back with more coverage after this short break. Hello, and welcome back to theCUBE's AWS reInvent 2022 coverage. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Got a great lineup here. Itamar Anakorian, SVP Technology Alliance at Qlik, and Peter McDonald, Vice President, Cloud Partnerships and Business Development at Snowflake. We're going to talk about bringing SAP data to life, a joint Snowflake, Qlik, and AWS solution. Gentlemen, thanks for coming on theCUBE, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So let's get started. Introduce yourselves to the audience, then we're going to jump into what you guys are doing together. Unique relationship here, really compelling solution in cloud, big story about applications and scale this year. Let's introduce yourselves. Peter, we'll start with you.
Great. I'm Peter McDonald. I'm Vice President of Cloud Partners and Business Development here at Snowflake. On the Cloud Partners side, that means I manage the AWS relationship along with Microsoft and Google Cloud. What we do together in terms of complementary products, GTM, co-selling, things like that, and importantly, working with other third parties like Qlik for joint solutions. On business development, it's negotiating custom commercial partnerships, large companies like Salesforce and Dell, smaller companies like most of our venture portfolio.
Thanks, Peter, and hi, John. It's great to be back here. So I'm Itamar Anakorian. I'm the Senior Vice President responsible for technology alliances here at Qlik. With that, I'm on strategic alliances, including our key partners in the cloud, including Snowflake and AWS. I've been in the data and analytics enterprise software market for 20 plus years, and my main focus is product management, marketing, alliances, and business development. I joined Qlik about 3.5 years ago through the acquisition of Opportunity, which is now the foundation for Qlik data integration. So again, we focus in my team on creating joint solution alignments with our key partners to provide more value to our customers.
Great to have both you guys, senior executives in the industry, on theCUBE here, talking about data. Obviously, bringing SAP data to life is the theme of this segment, but this reInvent, it's all about the data, big data end-to-end story, a lot about data being intrinsic, as the CEO says on stage, around in the organizations in all aspects. Take a minute to explain what you guys are doing from a company standpoint, Snowflake and Qlik, and the solutions. Why here at AWS? Peter, we'll start with you at Snowflake. What you guys do as a company, your mission, your focus.
Sounds great, John. Yeah, so here at Snowflake, we focus on the data platform. And until recently, data platforms required expensive on-prem hardware appliances. And despite all that expense, customers had capacity constraints, paid expensive maintenance, and had limited functionality. That all impeded these organizations from reaching their goals. Snowflake is a cloud-native SaaS platform, and we've become so successful because we've addressed these pain points and have other new special features. For example, securely sharing data across both the organization and the value chain without copying the data. Support for new data types such as JSON and unstructured data, and also advanced in database data governance. Snowflake integrates with complementary AWS services and other partner products, so we can enable holistic solutions that include, for example, here, both Qlik and AWS SageMaker and Comprehend, and bring those to joint customers. Our customers want to convert data into insights along with advanced analytics platforms and AI. That is how they make holistic data-driven solutions that will give them competitive advantage. With Snowflake, our approach is to focus on customer solutions that leverage data from existing systems such as SAP. wherever they are in the cloud or on-premise. And to do this, we leverage partners like AWS to help customers transform their businesses. We provide customers with a premier data analytics platform as a result. Itamar, why don't you talk about Qlik a little bit, and then we can dive into the specific SAP solution here and some trends.
Sounds great, Peter. So Qlik provides modern data integration and analytics software used by over 38,000 customers worldwide. Our focus is to help our customers turn data into value and help them close the gap between data all the way through insight and action. We offer Qlik Data Integration and Qlik Data Analytics. Qlik Data Integration helps to automate the data pipelines to deliver data to where they want to use them in real time and make the data ready for analytics. And then Qlik Data Analytics is a robust platform for analytics and business intelligence. It's been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for over 11 years now in the market. And both of these come together into what we call Qlik Cloud, which is our SaaS-based platform, so providing a more seamless way to consume all these services and accelerate time to value with customer solutions. In terms of partnerships, both Snowflake and AWS are very strategic to us here at Qlik, so we have a very comprehensive investment to ensure strong joint value proposition we can bring to our mutual customers. Everything from aligning our roadmaps through optimizing and validating integrations, collaborating on best practices, packaging joint solutions like the one we'll talk about today. And with that investment, we are an elite level, top level partner with Snowflake. We validate our technology. It's Snowflake ready across the entire product set. And we have hundreds of joint customers together. And with AWS, we've also partnered for a long time. We're here at reInvent. We've been here in the first reInvent since the inaugural one. So it kind of gives you an idea for how long we've been working with AWS. We provide very comprehensive integration with AWS data analytics services. And we have several competencies ranging from data analytics to migration and modernization. So that's our focus. And again, we're excited about working with Snowflake and AWS to bring solutions together to market.
Well, I'm looking forward to unpacking the solution specifically, and congratulations on the continued success of both your companies. We've been following them obviously for a really long time, and seeing the platform evolve beyond just SaaS and a lot more going on in cloud these days. It's kind of next generation emerging. We're seeing a lot of macro trends that are going to be powering some of the things we're going to get into real quickly. But before we get into the solution, what are some of those power dynamics in the industry that you're seeing in trends specifically that are impacting your customers that are taking us down this road of getting more out of the data, and specifically the SAP, but in general, trends and dynamics, what are you hearing from your customers? Why do they care? Why are they going down this road? Peter, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start, thanks. Yeah, I'd say we continue to see customers being very eager to transform their businesses, and they know they need to leverage technology and data to do so. They're also increasingly depending upon the cloud to bring that agility, that elasticity, new functionality necessary to react in real time to ever-evolving customer needs. You look at what's happened over the last 3 years, and boy, the macro environment, customers, it's all changing so fast. With our partnerships with AWS, in Qlik, we've been able to bring to market innovative solutions like the one we're announcing today that spans all three companies. It provides a holistic solution and an integrated solution for our customers.
Itamar, let's get into it. You've been with theCUBE, you've seen the journey, you have your own journey, many years, you've seen the waves. What's going on now? I mean, what's the big wave? What's the dynamic powering this trend?
Yeah, in a nutshell, I'll call it, it's all about time. It's time to value, it's about real-time data. I'll kind of talk about that a bit. So, you hear a lot about the data being the new oil, but it's definitely, we see more and more customers seeing data as the critical enabler for innovation and digital transformation. They look for ways to monetize data. They look as the data as the way in which they can innovate and bring different value to their customers. So we see customers want to use more data, so they get more value from data. We definitely see them wanting to do it faster, right, than before. And we definitely see them looking for agility and automation as ways to accelerate time to value and also reduce overall costs. I did mention real-time data. So we definitely see more and more customers that want to be able to act and make decisions based on fresh data. So yesterday's data is just not good enough.
Yeah.
It's got to be down to the hour, down to the minute, and sometimes even lower than that. And then I think we're also seeing customers look to their core business systems where they have a lot of value, like the SAP, like mainframe, and thinking, okay, our core data is there. How can we get more value from this data? So that's key things we see all the time with customers.
You know, we did a big editorial segment this year on, we call data as code. Data as code is kind of a riff on infrastructure as code, and you start to see data becoming, proliferating into all aspects. Fresh data is not just where you store it, it's how you share it, it's how you turn it into an application, intrinsically involved in all aspects. This is the big theme this year, and that's driving all the conversation here at reInvent, and I'm guaranteeing you it's going to happen for another 5 and 10 years. It's not stopping. So I got to get into the solution. You guys mentioned SAP, and you've announced the solution by Qlik, Snowflake, and AWS for your customers using SAP. Can you share more about this solution? What's unique about it? Why is it important, and why now? Peter, Itamar, we'll start with you first.
Let me jump in. I'll jump because I'm excited. You know, we're very excited about this solution. And it's also a solution, by the way, and again, we've seen proven customer success with it. So to your point, it's ready to scale, it's starting. I think we're going to see a lot of companies doing this over the next few years. But before we jump to the solution, let me maybe take a few minutes just to clarify the need, why we're seeing customers jump to do this. So customers that use SAP, they use it to manage the core of their business. So think order processing management, finance, inventory, supply chain, and so much more. So if you're running SAP in your company, that data creates a great opportunity for you to drive innovation and modernization. So what we see customers want to do, they want to do more with that data. And more means they want to take SAP with non-SAP data and use it together to drive new insights. They want to use real-time data to drive real-time analytics, which they couldn't do to date. They want to bring together descriptive with predictive analytics, so adding machine learning and AI to drive more value from the data. And naturally, they want to do it faster, so find ways to iterate faster on their solutions, have freedom with the data and agility. And I think this is really where cloud data platforms like Snowflake and AWS, bring that value to be able to drive that. Now, to do that, you need to unlock the SAP data, which is a lot of also where Qlik comes in, because typical challenges these customers run into is the complexity inherent in SAP data. Tens of thousands of tables, proprietary formats, complex data models, licensing restrictions, and more. Then you have performance issues they usually run into. How do we handle the throughput, the volumes, while maintaining low latency and impact? Where do we find knowledge to really understand how to get all of this done? So these are the things we've looked at when we came together to create a solution and make it unique. So when you think about its uniqueness, because we put together a lot, and I'll go through 3-4 key things that come together to make this unique. First is about data delivery. How do you handle the SAP data delivery? So how do you get it from ECC, from HANA, from S4HANA? How do you deliver the data and the metadata and how that integration well into Snowflake? And what we've done is we focused a lot on optimizing that process and the continuous ingestion, so the real-time ingestion of the data in a way that works really well with the Snowflake system, Data Cloud. Second thing is we looked at SAP data transformation. So once the data arrives at Snowflake, how do we turn it into being analytics ready? So that's where data transformation and data warehouse automation come in. And these are all elements of this solution. So creating derivative data sets, creating data marts, and all of that is done by, again, creating an optimized integration that pushes down SQL-based transformations so they can be processed inside Snowflake, leveraging its powerful engine, right? And then the third element is bringing together data visualization analytics that can also take all the data now that's been organized inside Snowflake, bring other data in, bring machine learning from SageMaker, and then you got to create a seamless integration to bring analytic applications to life. And so these are all things we put together in the solution. And maybe the last point is we actually take the next step with this, and we created something we refer to as solution accelerators, which we're really, really keen about. Think about these as pre-packaged templates for common business analytic needs, like order to cash, finance, inventory, And we can maybe dig into that a little more later, but this gets the next level of value to the customers, all built into this joint solution.
Yeah, I want to get into accelerators, but real quick, Peter, your reaction to this solution, what's unique about it? I mean, obviously Snowflake, we've been seeing the progression, data applications, more developers developing on top of Snowflake, data as code kind of implies developer ecosystem. This is kind of interesting. I mean, you got partnering with Qlik and AWS, it's kind of a developer-like thinking, real solution. What's unique about this SAP solution that's different than what customers can get anywhere else or not?
Yeah, well listen, I think first of all, you have to start with the idea of the solution. This is three companies coming together to build a holistic solution that is all about, creating a great opportunity to turn SAP data into value, as Idmar was talking about. That's really what we're talking about here. And there's a lot of technology underneath it. I'll talk more about the Snowflake technology, what's involved here, and then cover some of the AWS pieces as well. But we're focusing on getting that value out and accelerating time to value for our joint customers. As Idmar was saying, there's a lot of complexity with the SAP data and a lot of value there. How can we manage that in a pre-packaged way, bringing together best-of-breed solutions with proven capabilities and bring this to market quickly for our joint customers? Snowflake and AWS have been strong partners for a number of years now. And that's not only on how Snowflake runs on top of AWS, but also how we integrate with their complementary analytics and ML products. And so, we want to be able to leverage those in addition to what Qlik is bringing in terms of the data transformations, bringing data out of SAP and the visualization as well. All very critical. And then we want to bring in the predictive analytics that AWS brings in with SageMaker. I'll talk about that a little bit later on. Some of the technologies that we're leveraging are some of our latest cutting edge technologies that really make things easier for both our partners and our customers. For example, Qlik leverages Snowflake's recently released Snowpark for Python functionality to push down those data transformations from Qlik into Snowflake that Idmar's mentioning. And while we also leverage Snowpark for integrations with Amazon SageMaker. So there's a lot of great new technology that just makes this easy and compelling for customers.
I think that's the big word, easy button here for what may look like a complex kind of integration, kind of turnkey, really, really compelling example of the modern era we're living in, as we always say in theCUBE. You mentioned accelerators, SAP accelerators. Can you give an example of how that works with the technology from the third-party providers to deliver this business value, Idmar? Because that was an interesting comment. What's the example? Give an example of this accelerator.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is something that really makes this truly unique in the industry, and again, a great opportunity for customers. So we kind of talked earlier about there's a lot of things that need to be done with the SAP data to turn it to value, and these accelerators, as the name suggests, are designed to do just that, to kind of jumpstart the process and reduce the time and the risk involved in such projects. So again, these are prepackaged templates. We basically took a lot of knowledge, a lot of configurations, best practices about how to get things done, and we put them together. So think about all the steps. It includes things like data extraction. So already knowing which tables, all the relevant tables that you need to get data from in the context of the solution you're looking for, say like order to cash. We'll get back to that one. How do you continuously deliver that data into Snowflake in an efficient and manner? Handling things like data type mappings, metadata naming conventions and transformations, the data models you build all the way to data mart definitions, and all the transformations that have the data needs to go through, moving through steps until it's fully analytics ready. And then on top of that, even adding a library of comprehensive analytic dashboards and integrations to machine learning and AI, and put all of that in a way that's pre-integrated and tested to work with Snowflake and AWS. So this is where, again, you get this entire recipe that's ready. So take for example, I think I mentioned order to cash. So again, all these things I just talked about, I mean, for those who are not familiar, I mean, order to cash is a critical business process for every organization. So especially if you're in retail, manufacturing, enterprise, it's a big, this is where, starting with booking a sales order, following by fulfilling the order, billing the customer, then managing the accounts receivable when the customer actually pays, right? So this whole process, you got sales order fulfillment, and the billing impacts customer satisfaction. You got receivable payments, that impacts working capital, cash liquidity. So again, as a result, this order to cash process is a lifeblood for many businesses, and it's critical to optimize and understand. So the solution accelerator we created specifically for order to cash takes care of understanding all these aspects and the data that needs to come with it. So everything we outlined before to make the data available in Snowflake in a way that's really useful for downstream analytics, along with dashboards that are already common for that use case. So again, this enables customers to gain real-time visibility into their sales orders, fulfillment, accounts receivable performance. That's what the accelerators are all about. And very similarly, we have another one, for example, for finance analytics, right? So this will optimize financial data reporting, helps customers get insights into our inventory analytics. That helps with, improved planning and inventory management, utilization, increased efficiencies, so in supply chain. So again, these accelerators really help customers get a jump start and move faster with their solutions.
Peter, this is the easy button. We just talked about getting things going, get the ball rolling, get some acceleration. Big part of this is with the three companies coming together doing this.
Yeah, and to build on what Idmar just said, the SAP data obviously has tremendous value. Those sales orders, distribution data, financial data, bringing that into Snowflake makes it easily accessible, but also it enables it to be combined with other data too. It's one of the things that Snowflake does so well. So you can get a full view of the end-to-end process and the business overall. For example, I'll just take one example that may not come to mind right away, but looking at the impact of weather conditions on supply chain.
Because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech. Yeah. Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. No consumer opens up their iPhone and says, "Oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone."
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
Filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz?
More skin in the game.
Today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great. You guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello friends, and welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, where we are live from the show floor at AWS reInvent. My name is Savannah Peterson, joined by my fabulous co-host, John Furrier. John, how was your lunch?
My lunch was great. It wasn't very complex like IT is today, so it was very
appropriate
easy.
for the conversation we're about to have.
Great guests coming up, CUBE alumni, and great conversation around complexity and how it's well being tamed. It's be good.
Yes, and on that note, let's welcome John from Do It, as well as Danny from Infinox. I swear I'll be able to say that right by the end of this. Thank you guys so much for being here. How's the show going for you?
Excellent. So far it's been a great event, back to pre-COVID days.
You're still smiling day 3, that's an awesome sign. John, what about you?
Fantastic, it's been busier than ever.
That's exciting. I think we certainly feel that way here on theCUBE. We're doing dozens of videos, it's absolutely awesome. Just in case we can dig in a little deeper throughout the rest of the segment, just in case the audience isn't familiar, let's get them acquainted with your companies. Let's start with Do It, John.
Yeah, thanks, Savannah. So Do It is a global technology company, and we're partnering with the leading cloud providers around the world and digital native companies to provide value and solve complexity, John, to your introductory point, with all of the complexities associated with operating in the cloud, scaling a business in the cloud. A lot of companies are just looking to sort of have somebody else take care of that problem for them, or have somebody they can call when they run into problems scaling. And so with a combination of advanced technology, some of the best cloud experts in the world, and unlimited tech support, we're offloading a lot of those problems for our customers, and we're doing that on a global basis, so it's an exciting time.
I can imagine pretty much everyone here on the show floor is dealing with that challenge of complexity, so a couple customers for you in the house. What about you, Danny?
I come from a company which operates in the financial industry market, so we're essentially a global broker, financial trading broker, which what this means for those people who don't really understand, essentially we allow clients to be able to trade digitally and speculate with different pricing tools online. We offer different products for different type of clients. We have institutional clients, we've got our affiliates, partners programs, and we've got the retail clients. And this is where AWS and Do It comes handy, allows us to offer our products digitally across the globe. And one of the key values for us here is that we can actually offer a product in regions where other people don't. So for example, we don't compete in North America, we don't compete in EME in Europe, but we use Do It in AWS to solve our complex challenges in regions that naturally, depending on where they're based, they have like issues, and that's how we deliver our product.
And which regions in Latin America?
LATAM, the entire Africa subcontinent, Middle East, Southeast Asia. The culture is just demographic is different, and what you used to have here is not exactly what you have over there, and obviously that brings a lot of challenges with onboarding and clients, deposit, trading activities, CDN, latency, all of that stuff.
It's interesting how each region's different in their posture with the cloud. Some want to roll their own, some want out of the box. So again, this brings up this theme this year, guys, which is about end-to-end, seeing purpose-built, like specialty solutions, a lot of solutions. And going end-to-end with data, it kind of makes it more complicated. So again, we got more complexity coming, but the greatest of the cloud is you can abstract that away. So we are seeing this is a big opportunity for partners to innovate. You're seeing a lot of joint engineering, a lot more complexities coming still, but still end-to-end is the end game, so to speak.
Absolutely, John. I mean, one of the sort of ways we describe what we try to do for our customers like Infonox is to be your co-pilot in the cloud, which essentially means,
what an apt analogy.
I think so, yeah.
Well done there.
I think it works, Savannah, yeah. So as I mentioned, the majority or almost all of our customers are pretty sophisticated, tech-savvy companies. So they don't, they know for the most part what they're trying to achieve. They're approaching scale, they're at scale, or they're through that scale point. And they just want to have somebody they can call, right? They need technology to help abstract away the complex problems so they're not doing so much manual cloud operational work. Or sometimes they just need help picking the next tech, right, to solve the end-to-end use case that they're dealing with in the business.
And Danny, you're rolling out solutions, so you're on the front lines. You want to make it easier. You don't want to get in the weeds on something that should be taken care of.
Correct. I mean, one of the reasons we got Do It is you need to, in order to involve Do It, you need to know your problems, understand your challenges, almost like a self-review. And you have to be one way, halfway through the cloud journey. You need to know your problems, what you want to achieve, where you want to end up, a roadmap for the next 5 years, what you want to achieve, are you fixing or developing a building, and then involve those guys to come and help you, because they cannot just come with magic wand and fix all your problems. You need to do that yourself. It's not like starting the journey by yourself.
Yeah, one thing that's not played up in this event, I will say, I don't know if they missed, maybe Werner will hit it tomorrow, but I think they kind of missed it a little bit. But the developer productivity has been a big issue. We've seen that this year. One of the big themes on theCUBE is developer productivity, more velocity on the development side to keep pace with what solutions are rolling out to customers. And the other one is skills gap. So, and people have old skills, like we see VMware being bought by Broadcom, for instance. You got a lot of IT operators at VMware, they got to go cloud somewhere. So you got new talent, existing talent, skill gaps, people are comfortable, yet the new stuff's there, developers got to be more productive. How do you guys see that? Because that's going to be, how that plays out is going to impact the channel, the partnership relationship, your ability to deliver. What's your reaction to that?
First? Yeah. Well, I think we obviously have a tech-savvy team. We've got developers, we've got DevOps, we've got infrastructure guys, but we only got so much resource that we can afford, and essentially by involving do it, I've doubled our staff. So we got a tech-savvy senior solution architects, which comes to do the sexy stuff, actually develop and design a new, better offering, better product that makes us competitive. And this is where we involve, essentially we use the do-it staff as an Infinix staff, employees at our demand. There's literally an army of qualified people. We can actually cherry pick who we want for the code to do X, Y, and Z, and they're there to support you. You just have to ask for help. And this is how we fill our gap from technical skills or budget constrained within, within recruitment.
And I think what Danny is touching on, John, what you mentioned, is really the sort of the core founding principle of the company, right? It's hard enough for companies like Infinix to hire staff that can help them build their business and deliver the value proposition that they see, right? And so our reason for existence is to sort of take care of the rest, right? We can help, operate your cloud, show you the most effective way to do that, whether they're FinOps problems, whether they're DevOps problems, whether DevSecOps problems, all of these sort of classic operational problems that get in the way of the core business mission. You're not in the business of running the cloud. You're in the business of delivering customer value. We can help you, manage your cloud.
And it's your job to do it.
It is our job to do it.
Couldn't resist the pun there. How long have you all been working together?
I would say 15 months. We took a bit of a conservative approach. We hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So I didn't trust do it. I give them one account, start with Dev, UAT, SIT, because you just have to learn the journey yourself. So I think my advice for clients is give it 6 months. Once you establish the relationship, build the relationship, give them one by one, start slowly. You actually understand by yourself the skills, the capacity that they have, and also for me, consultancy is really important. And after that, it just opens up, and we are now involving them. We've got a new project, we've got problem statement. The first thing we do, we don't Google it, we just say do it. Log a ticket, we got the team.
You're a verb.
Yeah.
So
in this case, we happen to be a verb.
The puns are endless here on theCUBE in general, but with something like that, it's great.
I got to ask you a question because this is interesting, John. We talked last year on theCUBE, and again, this is an example of how innovation's playing out. If you look at the announcements Adam Selesky did, and then Swami had 13 or so announcements, I won't say it's getting boring, but when you hear boring is good. When you start getting into these gaps in the platforms as it grows, I won't say that was boring, because that really wasn't boring. I like the data
It's
stuff.
all fascinating, John.
But it's a lot of gap filling. 50 connectors, you got, all glue layers being built in, the AI is critical. The maturation of the cloud is there. What's the innovation? You got a lot of gaps being filled. Boring is good, like Kubernetes we say there. Boring means it's being invisible. That means it's going away. What's the exciting things from your perspective in cloud here?
Well, boring is an interesting word to use, because a company with the heritage of AWS is constantly evolving. At the core of that company's culture is innovation, technology development and innovation. And they're building for builders, as you know just as well as I do. Yeah. And so, but what we find across our customer base is that companies that are scaling or at scale are using maybe a smaller set of those services, but they're really leveraging them in interesting ways. And there is a very long tail of deeper, more sophisticated, fit for purpose, more specific services. And Adam announced, who knows how, another 20 or 30 services, and it's happening year after year after year. And I think one of the things that Danny might attest to is, I spoke about the reason we exist and the reason we formed the company, is we hold it a very critical part of our mission is to stay abreast of all of those developments as they emerge, so that Danny and his crew don't have to. Right? And so when they have a question about SageMaker, or they have a question about sort of the new big data service that Adam has announced, we take it very seriously. Our job is to be able to answer that question quickly and accurately.
And I noticed your shirt, if you can just give a little shirt there, FinOps, CloudOps, DevOps, do it. The intersection of the finance, the tuning is now, we're hearing a lot of price performance, cost recovery, not cost recovery, but cost management.
Yeah,
so
optimization.
We're seeing building scale, but now tuning, almost a craft. The craft of the cloud is here. What's your reaction to that?
It absolutely is, and this is a story as old as the cloud, honestly. And companies, companies tend to follow the same sort of maturity journey when they first started, whether they're migrating to the cloud or they were born in the cloud, as most of our customers are. There's an access, a visibility, and understanding, an optimization, a tuning, a craft, to use your term, and cost management truly is a 10-year-old problem that is as prevalent and relevant today as it was 10 years ago. And there's a lot of talk about the economics associated with the cloud, and it's certainly not always cheaper to run. In fact, it rarely is cheaper to run your business from any of the public cloud providers. The key is to do it and right-size it and make sure it's operating in accordance and alignment with your business, right? It's okay for cloud costs to go up, so long as your top line is also going up proportionally.
You spend more cloud to save cloud. That's
It's penny wise, pound foolish. It's always a little bit, of a dilemma.
On the cost saving, we didn't want to just save money. If you want to save money, just shut down your services, right? So it's about making money. So this is where it comes. Like we actually start making. Okay, we spend a bit more now, but in about 6 months' time, I will be making more money. And we've just did that. We've rolled out a new application we rolled out a new product offering, hosted on AWS fully with the guys. Support a lot of long, boring calls. But they are productive because we actually now have a better product, competitive. It's tailored for our clients, it's cost effective, and we're actually making money.
When something's invisible, it's working. You know, talking about it means it's operational. It's
exactly.
Well, to that point, John, one of the things we're most proud of this year was the launch of our product we called FlexSave, which essentially does exactly what you've described. It's looking for automation and automatic ways of, yes, saving money, but offering you opportunities to improve the economics associated with your cloud infrastructure.
Yeah, and improving the efficiency across the board.
100%.
It's awesome. It's my understanding there's some reporting and insights that you're able to then translate through from Do It to your CTO and across the company. Danny, what's that like? What do you get to see working with them?
Well, the problem is like the CTO asked me to do all of that. It's funny, he thinks that he's doing it, but essentially they have an excellent portal that basically looks up all of our instances on the one place. You got like good analytics on your cost anomalies, budget, cost allocation, but I didn't want to do that either. So what I have done is taking the next step. I actually sold this to my company completely. So my finance teams goes there, they do it themselves, they log in, check all the billing, the cost allocation. I actually has zero iteration with them if I don't hear anything from them, which is one of the benefits. But also there is a lot of other products like the FlexSafe is literally like, you just click a finger and you start saving money. It's just like that. Easy.
It's that easy button we've been talking about on the show.
Exactly,
totally,
exactly how it is. But there is obviously outside of the cost management, you actually can look at what is the resource you're using. Do you actually need it? How often you use it? Think about the long-term goal, what you're trying to achieve, and use the analytics to, and actually I have to say the analytics is much better than AWS in CMP. It's just more user-friendly, more interactive, as opposed to building the one in AWS.
It's a good business model. Make things easy for your customers, simple to use.
It's got to be nice to hear, John.
Well, so first of all, thank you, Danny. We work, but in all seriousness, we work. Danny mentioned the trust word earlier. This is at the core of, if we're not able to build trust with our clients, our business is dead. It just doesn't exist. It can't scale. In fact, it'll go the opposite direction. And so we work very, very hard to earn that trust, and we're willing to start small. To Danny's example, start small and grow. And that's why one of the things we're most proud of is how few customers tend to leave us year over year. We have customers that have been with us for 10 years.
Andy Jassy always has, I just saw an interview, him was on the New York Times event in New York today as the CEO of Amazon, but he's always said in these build out phases, you got to work backwards from the customer and innovate on behalf of the customer, because that's the answer that will always be a good answer for the outcome versus optimizing for just profit, you know what I'm saying, or other things. So we're still in build out mode.
As a core fundamental sort of product concept, if you're not solving important problems for a customer, why are you investing? It just doesn't make any sense.
This is the beauty we do it. They wait for you to come to do the next step. They don't sell me anything. They don't bug me with emails. They're ready. When you're ready to make that journey, you just log a ticket and then come and help you. And this is the beauty. It's just natural journey.
I love it. That's a beautiful note to lead us to our new tradition on theCUBE. We have a little bit of a challenge for the both of you.
Uh-oh.
We're looking for your 30-second Instagram reel, thought leadership, sizzle anecdote. Either one of you want to go first? John looks a little nauseous. Danny, you want to give it a go?
Well, we've got a few expressions, but we don't Google it, we just do it. And the key that's what we do now at Infodocs. And also what we do is actually using their staff as an Infodocs employees, literally that's what we do.
Well done.
Well done.
Didn't even need the 30 seconds. No. Fantastic work, Danny. I love that. All right, John, now you do have to go.
Oh goodness. I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier, if that's okay. I think we exist as a company to sort of help our customers get back to focusing on why they started the business in the first place, which is innovating and delivering value to customers, and we'll help you take care of the rest. It's as simple as that.
Awesome.
Well done, you absolutely nailed it. I want to just acknowledge your fan club over there watching. Hello everyone from the Do It team. Good job, team. I love, it's very cute when guests show up with an entourage to theCUBE. We like to see it. You obviously deserve the entourage. You're both wonderful. Thanks again for being here on the show. Oh yeah, go ahead, John.
Well, I would just like to thank Danny for agreeing to sort of
Thanks for
sit with us. And it's been great to spend time with you.
Absolutely.
Well done,
let's do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic, gentlemen. Well, thank you all for tuning in to this wonderful start to the afternoon here from AWS reInvent. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada with John Furrier. My name's Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, good afternoon from Sin City. This is Lisa Martin with Dave Vellante. We are in full swing of theCUBE's 4 days of coverage of AWS reInvent 2022. North of 50,000 people are here. We're hearing hundreds of thousands online. Dave, this is a great event. We've had great conversations. We're going to be having more conversations. One of the things we love talking about on theCUBE is AWS and its ecosystem of partners, and we're going to do just that right now. Brian Henderson joins us, Director of Marketing at Dell Technologies. Mark Chimishat, Director of Worldwide Storage Specialists at AWS, is also here. Guys, it's great to have you.
Great to be here. Great to be here, yeah. Feeling the energy of the show.
Isn't it great?
I know,
it's amazing. It started out high and it has not dropped since Monday night. Brian, talk a little bit about Dell, what you're doing with customers on their cloud journeys. Every customer, every industry is on one at different points in their journey, but what's Dell helping out with there?
What we're here to talk about is the progression that we've seen, right? Cloud has changed a lot over the years, and Dell has really put out a strategy to help people with their cloud journey, kind of wherever they are. So a lot of people have moved full shift. A lot of people see that as another location. And what we're showing at the booth is the idea of taking these enterprise capabilities that people know and trust from Dell, porting them to the cloud, some cases not porting, but just delivering that software in the cloud, as well as taking some of the Kubernetes integrations, EKS Anywhere, bringing that on-prem. So we've got some storage, some data protection, and our Kubernetes integration to talk about at the show.
Awesome. Mark, talk about the role from Amazon's point of view that third-party vendors like Dell Technologies plays in AWS's expanding vision of cloud.
Great, well we're really excited to be partnering with Dell. What we see is historically, as you know, AWS is focused on builders, people put in, and really the developer community who are building those components themselves, putting together really resilient infrastructure and applications today. What we're seeing today is a shift also to the type of customers that we're seeing, more traditional enterprise customers who are demanding really the performance, the scalability, and also the resiliency of what they had on premises, but they want that in the cloud as well. So with Dell, we've got some great solutions that we're partnering on, including Dell PowerFlex that provides that linear scalability and some of the high performance capabilities that our customers are demanding. And also, another big trend that we're seeing is customers being affected by things like, unfortunately, malware events, right, and data protection. So Dell provides some great solutions in both those areas that allow enterprise customers to really experience that mission-critical capability and resiliency that they have on premises in the cloud.
Brian, we've been at this a long time. And I've been hearing,
great to see you again.
I've been hearing my whole career that storage is going to get commoditized. And I guess if you're talking about, spinning disks or flash drives, that's probably true. But if you, as Mark was just saying, if you want resilient storage and things that are recoverable, that don't go down all the time. they're not commodities.
So it's a
real
partnership.
engineering, and you built the stack
Absolutely.
up. So talk about how that connection, what value you bring to the cloud to your customers.
Yeah. So what we see is people are always looking out for enterprise-grade capabilities. So there's going to be a set of offerings, and AWS has a fantastic foundation for building on top of with the marketplace. So what we're able to do is really bring, in some cases, decades worth of investment in software engineering and put these advanced capabilities, whether it be PowerFlex with its linear scale, we'll have a file offering very soon. These products have been built from the ground up to do a very unique purpose. Giving that to people in the cloud is just another location for us. AWS being the market leader, we're the market leader in storage, so us working together for the benefit of customers is really where it's at.
Can you double click on that, Brian, what Dell and AWS, give us all those juicy details.
Sure. So what we've done right before this show is we've put a product called PowerFlex. If you go back to 2018 Scale.io, and you're taking this really linear scaling software-defined architecture and you're putting that in the cloud. What that allows you to do is get that really advanced linear scale performance. You can even span clusters across AWS regions as well as zones. So it's a really unique capability that allows us to be able to check in and do that. In the data protection space, it's a whole separate category. We've been at this actually quite a while. We've got about 14 exabytes of data that's already being protected on the AWS cloud. So we've been at that for quite a while. And the two levels are really, do you want to back that up? Do you want to take a traditional backup application, maybe it's a lift and shift, and I want to back it up the way I used to, and you can do that in the cloud now. Or we're seeing cyber resiliency come up a lot more, and we were just talking right before, it's a question of when, not if.
Yeah.
And so we have to give our customers the option to not only detect that failure event early, but also to separate that copy with the logical air gap.
Cyber resiliency is a topic that we are talking more and more about. It's absolutely critical. We've seen the threat landscape change dramatically in the last couple of years. To your point, Brian, it's no longer, if we think about ransomware, it's no longer, are we going to get hit? It's when, it's how often, it's what's the damage going to be. I think I saw a stat recently that there's one ransomware attack every 11 seconds.
Yeah.
The average cost of breaches is in the millions. So what you're doing together on cyber resiliency for businesses in any industry is table stakes.
Yeah, we just saw a survey it was done earlier this year, a survey, 66% unfortunately of corporations have experienced now a malware attack, and that's an 80% increase year on year from last year.
Wow.
So again, I think that's an opportunity, it's a threat but an opportunity, and so the partnership with Dell really helps to bridge that and helps our customers, or mutual customers, recover from those incidents.
So I think a lot of people might say, okay, this is interesting. Storage guy from Amazon, storage guy from Dell, two leaders, and one might think, why don't they just throw it into S3, right? But you guys both customer driven, customer obsessed.
Yeah.
In the field, what are customers saying to you in terms of how they want you to work together?
Well, I think there's a place for everything. When you say throw it into S3, so S3 today, one of the big trends when you're looking here is just the amount of data. We hear that rhetoric. We've been in storage for many years, and the data always increases up and to the right. But AWS S3 today, we have over 280 trillion objects, and are driving 100 million transactions per second right now. So at that scale, so there's always a place for those. Really, we have hundreds of thousands of customers running their data lakes. So that's always going to be that really, highly reliable, highly durable, highly available solution for data lakes. But customers, there's a lot of different applications out there. So where customers are asking are those enterprise. So we have EBS, for example, which is our great, scalable block storage, elastic block store. We introduced some new volume types like GP2, GP3, and IO2VX, which have that performance. They're still in a single availability zone. So what customers have done historically is say, maybe at the application layer, they put an application layer replication or resiliency across, but customers on-prem, they've relied on the storage layer to do that work for them. So with PowerFlex, that'll span either using instant storage or EBS, building on that really strong foundation, but provide that additional layer to make it easy for customers to get that resiliency and that scalability that Brian talked about.
Yep.
Anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, I mean, to your question, how do we work together, is really, it's all customer driven. So we see customers that are shifting workloads in the cloud for the first time, and it might make sense to take an object like PowerFlex or another storage technology. Maybe you want to compress it a little bit before you send it to the cloud. Maybe you don't want to lift and shift everything. So we have a team of people that works very closely with AWS to be able to determine how are you going to shift that workload out there? Does this make the right sense for you? So it's a very collaborative relationship, and it's all very customer driven, because our customers are saying, I've got assets in the public cloud, and I want them to be managed in a similar fashion to how I'm doing that on-prem.
So customer obsession is clearly on both sides there. We know that.
Slowly,
we know
that's
that.
where it starts.
Exactly, exactly. I want to go back to PowerFlex for a second, Brian, and then I'd love to get an example of a joint customer that really is showing the value of what Dell and AWS are doing together. But question for you on PowerFlex, talk about the value that it offers in the public cloud, and why should customers start there if they are early in this journey?
All right. Yeah, so the two angles are basically, are you coming from PowerFlex or you're coming from cloud? If you're cloud native, the advantage would be things like a really, really advanced block file system that has been built from the ground up to be software defined and pretty much cloud native. What you're getting is that really linear scale up to about 1,000 nodes. You can span that across regions, across availability zones. So it's highly resilient, so if there's a node failure in one site, you're going to rebuild really fast depending on the size of that cluster. So it's a very advanced architecture that's been built to run, we didn't have to change a single line of code to run this product in the cloud because it was cloud native by default. So,
well, that's the thing we also see, and you've seen that with some of the other solutions, but customers really want that. Enterprise customers they want us to make sure those mission critical applications are working and stay up. And so they also want to use the same environment. So we were talking before, we also see use cases where maybe they're using PowerFlex on premises today, and they want to be able to replicate that to a PowerFlex instance in the cloud. So we're seeing those, and then the familiarity with that infrastructure really is that easy path, if you will, for those more conservative, mission critical customers.
So we've learned a lot over the years from AWS's entry into the marketplace, two pizza teams, working backwards. We talk about customer obsession, and also the cloud experience. Brings me to Apex.
Oh yeah.
How does Apex get in here?
Yeah, so Apex is the categorization for all the things that we're doing around a modern cloud experience for Dell customers. So we're taking them also on a journey. There's an as-a-service model, there's a do-it-yourself model, and anything that we do that touches cloud is now being kind of put under that Apex moniker. So everything that we're doing around Project Alpine, enterprise software capabilities in the cloud, do you want someone else to manage it for you? Do you want it in a colo? That might be the right fit for you, is all under that Apex umbrella and journey. So we're kind of still just getting started there, but we've seen a lot of great traction. People want to pay as they go. It's a very popular model that AWS has pretty much set the foundation for. So pay as you go, utility-based pricing. This is all things our customers have been asking for.
Yeah, so Apex, you basically set a baseline, you could dial it up for a period of time, dial it down.
Absolutely.
Very much pay by the drink.
Absolutely.
And it's just, like you said, it's early days.
Yeah.
But that's again, AWS has influenced the business in a lot of different ways.
Well, we see, again, with the Dell, the trust of customers that Dell has built over the years, and having those customers come in, we obviously are getting, again, it's accelerating adoption for, from financial services to healthcare, and all these customers who've relied on Dell for years, moving to the cloud, having that trusted name, and also that infrastructure that's similar and familiar to them, and then the resiliency and just the foundation that we have as AWS, I think it works really well together for those customers.
Well, I think it underscores too the maturity of both AWS and in a lot of ways Dell, right? In the early days of the cloud, it was like, uh-oh. And now it's like, oh, actually big market, customers are demanding this, there's new value that we can create working together.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
It didn't take us that long to get to it, but I'd say we had little fits and starts over the years, and now we've recognized, this is where the future is. It's going to be cloud, it's going to be on-prem, it's going to be edge, it's going to be everything. It's going to be an and world. And so just doing the right thing for customers, I think, is exactly where we've landed. So it's a great partnership.
Do you have a favorite customer story that you think really shines the light on the value of the Dell AWS partnership in terms of the business impact they're making?
We have several large customers that I can't always drop the name, but one of them is a very large video game production company. And we do a lot of work together where they're rendering maybe in-house, they're sending to a shared location, they're copying data over to S3, they're able to let all their editors access that, they bring it back when it's compressed down a little bit and deliver that. We're also doing a lot of work with, I think I can say this, Amazon Thursday night football games. So what they've done there, it's a partner of ours working with AWS. All of the details inside of that roving truck that they drive around, there's a lot of Dell gear within there, and then everything connects back to AWS for that exact same kind of model. We need to get it to the editors on a nightly basis. They're also streaming directly from that truck while they're enabling the editors to access a shared copy of it. So it's really powerful stuff.
Thursday Night Prime is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, some people complaining because they're like, oh, I can't just switch channels during the commercials. I'm like, well, hey, first of all, you can. Second of all, the stats are unbelievable, right? You could just do your own replay when you want to. There's really some cool innovations there.
Yeah.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Very cool innovations. I got one more question for each of you before we wrap.
Okay.
Mark, question for you. We're making a fun Instagram reel. So think about a sizzle reel of, if you were to summarize the show so far, what is AWS's message to its massive audience this year?
Well, that's a big question because we have such a wide, as we mentioned, such a wide-ranging audience. I really see a couple key trends that we're trying to address. One is, and again, don't forget, I'm the storage guy, so it's going to come from an angle from data, right? So I think it's just this volume of data, and that customers are bringing into the cloud, either moving in from enterprises today or organically just growing into, a couple years ago, megabytes were a lot, and now, we're talking about petabytes every day, and soon it's going to be exabytes are going to become the norm. So the big, I'd say, point one is the trend that I see is just the volume of data. And so what we're doing to address that is, obviously, we talked a little bit about S3 and being able to manage the volumes of data, but also things like Data Zone that we introduced because customers are looking to make sure that the right governance and controls to be able to access that data. So I think that's one big thing that I see the theme from the show today. The second thing is around, as I said, about really these enterprise customers really wanting to move in these mission critical applications into the cloud and having kind of that infrastructure to be able to support that easily from what they're doing today and move in quickly. And the third area is around data protection and making sure their data protection and malware recovery. That's a theme that we see. You see is it really, unfortunately, that's today, but being able to recover quickly, both having native services and native offerings, just built-in resiliency into the core platforms like S3 with object lock replication, et cetera, and also partnering with Dell on the cyber recovery and some of the solutions from Dell.
Excellent, and Brian, last question for you. A bumper sticker that succinctly and powerfully describes why Dell and AWS are such awesome partners for customers to use.
Best of both worlds. Right?
Mic drop.
Mic drop, done.
That's awesome. You said that a lot more succinctly.
Enterprise and cloud coming to enterprise.
Yeah, leader meets leader, right?
Yeah, right.
Love it, leader meets leader. Guys, it's been a pleasure having you on theCUBE. We appreciate hearing the latest from AWS and Dell from a storage perspective, but from a cloud perspective and how you're helping customers manage the explosion of data that's not going to slow down.
Right.
We really appreciate you coming by the set.
Thank you.
Great,
thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, appreciate
Our pleasure.
it. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Brian.
For our guests and Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage. Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sin City. We're here at AWS reInvent with wall-to-wall coverage on theCUBE. My name is Savannah Peterson, joined with Dave Vellante, and very excited to have two exciting guests from Qlik and AARP with us. Molly and Samir, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
How's it been so far for you, Molly?
It's been a great show so far. We've got a big booth presence out here. We've had a lot of people coming by, doing demo stations, and just really coming to the voice of the customer. So we've really enjoyed the event so far.
Love a good VOC conversation
Absolutely.
myself. How about for you, Samir?
Oh, it's been great meeting a lot of product folks, meeting a lot of other people trying to do similar things that we're doing, getting confirmation we're doing the right thing, and learning new things. And obviously, here with Molly, it's been a highlight of my experience.
What's the best thing you learned from your peers this week?
Some of the things that we're all talking about is how do we get data in the right place at the right time? And, that's something that people are now starting to think about rather than, doing it and then not only getting it to the right place, but taking insights and taking action on it as it's getting there. So those are the conversations that are getting around in the circle I've been hanging around with.
You hearing the same thing at the booth?
Yeah,
and how are you guys responding?
Well, I think as a company and the shifts in the market, people are really trying to determine what workloads belong in which cloud, what belongs on-prem. And so talking about those real-time transformations, the integration points, the core systems they're coming from, and really how to unlock that data, it's just really powerful and meaningful. So that's been a pretty consistent theme throughout the conference and a lot of conversations that we have on a regular basis.
I believe that. Molly, let's stick with you for a second. Just in case the audience isn't familiar, tell us a little more about Qlik.
Yeah, so Qlik is a robust end-to-end data pipeline, starting with really looking at all of your source systems, whether it's mainframe, SAP, relational database, kind of name your flavor as it's related to sources, getting those sources over into the target landing spot, whether it be Amazon or other cloud players, or even if you're managing hybrid workloads. So that's kind of one piece of the end-to-end platform. And then the second piece is really having all that data, analytics ready, coming right through that real-time data pipeline, and really being able to use the data, to monetize the data, to make sense of the data, and then Qlik really does all that data preparation work underneath the visualization layer, which is where all the work happens, and then you get to see the output of that through the visualization of Qlik, which is, the dashboards, the things that people are used to seeing.
I love that. So at AARP, what are you using Qlik for? What sort of dashboards are you pulling together?
So when we started our journey to AWS, we knew that we're going to have our applications, they're distributed in the cloud, but again, how do we get the data there in the right place at the right time? So as members are taking action, they're calling into the call center, using our website, using our mobile apps, we wanted to be able to take that information, stream it. So we use Qlik to take those changes when they happen, as they happen, be able to stream it to Kafka, and then push that data out to the applications that need it in the time that they needed it. So instead of waiting for a batch job to happen overnight, we're able to now push this data in real time, and by doing that, we're able to personalize the engagement for our members. So if you come in, we know what you're doing, we can personalize the value that we put in front of you, and just make that engagement a lot more engaging for you. And in the channel that you choose to want to come in with, right? Rather than a channel that we're trying to push to you.
Everyone wants that personalized experience. As we discussed, I love AARP. I've done a lot of work with AARP. I look forward to being a member, but in case the audience isn't familiar, you have the largest membership database of any company on earth that I'm aware of. How many members does AARP have?
We have nearly 38 million members and 66,000 volunteers and 2,300 employees across every state in the United States.
It's a perfect use case for Click, right? Because you've been around for a while, you've got data in a million different places, you're trying to get, you got a mainframe, right? You know, I hear Amazon's trying to put all the mainframes in the cloud, but I'm guessing the business case isn't there for you. But you want the data that's coming out of that mainframe to be part of that data pipeline, right? So can you paint a picture of how, what Molly was describing about the data pipeline, how that fits with AARP?
Yeah, it was a perfect use case, and you know, when we engaged with Click, what we wanted to be able to do is take that data in the mainframe and get it distributed into the cloud accurately, securely, and make sure that we can track the lineage and be able to say, hey, application A only needs name and address, application B needs name, address, and payment. So we were able to do all of that within a couple of weeks, right? And getting that data out there, knowing that it's going to the right place, knowing it's secure, and knowing it's accurate, regardless of the application it goes to. We don't have to worry about syncing data across different applications. Now we know that there's a source of truth, and everything is done through the pipeline, and it's controlled in a way that we can measure everything that's going through, how it's going through, and how it's being used by the applications that are consuming it.
So you've got the provenance and the lineage of that data, and that's what Click ensures, is that right? Is that your role, or is that a partner role combined?
No, yes, that's absolutely Click's role. So for our new offering, Click Cloud Data Integration, it's a comprehensive solution delivered as a service, delivers real time, automates transformations, catalog, and lineage, all extremely important. And in the case of Samir and AARP, they're trying to unlock the most valuable assets of their data in SAP and mainframe. And surprisingly, sometimes the most valuable data in an organization is the hardest to actually get access to.
Sure.
So just statistically, 70% of Fortune 500 companies still rely on mainframe. So when you think about that, and even when Samir and I were talking about it,
and that's a lot of scale. That's a lot of data.
It's a lot of data. So mainframe isn't a thing of the past. Companies are still relying on it. People have been saying that for years, but when we're talking about getting the complex data out of there to really make something meaningful for AARP, we're really proud of the results and the opportunity that we've been able to provide to really improve the member experience and how people are able to consume AARP and all the different offerings that they have, kind of like you mentioned, Savannah, and the way that you go about it.
Well, it's also the high risk data, high value data, high risk data. You don't want to mess with it. You want to make sure that you've got that catalog to be able to say, okay, this is what we did with that data, this is where it came from, and then you essentially publish to other tools, analytic tools in the cloud. Can you paint a picture of how that extends to the cloud?
Sure, so there's a couple of different things that we do with it. So once we get the data into our streaming apps, we can publish it over to like our website, we can publish it to the call center, to mobile apps, to our data warehouse where we can run analytics and AI on it. And then obviously a lot of our journeys, we use a journey orchestration tool, and we've built a CDP, a customer data platform, to get those insights in there to drive personalization and experience.
I'm smiling as you're talking, Samir, because I'm thinking of all the personalized experiences that my mother has with AARP, and it is so fun to learn about the technology that's serving that to her.
Exactly.
This segment actually becoming a bit more personal for me than I expected for a couple of reasons, so this is great. Molly, Click has been a part of the AWS ecosystem since the get-go. How have things changed over the years?
Yeah, so Click still remains the enterprise integration tool of choice for AWS, especially.
Call that a
as it relates-
casual and just brag, because
Yeah.
that's awesome. That's great. Congratulations on that.
Thank you for SAP and mainframe. So the relationship continues to evolve, but we've been part of the ecosystem since inception. So we look at how we continue to evolve the partnership, and honestly, a lot of our customers' landing spot is AWS. So the partnership evolves really on two fronts. One, with Amazon itself in a partnership lane, and two, with our customers and what we're doing with them and how we're able to really optimize what that looks like. And then secondly, earlier this year, we announced an offering, Amazon and Click, called Click Ramp, where we can come in and do a half-day architecture deep dive, look at SAP mainframe and how they get to the Amazon landing spots, whether it's S3, Redshift, or EMR. So we've got a lot of different things kind of going on in the Amazon ecosystem, whether it's customer forward and first, and how can we maximize the relationship spend, et cetera, with Amazon, and then also how can we deliver, kind of a shorter time to value throughout that process with something like a Click Ramp. Because we want to qualify and solve customers' needs as equally as we want to, say when we're not the right fit.
So data is a complicated...
Love that honesty and transparency.
Data is a complicated situation for most companies, right? And there's a lack of resource, lack of talent, there's hyper-specialization, and you were just talking about the evolution of the cloud and the relationship. How does automation fit into the equation? Are you able to automate a lot of that data integration through the pipeline? What's your journey look like there? Were you resistant to that at first? Because you got to trust the data. Take us through that.
Yeah, so the first thing we wanted to make sure is security, right? We've got a lot of data. We want to make sure privacy...
Very personal data too.
Exactly, right? And privacy and security is number one. So we want to make sure anything that we're doing with the data is secure and it's not given out anywhere. In terms of automation, so what we've been able to do is being able to take these changes, and in technology, the one thing you can guarantee is it's going to break. Network's going to go down, or a server goes down, a database goes down, and that's the only guarantee we have. And by using the product that we have today, we're able to take those outages and minimize them, because there's retry processes, there's ways of going back and saying, hey, I've missed this much data, how do we bring it back in? You don't want data to get out of sync, because that causes downstream problems.
Yeah.
So all of that is done through the product, right? We don't have to worry about it. We get notifications, but it's not like, oh, I've got to page someone at 2 o'clock in the morning because the network's gone down, and how's the data sync going to come back up when it comes back up? All of that's done for us.
Yeah, and just to add to that, automation is a key component. I mean, the data engineering teams definitely see the value of automation and how we're able to deliver that. So improving the experience, but also the overall landscape of the environment is critical.
Yeah, we've seen the stats. Data scientists, data pros spend 80% of their time wrangling data, 20% of their time
data preparation,
extracting value from it. So, yeah,
it's so sad. It's such a waste of human capital, and you're obviously relieving that and letting folks do their job more efficiently.
Well,
and not have to spend that
and the
time.
thing is too, as I'm somebody who's loved data, you dive into the data, you get really excited, and after a while, you're like, oh.
I'm still here.
I'm slogging through this data.
Yeah.
Taking a bath in it. I want to get to the insights.
I think that world's changing a little bit.
Yes, definitely.
Right? So as we're starting to get data that's coming through, it's got high fidelity and richness, right? So in the old days, we'd put in a database, normalize it, and then we'd go and do our magic, and hopefully something comes out, and the Lisa frustration you just spoke about. Well, now, because it's moving in real time, and we can send the data to areas in the way we want it, and add automation and machine learning on top of that, so that now it becomes a commodity to massage that data in the format that you want it, then you can concentrate on the value work, right? Which is really where people should be spending the time, rather than, oh, I've got to manipulate the data, make sure it's done in a consistent way, and then make sure it's compliant and done the same way every single time.
It may be too early to quantify the business impact, but have you seen, for example, what I was describing creates data silos. Because nobody's going to use the data if it's not trusted. So what happens is it goes to a silo, they put a brick wall around it, and then they do their thing with it. They trust it for that one use case, and then they don't share it. Has that begun to change as you've seen more integration that's automated and augmented?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're bringing in data and you're showing that it's consistent, and this is where governance and compliance comes in, right? So as long as you have a data catalog, you can make sure that this data is coming through with the lineage that you said is going to, here's the source, here's the target, here's who gets what they only need rather than giving them everything. And by being able to document that in a way that's automated rather than somebody going in and running a report, it's key, because that's where the trust comes in, rather than, oh, Samir has to go in and manipulate this stream so that, Molly can get the reports she wants. Instead, hey, it's all going in there, the reports are coming out, they're audited, and that's where the trust factor comes in.
And that enables scale.
Yeah,
exactly it.
Cloud confidence and scale. Big topics of the show this week.
Yep.
It's been the whole thing. Molly, what's next for Qlik?
Yeah, Qlik's on a big journey. So we've released a lot of things, most recently Qlik Cloud data integration as a service. But we're just continuing to grow from a customer base, from a capabilities perspective. We also recently just became HIPAA compliant and went through some other
Congratulations, that is not an easy process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so for us, it's really just about expanding and having that same level of fidelity of the data and really just getting all of that pushed out to the market so everybody really sees the full value of Qlik and that we can make your data click. And just for a minute, back to your earlier point.
Beautiful pun drop there, Molly, just going to see that.
Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
But back to your earlier point, just about the time that people are spending, when you're able to automate and you're getting data delivered in real time and operational systems are able to see that, because you're trying to create the least amount of disruption you can, right? Because that's a critical part of the business. When you start to automate and relieve that burden, then people have time to spend time on the real things.
Right.
Future forward, prescriptive analytics, machine learning, not data preparation, solving problems, fixing
staring at a
gaps,
spreadsheet, yeah.
Right? It's actually the full end-to-end pipeline. And so that's really where I feel like the power is unleashed. And as more sources and targets come to light, right, they're all over the showroom floor, so we don't have to mention any of them by name, but it's just continuing to move into that world, to have more SaaS integrations, and to be able to serve the customer and meet them exactly where they're at the place that they want to be. And for Samir and what we did in the transformation there, unlocking that data from mainframe and SAP, getting it into Qlik Cloud, has been a huge business driver for them. And so, because of partners like AWS and Samir and AARP, we're constantly evolving and really trying to listen to the voice of the customer to become better for all of you.
Excellent.
Love that community first attitude. Very clear that you both have it, both AARP and Qlik with that attitude. We have a new challenge this year at reInvent on theCUBE. Little prompt here.
Okay.
We're going to put 30 seconds on the clock, although I'm not super crazy about watching the clock, so feel comfortable with whatever, however much time
whatever
you need.
Works, yeah.
Yeah, whatever works. But we're looking for equivocally your Instagram reel, your hot take, your thought leadership sizzle with the key theme from this year's show. Molly, your smile is platinum and perfect, so I'm going to start with you. I feel like you've got this.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So
and just the closing statement is what you're looking for?
Sure, yeah, sexy little soundbite. What's going to be your big takeaway from your experience here in Vegas this week?
Yeah, so the experience at Vegas this week has been great, but I think it's more than just the experience at Vegas. It's really the experience of the year, where we're at with the technology shift, and we're continuing to see the need for cloud, the move to cloud, mixed workloads, hybrid workloads, unlocking core data, making sure that we're getting insights, analytics, and value out of that, and really just working through that kind of consistent evolution, which is exactly what it is. You never get to a point where that's it, there's a bow on it and it's perfect. It's continuously evolving. Yeah. And I think that's the most important part that you have to take away. Samir's got his environment in a great place today, but in 6 months there may be some new things or transformations that he wants to look at, and we want to be there at the ready to work with him, roll up our sleeves and kind of get into that. So the shift to the cloud is here to stay. Qlik is 100% here to stay, here ready to serve our customers in any capacity that we can. And I think that's really my big takeaway from this week. And I've loved it. Like, this has been great with both of you. You both are super high energy. And Samir and I have had a great time over the event as well.
Well, nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. All right, Samir, shoot your shot.
So, what I would say is, I'm British, so that hits home.
I like to keep the smiles organic on stage. My perverse sense of humor, everyone just tolerates.
Yeah. The one thing I think I'm hearing a lot is we have to look at data in motion. Streaming data is the way it's going to go, whether it's customer data, operational data, it doesn't matter, right? We can't have these silos that you spoke about. Those days are gone, right? And if we really want to make a difference and utilize all of the technology that's being built out there, all of the new features that were just in the keynotes, we can't have these separate silos, and the data has to go across, trusted data, it has to go across. The second thing I think we're all talking about is we have to look at things differently. Unlearning the old is harder than learning the new. So we were just talking about event-driven architecture.
Understatement
right?
of the century, sidebar. That was, yeah.
So, a lot of us techies are used to calling APIs. Well, now we have to push the data out instead of pulling it. That just means retraining our brains, retraining our architects, retraining our developers to think in a different way. And then the last thing I think I've learned is us technology folks have put the customer first, right?
Yes,
What
absolutely.
does a customer want? How do they want to feel when they engage with you? Because if we don't do that, none of this technology matters. And we have to get away from the day where the IT guys go in the black room, code up, and then push something out and don't think about what am I doing and how am I impacting your mother.
Yes, the end customer, it's no longer the person at the end of a terminal.
That's right.
Looking at the green screen.
And just one last thing. I think also it's fit for purpose transformations. And that's how we have to start thinking about how we're doing business. Because there's a paradigm shift, right? From ETL to ELT, right? Extract, load, transform your data. And so as we're seeing that, I think it's really just about that fit for purpose and looking at the transformations, the right transformations, and what's going to move the needle for the business.
What a great closing note. Molly, Samir, thank you both for being here. This was a really fantastic chat. Love where we took it. And thank all of you for tuning in to our live coverage from AWS reInvent here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I just want to give my mom a quick shout out since she got a holler throughout this segment, as well as Stacy and all of my friends at AARP. I miss you all. My name's Savannah Peterson, joined with Dave Vellante. You're watching theCUBE. We are the technology leader in coverage for events like this.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Good afternoon, guys and gals. Welcome back to theCUBE's live coverage of AWS reInvent 2022. We've been in Sin City since Monday night, giving you a load of content. I'm sure you've been watching the whole time, so you already know. Lisa Martin here with John Furrier. John, we love having these conversations at AWS reInvent. Yeah. So many different topics of conversation. We also love talking to AWS's partner ecosystem. There's so much emphasis on it, so much growth and innovation.
Yeah, and the thing is, we got two great leaders from a very popular company that's doing very well, security. Security is a big part of the story, data and security, taking up all the keynote time. You're hearing a lot of it. This company's we've been following from the beginning, doing really good stuff in open source, cloud native, security, shifting left. Sneak's is a great company. With the CTO and the head of the product organization. These guys have the keys to the kingdom in security. We're going to have a great conversation.
Yeah, we are. Both from Sneak. Manoj Nair rejoins us for your, I believe, 11th visit, Chief Product Officer at Sneak. Adi Sharabani, Chief Technology Officer. Welcome, guys. Great to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be back.
So what's going on at Sneak? I know we get to talk to you often, but Manoj, give us the lowdown. What are some of the things that are new since we last connected with Sneak?
A lot of innovation going on. We just had a major launch last month. And when we talk to our customers, three big themes are happening in parallel. One is the shift to going from traditional development to really DevOps. We need to make that DevSecOps. And Sneak was ahead of, that was the genesis of Sneak. But we're still, maybe 15, 20% of organizations have realized that. So that one big theme. Supply chain security, top of mind for everyone. And then really cloud, and how do you really take advantage of cloud? Cloud is code. So our innovation mapped to those three big themes. We have done a lot in terms of that shift left, and Adi will talk about kind of some of our original thinking behind that. But we flipped the security paradigm on its head. It was to make sure developers loved what they were experiencing with Sneak, and oh, by the way, they're fixing security issues. The second one, supply chain, so SBOMs, and everyone hears about this, and executive orders. What do you do? Who does what with that? So we launched a few things in terms of simplifying that. You can go to our website and just upload your SBOM. It'll tell you using the best security intelligence data. In fact, the same data is used by AWS inside their products, inside Inspector. So we use that data from Sneak's intelligence to light up and tell you what vulnerabilities do your third-party code have. Even things that you might not be scanning. And then the last one is really code to cloud. Cloud is code, so we have brought the ability to monitor your cloud environments all the way into your platform and security engineering teams, rather than later on and after the fact. Those are some of the big ones that we're working on.
Lots going on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lots going on there. I mean, SBOMs, software bill of materials.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought in the developer community going back a decade that we'd be talking about bill of materials? Open source has become so popular. You guys are cloud native. Developer productivity is a hot trend. Not much going on here talking about developer productivity. Maybe Werner, keynote tomorrow, we'll talk about it. Software supply chain, huge. Security risk. You guys are on the front lines. I want to understand, if you can share, why is Sneak successful? Everyone is hearing about you guys. Your business is doing great. What's the secret sauce of your success? So why are you guys so successful?
I think that I've been doing application security for more than 2 decades now. And in the past, we always saw the potential associated with transferring, shifting left in a sense before the term, right? Taking those security solutions out of the hands of the security people and putting it in the hands of developers. It speeds up the process. It's very, very clear to anyone. The problem was that we always looked at it the wrong way. We did shift left, and shift left is not enough, because in my terminology, shift left meaning, let's take those security solutions, put it earlier in the cycle. But that's not enough, because the developer is not speaking those terms. The developer is not a security persona. The security persona is thinking in terms of risk. What is the risks that a specific issue creates? The developer is thinking in terms of the application. What will be the impact on the application of a change I might make into it? And so the root cause of Snyk's success, in my opinion, is the fact that from the get-go, we scratch that, we build a solution for the developer that is based on how the workflows of the developer, whether it's the IDE, whether it's the change management, the pull request, whether it's the integration with the Gits and so on, and whether it's with the integration with the cloud and the interaction with the cloud providers. And doing that properly, addressing the developers how they want to with the context they want to get as part of the issues, with the workflows they want to get, that's kind of the secret sauce in a sense, and very easy maybe to say, but very, very hard to implement properly.
This is huge. I want to unpack that. I want to just, great call out, great description. This is huge. This is we're seeing the past 3 years in particular, maybe 3 with the pandemic. Okay, maybe go a couple years earlier, than the developers' behavior is driving the change. And if you look at the past 3 DockerCons we've covered, and we've been powering that site, been following that community very closely since the beginning as well. It just seems in the past 3 to 4 years that the developers' choices at scale, not what they're buying or who's pushing tools to them, has been one big trend.
Yeah.
They're setting the pace.
Developer is the king.
If it's self-service, we've seen self-service, whether it's freemium to paid, that works. This is the new equation. Yeah. Developer choice is critical. So self-service they want, and 2, the language barrier or jargon between, or mindsets between security and developers. Okay, so DevOps brings IT into the workflow, check. DevSecOps brings in there, you guys crack the code on that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it's both the product, like how do you use the solution, as well as the go-to-market. How do you consume the solution? And you alluded to that with the PLG motion that I think Snyk has done a superb job at. And that really helped our business.
Okay, so manage product, you get the keys to the kingdom, you get the product roadmap. I could imagine, I would love to get your reaction too, Adi, if you don't mind. If you do that, what you've done, the consequence of that is now the security teams and the data teams can build guardrails. We're reporting a lot of that in theCUBE. We're hearing that we can provide guardrails, so the velocity of the developers seems to be increasing.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Is that a consequence?
That's something that we actually measure in the product. Right, so Snyk's focus is not finding issues, it's fixing issues. So one of the things we have been able to heuristically look at our thousands of customers and say, they're fixing issues 27 days faster than they were prior to Snyk. So, I'm a Formula 1 fan. Guardrails, you say. I say, there's a speed circuit. Developers love speed. We give them the speed, we give the security teams the ability to sit on those towers and put the right policies and guardrails in place to make sure that it's not speed without safety.
And the security guys are in the luxury box now partying while the developers are, no more friction, no more fighting, right?
The culture is changing. I had a discussion with a Fortune 50 CISO a month ago, and he told me, Adi, it's the first time in my life where the development teams are coming to me, asking me, hey, I want you to buy us this security solution. And that was mind-blowing for him, right? Because it really changes the discussion between the security teams and the development teams.
Before Lisa jumps in, well, how long okay, let me ask you that question on that point. When did that tipping point change culturally? Was it just the last few years? Has DevOps kind of brought that in?
I think it's a journey that happened together with Snyk kind of growth. So if 3 years ago, it was the very early adopters that were starting to consume that, so companies that are very modern in the way they developed and so on. And we saw it in our business. In the early days, most of our business came from the high-tech industry. Yeah. And now it's like everywhere. You have manufacturing, you have banks, you have like every segment whatsoever. Yeah.
Talk about that cultural shift. That's really challenging for organizations to achieve. Are you seeing, so that CISO was quite surprised, the developer came and said, this is what I want. Are you seeing more of that cultural change? Is that all becoming pervasive?
Yeah, so I think that the root cause of that is that you mentioned the growth, like the the increased speed of velocity in applications. We have 30 million developers in the world today, 30 millions. By the end of the decade, it's going to be 45 millions. And all of them are using open source, third-party code. Look at what's going on here in the event, right? This accelerates the speed for which they develop. So with that, what happened in the digital transformation world, the organizations are facing that huge growth, exponential growth in the amount of technology and products that are being built by their teams, but the way they managed that before from a security perspective just doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And it breaks, and it breaks, and it breaks. This is why you need a different approach, a solution that is based on the developers, who are the ones that created the problems, and the ones that will be responsible of fixing the issues.
Also,
and this is why we are kind of centering ourselves around them.
And the world has changed, right? What is cloud? It's code. It's not infrastructure, old infrastructure, hosted infrastructure. So if cloud is code, and cloud native applications are all code, and they're being deployed with Terraform packages and CloudFormations that's code, why take an old school approach of scanning it outside in? Now, I talked to a CISO today who said, I feel bad that our policy makes it such that a Terraform change takes 6 months. What did I do? I made cloud look like infrastructure.
Yeah, it's too slow.
So that, so both sides, CISOs want something that the business, accepts and adopts, and its culture changes happen because the power is with the developers, because all of this is code. And we enabled that whole seamless journey all the way from code to cloud. So it's kind of, I think that this is a part of it. It's bi-directional, it's a bridge. And both sides are meeting in the middle here.
It's a bridge. I'm curious, how are you facilitating that bridge? We talk about the developers being the kings and queens and really so influential in business decisions these days. And you're talking about the developers now embracing Sneak, but you're also talking to CISOs.
Yeah.
Is your customer conversation level changing as a result of security folks understanding why it needs to shift left?
We had a breakfast meeting with customers, prospects, and everyone, I think this morning. It was interesting, we were remarking, there are CTOs, VPs of engineering, CISOs, VPs of AppSec. And it was such a rich conversation on both sides, right? So just the joy of facilitating that conversation and dialogue. CISOs, and so the levels are changing. It started for us in CTOs and VPs of engineering, and now it's both. Because one of the things Adi talks about is like that security has to become development aware, and that's starting to be like the reality. Me getting another solution with maybe a better acronym than the old acronym, but it's still outside in, it's scan-based. I light up the Christmas tree, who's going to fix it? And with the speed of cloud, now I got thrown more lights. Those lights are no longer valid.
The automation.
The automation without prioritization and actual empowerment is useless.
All right, I know we got a couple minutes left, but I want to get into that point about automation, because inside out, you made me think about this. I want to get your thought, Adi, if you don't mind. The integration challenges now are much more part of the ecosystem, more joint engineering. You mentioned these meetings are not just salesperson and customer buyer, it's teams are talking to each other. There's a lot of that going on. How do you guys look at that? Because now the worst things that I hear when I talk to customers is, I hate the word pen test and AppSec review. It slows things down.
Yeah.
People want to go faster. So how do you guys look at that? What's Sneak doing around making the AppSec review process, integration across companies work better?
So I'll give you an example from the cloud, and then I will relate to the AppSec. And this relates to what you mentioned before. We had a discussion yesterday with the CISO that said, we're scanning the cloud, we're opening the lights, we see this issue. Now, what do? Who needs to fix it? So they have this long process of finding the actual team that is required to fix it. Now they get to the team and they say, why didn't you tell me about it when I developed it? The same goes for AppSec, right? The audit is a very late stage of the game. You want to make sure that the testing, that the policies, everything is under the same structure, the same policies. So when you do the same thing, as part of the first line of code that you create, as part of the change management, as part of the build, as part of the deployment, and as part of the audit, and you have everything together being done under the same platform, and this is kind of one of the strengths that we bring to the table, the discussion changes. Because now you have an aligned strategy, rather than kind of blocks that we have kind of mashed up together.
So the new workflow, it's a new workflow basically in the mindset of the customer. They got to get their arms around that, saying, if we don't design it in, the wheels could come off the bus. at the 11th hour.
Yeah,
and everything slows down.
I had a discussion with Amazon today, actually, that they had an internal discussion, and they said, like, some of the teams were like, why have you blocked my app from being released? And they said, have you ever scanned your app? Have you ever looked at your app? Like, and they're like, if you haven't, then you're not really on board with the platform, and it just breaks. This is what happens.
Great conversation. I know we wish we had more time. We'll do a follow-up on theCUBE for sure.
Yeah.
Should we get into the
I've
new twist?
Got one final question for you guys. We're making some Instagram reels, so think about your elevator pitch in 30 seconds. And I want to ask you about Sneak's evolution. Manoj, I want to start with you. What is that elevator pitch about Sneak's evolution to the end user customer?
Empower developers, help them go faster, more productive, and do it in a way that security is really built in, not bolted on. And that's really, from the evolution and the power that we are giving is make the organization more productive, because security is just happening as a part of making the developer more productive.
Awesome. And Adi, question for you. How, your elevator pitch on how Sneak is really an enabler for CISOs these days?
Yeah, so I always ask the CISO, first of all, are you excited about the way your environment looks like today? Do you need to have a cultural change? Because if you need to have a cultural change, if you want to get those two teams working closely together, we're here to enable that. And it goes from the product, it goes from our education pieces that we can talk about in another section, and it works around the language that we build to allow and enable that discussion.
Awesome, guys. That was a double mic drop for both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
John.
joining John and me, talking about what's happening with Sneak, what you're enabling customers to do, and how really you're enabling cultural change. That's hard to do.
That's
awesome stuff, guys. And congratulations on your 11th and your first CUBE interviews.
Second.
Thank
you,
second.
I will be here more, but now.
You got it. You got it. You have to come back because we have too much to talk about. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
If you can, without Manoj, so I can catch up.
Okay, we'll work on that.
We'll bring you to the studio.
Exactly.
8 straight interviews.
We hope you've enjoyed this conversation. We want to thank our guests. For John Furrier, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in emerging and enterprise tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech. Yeah. No consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
Filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz?
More skin in the game. In charge of his destiny.
You guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
It's happening. It's happening right now.
It is hot. It's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening. It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. theCUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
so good, it feels so good. Oh mama, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Start it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hey everyone, it's Vegas. Welcome back. We know you've been watching all day. We appreciate that. We always love being able to bring you some great content on theCUBE live from AWS reInvent 22. Lisa Martin here with Paul Gillen. Paul, we have had such a great event. I think we've done nearly 70 interviews since we started on theCUBE on Monday night.
I believe we just hit 70, yeah.
We just hit 70.
You must feel like you've done half of them.
I really do. But we've been having great conversations. There's so much innovation going on at AWS. Nothing slowed them down during the pandemic. We love also talking about the innovation, the flywheel that is their partner ecosystem. We're going to have a great conversation about that next.
And as we said, going back to day one, the energy of the show is remarkable, and here we are, we're getting late in the afternoon on day two, and there's just as much activity, just as much energy out there as the beginning of the first day. I have no doubt day three will be the same.
I agree, there's been no slowdown. We've got two guests here, we're going to have a great conversation. Chuck Swoboda joins us, Senior Director of Cloud Services, GTM at Red Hat. Great to have you on the program. And Ted Stanton, Global Head of Sales, Red Hat and IBM at AWS. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
How's the show going so far for you guys?
It's a blur.
Is it?
Oh my gosh.
Aren't they all a blur?
Well, yes.
Yes.
I actually liked last year a bit better. It was half the size,
Yeah.
and a lot easier to get around, but this is back to normal. So
It is back to normal,
Yeah.
and Ted, we're hearing north of 50,000 in-person attendees. I heard something, I think it was published, I heard the secondhand, over like 300,000 online attendees. This is maybe the biggest one we've ever had.
Yeah, I would agree. And frankly, it's my first time here, so I am massively impressed with the overall show, the meeting with partners, the meeting with customers, the announcements that were made, just fantastic.
And if you remember back to 2 years ago, there were a lot of questions about whether in-person conferences would ever return in the volume that we used to see them, and that appears to be the case.
I think we've answered, I think AWS has answered that for us, which I'm very pleased to see. Talk about some of those announcements, Ted. There's been so much, that's always one of the things we know and love about reInvent is there's a slew of announcements. You were saying this morning, Paul, in the keynote, you stopped counting after 15.
I lost count after 15. I think it was over 30 announcements this morning alone.
Where IBM and Red Hat are concerned, what are some of the things that you're excited about in terms of some of the news, the innovation, and where the partnership is going?
Well, definitely where the partnership is going, and I think even as we're speaking right now, there's a keynote going on with Ruba, talking about some of the partners. And the way in which we support partners and the new technologies and the new abilities for partners to take advantage of these technologies to frankly delight our customers is really what most excites me.
Chuck, what about you? What's going on with Red Hat? You've been there a long time, sales, everything picking up, customers massively transforming. What are some of the things that you're seeing and that you're excited about?
yeah, I mean, first of all, as customers have years ago discovered it's not competitively advantageous to manage their own data centers in most cases, so they would like to give that responsibility to Amazon. We're seeing them move further up the stack, right? So that would be more beyond the operating system, the application platforms like OpenShift, and now we have a managed application platform built on OpenShift called Red Hat OpenShift Service on AWS, or ROSA, And then we're even further going up the stack with that. We just announced this week that Red Hat OpenShift Data Science is available in the AWS Marketplace, runs on ROSA, helps break the land speed record to getting those data models out there that are so important to make, help organizations become much more data driven to remain competitive themselves.
So talk about ROSA and how it differs from previous iterations of OpenShift. I mean, you had an online version of OpenShift several years ago. What's different about ROSA?
Yeah, so the old OpenShift Online that was several years old, right, for one thing, wasn't a joint partnership between Amazon and Red Hat. So we worked together, right, very closely on this, which is great. Also, the awesome thing about ROSA, if you think about like OpenShift, as a matter of fact, Amazon is the #1 cloud that OpenShift runs on, right? So a lot of those customers want to take advantage of their committed spends, their EDPs, they want one bill, and so ROSA comes through the one bill, comes through the marketplace, right? Which is totally awesome. Not only that, we're financially backing OpenShift with a 99.95% financially backed SLA, right? We didn't have that before either, right?
When you say financially backed SLA, what do you mean?
That means that if we drop below 99.95% of availability, we're going to give you some money back, right? So we're really, for lack of better words, putting our money where our mouth
Absolutely.
is. Right?
And some of the key reasons that we even worked together to build ROSA was, frankly, we've had a myriad of customers in virtually every single region, every single industry, been using OpenShift on AWS for years, right? And we listened to them, they wanted a more managed version of it, and we worked very closely together. And what's really great about ROSA too is we built some really fantastic integrations with some of the AWS native services, like API Gateway, Amazon RDS, Private Link, right? To make it very simple and easy for customers to get started. We talked a little bit about the marketplace, but it's also available just on the AWS console, right? So customers can get started in a pay-as-you-go fashion, start to use it, and if they want to move into a more commitment, more of a set schedule of payments, they can move into a marketplace private offer.
Chuck, talk about about ROSA and how it's unlocking the power of technology like containers, Kubernetes for customers while dialing down some of the complexity that's there.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about, kind of what we did, earlier on, right? If you think about like virtualization, how it dialed down the complexity of having to get something, get a blade rack stack capable and cooled every time you wanted to deploy a new application, right? So what we do is, our message is this: we want developers to focus on what matters most, and that's build, deploying, and running applications. Most of our customers are not in the business of building app platforms. They're not in the business of building platforms like banks, financials, right? Government, et cetera, right? So what we do is we allow those developers we enable those developers that know Java and Node and Spring and what have you, just to keep writing what they know, and then, I don't want to get too technical here, but push their way, and OpenShift takes care of the rest. Builds it for them. Runs it through a pipeline, a CI/CD pipeline, goes through all the testing and quality gates and things like that. Deploys it, auto wires it up, to monitoring, which is what you need. And we have all kinds of other, higher order services and an ecosystem around that. And oh, by the way, also plugging into and taking advantage of the services like RDS, right? If you're going to write an application, a cloud native application on Amazon, you're probably going to want to run it in ROSA and consuming one of those databases, right? Like RDS or Aurora or what have you.
And I would say it's not even just the customers. We have a variety of ecosystem partners, both of our partners leveraging it as well. We have Celonis built their executive management system that they go ahead and turn and sell to their customers, streamlines data and collects data from a variety of different sources. They decided, it's better to run that on top of ROSA than manage OpenShift themselves. We've seen IBM restack a lot of their software, to run on top of ROSA, take advantage of that capabilities. So lots of partners as well as customers are taking advantage of the fully managed stack of that OpenShift, that turnkey capabilities that it provides.
For OpenShift customers who want to move to ROSA, is that going to be a one-button migration? Is that going to be, can they run both environments simultaneously and migrate over time? What kind of tools are you giving them?
We have quite a few migration tools, such as Conveyor, right? That's one of our projects, part of our migration application toolkit, right? And with those, there's also partners like Trilio, right, who can help move, applications, back them up. In fact, we're working on a pretty cool joint go-to-market with that right now. But generally speaking, the OpenShift experience that the customers that we have know and love, and those who have never used OpenShift either are coming to it as well via ROSA, right? the experience is primarily the same. You don't have to really retrain your people, right? If anything, there's a reduction in operational costs. We increase developer productivity because we manage so much of the stack for you. We have SRE, site reliability engineers, that are backing the platform that proactively get ahead of anything that may go wrong, so maybe you don't even notice if something went wrong, and then also reactively fixing it if it comes to that, right? So, you know, all those kind of things that the customers are having to do on their own, or hire a contractor or consultant, whatever, to do, now we benefit from a managed offering in the cloud, right? In Amazon, right? And your developers still have that great experience too. It's like to say, you know, again, break the land speed record to prod.
I like that.
And I would actually say migrations from OpenShift or on-premise OpenShift to ROSA maybe only represents about a third of the customers we have. About another third of the customers is frankly existing AWS customers. Maybe they're doing Kubernetes, do it themselves. We're struggling with some of the management of that, and so have actually started to lean on top of using ROSA as a better platform to actually build upon their applications. And another third, we have quite a few customers that were frankly new OpenShift customers, new Red Hat customers, and new AWS customers that were looking to build that next cloud native application. Lots of in the startup space that have actually chosen to go with ROSA.
It's funny you mention that because the largest ROSA consumer is new to OpenShift.
Oh, wow.
Right? That's pretty powerful, right? It's not just for existing OpenShift customers. Existing OpenShift, if you're running OpenShift you know, on EC2, right, self-managed, there's really no better way to run it than ROSA. You know, think about this is the 10 year anniversary of reInvent, right?
Yep.
This is also the 10-year anniversary of OpenShift,
Yeah.
right? I think 1.0 came out about sometime around a week, 10 years ago, right? When I came over to Red Hat in 2015, you know, if you know your Kubernetes history, it was July 25th, I think, was when Kubernetes GA. July 25th, 2015 is when it GA.
You have a good memory.
Well, I remember those days back then, right? Those were fun, right? We had a large customer roll out on OpenShift 3, which is our OpenShift rebased on Kubernetes, and where do you think they ran? Amazon, right?
Naturally.
So, you know, as we move forward and OpenShift v4 came out, that reduces the operational complexity and becomes even more powerful through our operator framework and things like that. Now they've evolved up to ROSA, right? And again, to help those customers focus on what matters most, and that's the applications, not the containers, not those underlying implementation and technical details, while critically important, are not necessarily core to the business of most of our customers.
Tremendous amount of innovation in OpenShift in a decade.
Pardon me?
A tremendous amount of innovation in OpenShift in the last decade.
Oh, absolutely, and tons more to come, like every day, right? I think what you're going to see more of is, you know, as Kubernetes becomes more and more of the plumbing, you know, I call them productive abstractions on top of it. As you mentioned earlier, unlocking the power of these technologies while minimizing, even hiding the complexity of them so that you can just move fast, and safely move fast.
I want to be sure we get to marketplaces because you have been, Red Hat has really stepped up its commitment to the AWS marketplace. Why are you doing that now, and how are the marketplaces evolving as a channel for you?
Well, because our customers want us to be there, right? I mean, we are a customer-centric, customer-first approach. Our customers want to buy through the marketplace. If you're an Amazon customer, it's really easy for you to go procure software through the marketplace and instead of having to call up Red Hat and get on paper and write a second check, right? One-stop shop, one bill, right? That is very, very attractive to our customers. Not only that, it opens up other ways to buy. You know, Ted mentioned earlier, you know, pay as you go, buy the drink pricing, using exactly what you need right now, right? You know, AWS pioneered that, right? That provides the elasticity, you know, one of the core tenets of AWS Cloud, right? And we weren't able to get that with the traditional self-managed on Red Hat paper subscriptions.
Talk a little bit about the go-to-market. You talked about, Ted, the kind of the three tenets of customer types, but talk a little bit about the GTM, the joint go-to-market, the joint engineering, so we get an understanding of how customers engage. Multiple options.
Yeah, I mean, so if you think about go-to-market, you know, and the way I think of it is it's the intersection of a few areas, right? So the product and the product experience that we work together has to be so good that a customer or user, actually, when you start talking about users now because it's self-service, has a more than likely chance of getting their application to prod without ever talking to a person, which is historically not what a lot of enterprise software companies are able to do, right? So that's one of the biggest things we do. We want customers to just be successful, turn it on, get going, be productive, right? At the same time, you want to position the product in such a way that's differentiating that you can't get that experience anywhere else. And then part of that is ensuring that the education and enablement of our customers and our partners is such that they use the platform the right way to get as much value out of it as possible. All backed by a very smart field that ensures that the customer is making the right decision. A customer success org, this is attached to my org now, that we can go on site and team with our customers to make sure that they get their first workloads up as quickly as possible, by the way, on our dime, and then SRE and CE backing that up with support and operational integrity to ensure that the service is always up and available so you can sleep well at night, right? One of our PMs of Rosa, he says, what does he say? He says, Rosa enables organizations to go from 24/7 operations to 9-to-5 innovation, right? And that's powerful. That's how our customers remain more competitive running on Rosa with AWS.
When you're in customer conversations and you have 30 seconds, what are the key differentiators of the solution that you go boom, 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 and they just go, I get it?
Well, I mean, my 30-second elevator pitch, I think I've already said, I'll say it again, and that is OpenShift allows you to focus on your applications, build, deploy, and run applications, while unlocking the power of the technologies like containers and Kubernetes, and hiding or minimizing those complexities so you can move as fast as possible.
Mic drop. Ted, question for you.
Sure.
Here we are at this is the 11th reInvent, 10th anniversary, 11th event. You've been in the industry a long time. What is your biggest takeaway from what's been announced and discussed so far at reInvent 22, where the AWS and its partner ecosystem is concerned? If you had 30 seconds, or if you had a bumper sticker to put on your DeLorean, what would you say?
I would say we're continuing to innovate on behalf of our customers, but making sure we bring all of our partners and ecosystems along in that innovation.
Yeah. I love the customer obsession on both sides there. Great work, guys. Congrats on the 10th anniversary of OpenShift, and so much evolution. The customer obsession is really clear from both of you guys. We appreciate your time. You're going to have to come back now.
Absolutely.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much for joining us. For our guests and for Paul Gillen, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
It feels so good, it feels so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
got nothing to lose. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hey, welcome back everyone. Day 3 of AWS reInvent 2022. I'm John Furrier with Dave Vellante, co-host of theCUBE. Dave, 10 years for us, the leader in high-tech coverage is our slogan now. 10 years of reInvent, Dave. We've been to every single one except for the original, which we would have come to if Amazon actually marketed the event, but they didn't. It's more of a customer event. This is day 3, it's the machine learning, AI keynote, Swami's up there. A lot of announcements. We're going to break this down. We got Andy Thurai here, Vice President, Principal Analyst of Constellation Research. Andy, great to see you. You've been on theCUBE before, one of our analysts. Bringing the analysis commentary to the keynote. This is your wheelhouse, AI. What do you think about Swami up there? I mean, he's awesome. We love him. Big fan of theCUBE, and we're fans of him. But he got 13 announcements.
A lot.
A lot.
So, well, some of them are, first of all, thanks for having me here. And I'm glad to have both of you on the same show tagging me. I'm just kidding. But some of the announcements really sort of like a game changer announcements, and some of them are like, meh, just plug in the holes what they have. And then
a lot of
just
golf claps in the meeting today. Yeah.
And you could have also noticed that when he was making the announcements, the clapping volume difference, you could say, which is better, right? Yeah. But some of the announcements are really, really good. Particularly we talked about one of that was Microsoft took the route of having the OpenAI in there doing the large language models, and then they were going after that, having the transformer available to them. And Amazon was a little bit weak in that area, so they don't have a large language model. So they are taking a different route, saying that what, I'll help you train the large language model by yourself, customized models, so I can provide the necessary instance, I can provide the instant volume, memory, the whole nine yards, so you can train the model by yourself without depending on them, kind of thing.
So Dave and Andy, I want to get your thoughts, because first of all, we've been following Amazon's deep bench on the infrastructure pass. They've been doing a lot of machine learning and AI, a lot of data. It just seems that the sentiment is that there's other competitors doing a good job too, like Google, Dave, and I've heard folks in the hallway, even here, ex-Amazonians saying, hey, they're training their models on Google, then they bring them to SageMaker, because it's better interface. So you got Google making a play for being that data cloud. Microsoft's obviously putting in a great kind of package to kind of make it turnkey. How do they really stand versus the competition, guys?
Good question. So they, each have their own uniqueness in the variation that take it to the field, right? So for example, if you were to look at it, Microsoft is known for its industry related things that they have been going after, industry verticals and whatnot. So that's one of the things I looked here, they had this omics announcement, particularly towards that healthcare genomics space. That's a huge space for HPC related AI ML applications. And they have put a lot of things in together in here in the SageMaker and in their models, saying that how do you use this transformative to do things like that, like for example drug discovery, for genomics analysis, for cancer treatment, the whole 9 yards, right? That's how huge volumes of data do. So they're going in that healthcare area. Google has taken a different route. I mean, they want to make everything simple. All I have to do is that I got to call an API, give what I need, and then get it done. But Amazon wants to go at a much deeper level, saying that, what, I want to provide everything you need. You can customize the whole thing for what you need.
So to me, the big picture here is, and Swami references, hey, we're a data company, we started, he talked about books, and how that informed them as to what books to place front and center. Here's the big picture in my view. Companies need to put data at the core of their business, and they haven't. They've generally put humans at the core of their business, and data and now machine learning are at the outside, in the periphery. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook have put data at their core. So the question is, how do incumbent companies, and he mentioned some, Toyota, Capital One, Bristol Myers Squibb, I don't know, are those data companies, we'll see. But the challenge is, most companies don't have the resources, as you well know, Andy, to actually implement what Google and Facebook and others have. So how are they going to do that? Well, they're going to buy it, right? So are they going to build it with tools? That's kind of like you said, the Amazon approach, or are they going to buy it from Microsoft and Google? I pulled some ETR data to say, okay, who are the top companies that are showing up in terms of spending? Who's spending with whom? AWS number 1, Microsoft number 2, Google number 3, Databricks number 4, just in terms of presence. And then it falls down. DataRobot, Anaconda, Dataiku, Oracle popped up, actually, because they're embedding a lot of AI into their products, and of course IBM. And then a lot of smaller companies. But do companies, generally, customers, have the resources to do what it takes to implement AI into applications and into workflows?
So a couple of things on that. One is, when it comes down to, it's no surprise that the top 3 are the hyperscalers, because they all want to bring their business to them to run the specific workloads. And the next biggest workload, as he was saying in his keynote, are 2 things. One is the AI ML workloads. The other one is the heavy unstructured workloads that he was talking about. 80%, 90% of the data that's coming off is unstructured. So how do you analyze that? Such as the geospatial data he was talking about, the volumes of data you need to analyze, the deep neural network you got to use. Only hyperscalers can do it, right? So that's no wonder all of them on top. For the data, one of the things they announced, which not many people paid attention, there was a zero ATL that they talked about. What that does is a little bit of a game-changing moment in a sense that you don't have to, for example, if you have to train the data, if the data is distributed everywhere, if you have to bring them all together to integrate it to do that, it's a lot of work to doing the ETL. So by taking Amazon Aurora and then Redshift, combine them as a zero or no ETL, and then have Apache Spark applications run on top of it, analytical applications, ML workloads. That's huge, so you don't have to move around the data. Use the data where it is.
I think you said it. They're basically filling holes, right? They created this, suite of tools, let's call it. You might say it's a mess. It's not a mess because they're really powerful, but they're not well integrated, and now they're starting to take the seams, as I say.
Well, yeah, that's a great point, and I would double down and say, look, I think that boring is good. We had that phase in Kubernetes hype cycle where it got boring, and that was kind of like, boring is good. Boring means we're getting better, we're invisible. That's infrastructure, that's in the weeds, that's in between the toes, details, it's the stuff that we have to get done. So you look at their 40 new data sources with Data Wrangler, 50 new app flow connectors, Redshift, AutoCog. This is boring, good, important shit, Dave.
The governance stuff.
You got to get it, and the governance is going to be key. So to me, this may not jump off the page. Adam's keynote also felt a little bit of, we got to get these gaps done in a good way. So I think that's a very positive sign. Now, going back to the bigger picture, I think the real question is, can there be another independent cloud, data cloud? And that's, to me, what I try to get at my story, and your breaking analysis kind of hit a home run on this, is there's interesting opportunity for an independent data cloud. Meaning something that isn't AWS, that isn't Google, isn't one of the big 3, that could sit on its own. Let me give you an example. I had a conversation last night with a bunch of ex-Amazonian engineering teams that left. The conversation was interesting, Dave. They were like talking, well, Databricks and Snowflake are basically batch, okay, not transactional. And you look at Aerospike, I can see their booth here. Transactional databases are hot right now. Streaming data is different. Confluent's different than Databricks. Is Databricks good at hosting? No, Amazon's better. So you start to see these kinds of questions come up where, Databricks is great, but maybe not good for this, that, and the other thing. So you start to see the formation of swim lanes or visibility into where people might sit in the ecosystem, but what came out was transactional, and batch, the relationship there, and streaming real time, and versus the transactional data. So you're starting to see these new things emerge. Andy, what's your take on this? You're following this closely. This seems to be the alpha nerd conversation, and it all points to who's going to have the best data cloud, say data supercloud, as I call it. But what's your take?
Yes, data cloud is important as well, but also the computational that goes on top of it too, right? Because when the data is like unstructured data, it's that much of a huge data, it's going to be hard to do that with a low amount of compute power. But going back to your data point, the training of the AI ML models require the batch data, right? That's when you need all the historical data to train your models. And then after that, when you do inference of it, that's when you need the streaming real-time data that's available to you so you can make an inference. One of the things what they also announced, which is somewhat interesting, is you saw that they have like 700 different instances geared towards every single workload. And there are some of them very specifically run on the Amazon's new chip, the Inference Inf2 and the Trainium tier 1 chips, that basically not only has a specific instances, but also is run on a high-powered chip. And then if you have the data to support that, both the training as well as towards the inference, the efficiency, again, those numbers have to be proven. They claim that it could be anywhere between 40 to 60% faster.
Well, so, a couple things. You're definitely right. I mean, Snowflake started out as a data warehouse that was simpler, and it's not architected, in its first wave to do real-time inference. It's not. Now, how could they, the other second point is, Snowflake's 2 or 3 years ahead when it comes to governance, data sharing. I mean, Amazon's doing what it always does. It's copying, it's customer driven, because they probably walk into an account and they say, hey, look what Snowflake's doing for us. This stuff's kicking ass. And they go, oh, that's a good idea, let's do that too. You saw that with separating compute from storage, which is their tiering. You saw it today with extending data sharing, Redshift data sharing. So, how does Snowflake and Databricks approach this? They do it with ecosystem. They bring in ecosystem partners, they bring in open source tooling, and that's how they compete. I think there's unquestionably an opportunity for a data cloud.
Yeah, and I think the super cloud conversation, and then Sky Cloud with Berkeley paper, and other folks talking about this kind of pre-multi-cloud era. I mean, that's what I would call us right now. We're kind of in the pre-era of multi-cloud, which, by the way, is not even yet defined. I think people use that term, Dave, to say, oh, it's some sort of magical thing that's happening. Yeah, people have multiple clouds. They end up by default, not by design, as Dell likes to say. And they got to deal with it. So it's more of they're inheriting multiple cloud environments. It's not necessarily what they want in the situation. So to me, that is a big, big issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to your Snowflake and Databricks announcements, they're a data company. So that's how they made their mark in the market, saying that, I do all these things, therefore I had to have your data, because it's a seamless data. And Amazon is catching up with that, with a lot of their announcements they made. How far it's going to get traction, to change? One has to see.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no doubt about it, Dave. I think what Swami's doing, if Amazon can corner the market on out-of-the-box ML and AI capabilities so that people can make it easier, that's going to be at the end of the day a tell sign. Can they fill in the gaps? Again, boring is good. Competition, I don't know. I mean, I'm not following the competition, Andy. This is a real question mark for me. I don't know where they stand. Are they more comprehensive? Are they more deeper? They have deeper services. I mean, obviously, he shows all the different capabilities. Where does Amazon stand? What's the prospects?
So particularly when it comes to the models, so they're going at a different angle that, I will help you create the models. We talked about the zero ETL and the whole data. We'll get the data sources in, we'll create the model, we'll move the whole model. We're talking about the MLOps teams here, right? And they have that whole functionality that they built and that they've matured over the years. So essentially they want to become the platform that when you come in, I'm the only platform you would use, from the model training to deployment to inference to model versioning to management, the whole 9 years. And that's the angle they're trying to take. So it's a one source platform.
What about this idea of technical debt? Adrian Cockcroft was on yesterday, John. I know you talked to him as well. He said, look, Amazon's Legos. You want to buy a toy for Christmas, you can go out and buy a toy. Or do you want to build a toy? If you buy a toy in a couple of years, it could break. And what are you going to do? You're going to throw it out. But if part of your Lego needs to be extended, you extend it. So, George Gilbert was saying, well, there's a lot of technical debt. Adrian was countering that. Does Amazon have technical debt, or is that Lego blocks analogy the right one?
Well, I talked to him about the debt, and one of the things we talked about was, what do you optimize for? EC2 APIs or Kubernetes APIs? It depends on what team you're on. If you're on the runtime team, you're going to optimize for Kubernetes, but EC2 is the resources you want to use. So I think the idea of the 15 years of technical debt, I don't believe that. I think APIs are still hardened. The issue that he brings up that I think is relevant is, it's an and situation, not an or. You can have the bag of Legos, which is the primitives, and build a durable application platform, monitor it, customize it, work with it, build it. It's harder, but the outcome is durability and sustainability. Building a toy, having a toy with those Legos glued together for you, you can get to play with, but it'll break over time, then you got to replace it. So there's going to be a toy business, and there's going to be a Legos business, make your own. So
who are the toys in AI?
Well, out of the box.
And
who's out of the
Legos?
So you're asking about what toys Amazon building?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon clearly is Lego blocks.
If people are going to have out-of-the-box solutions,
what about Google? What about Microsoft? Are they basically more building toys, more solutions?
So Google is more of building solutions angle, like I give you an API kind of thing. But But if it comes to vertical industry solutions, Microsoft is ahead, right? Because they have had years of industry experience. I mean, there are other smaller clouds that are trying to do that too, IBM being an example. But now they are starting to go after the specific industry use cases. They think that through. For example, the medical one we talked about, right? So they want to build the health lake, security health lake that they're trying to build, which will HIPAA compliant, and it'll provide all the European regulations, the whole 9 yards, and it'll help you personalize things as you need as well. For example, if you go for a certain treatment, it could analyze you based on your genome profile, saying that the treatment for this particular person has to be individualized this way. But doing that requires enormous power, right? So if you do applications like that, you could bring in a lot of this, whether healthcare, finance, or what have you, and then it'd be easy for them to use.
What's the biggest mistake customers make when it comes to machine intelligence, AI, machine learning?
So many things, right? I could start out with even the model. Basically, when you build a model, you should be able to figure out how long that model is effective, because as good as creating a model and going to the business and doing things the right way, there are people that they leave the model much longer than it's needed. It's hurting your business more than it is. It could be things like that. Or you're not building a responsible AI-related things. You're having a bias in your model. There are so many issues. I don't know if I can pinpoint one, but there are many, many issues. Responsible AI, ethical AI.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage. Here, day 3 at reInvent. I'm John Furrier, Dave Vellante, with Andy joining us here for the critical analysis and breaking down the commentary. We'll be right back with more coverage after this short break.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
My name is Dave Vellante, and I'm a longtime industry analyst. So when you're as old as I am, you've seen a lot of transitions. Everybody talks about industry cycles and waves. I've seen many, many waves. Met a lot of industry executives, and I'm a little bit of an industry historian. When you interview many thousands of people, probably 5,000 or 6,000 people, as I have over the last half of a decade, you get to interact with a lot of people's knowledge, and you begin to develop patterns. And so that's sort of what I bring is an ability to catalyze the conversation and share that knowledge with others in the community. Our philosophy is everybody's expert at something, everybody's passionate about something and has real deep knowledge about that something. Well, we want to focus in on that area and extract that knowledge and share it with our communities. This is Dave Vellante. Thanks for watching theCUBE.
Since the dawn of the cloud, theCUBE has been there, connecting with executives, practitioners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders.
But you're not a thought leader anymore, you're a futurist. That's the new trend. Futurist is the buzzword.
No, I'm not. I'm very much living in the past. I don't like the future, and I don't think much of the present.
And John Cleese.
There's a whole lot of people out there who have no idea what they're doing, but they have absolutely no idea that they have no idea what they're doing. And those are the ones with the confidence of stupidity who finish up in power. That's why the planet doesn't work.
Knowledgeable, insightful, and a true gentleman.
And the guy at the counter recognized me and said, are you listening?
Yes, I'm tweeting away. I'm tweeting away.
He is kind of rude that way, but
keyboard.
John Cleese joins the CUBE alumni. Welcome, John.
You got any phone calls you need to answer?
Hold on, let me check.
coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to theCUBE's live coverage here in Las Vegas for wall-to-wall coverage, AWS reInvent 2022. Our 10th year with theCUBE. Dave and I started this journey 10 years ago here at reInvent. Been there, 2 sets here, a set upstairs. Great content. I'm here with Paul Gillen, my co-host. Paul's out reporting on the floor, doing some interviews. Paul, what do you think so far? It's pretty crazy activity going on here.
Well, the activity hasn't declined at all. I mean, here we are on day 3 of the show, and it's just as busy out there as it was on day 1. And there's just an energy here that you can feel, it's palpable. There is a lot of activity around developers, a lot around data, which actually brings us as a good segue into our next guest, because one of the leaders in data management in the cloud is MariaDB. And John is the CRO at, John Backey's the CRO at MariaDB, and here to talk to us about your cloud version and how open source is going for you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
So give us the update on the product. What do you guys do in the relationship to AWS? How's that going? Give us a quick update.
In the relational database?
No, the relationship with AWS.
Oh, with AWS, yeah.
And SkySQL, what's the update?
There's no relationship that we have that's more important than the AWS relationship. We're building our cloud, our premier cloud service called SkySQL on AWS, and they offer the best best-in-class infrastructure for a SaaS company to build what they're building. And for us, it's a database service, right? And then beyond that, they help you from the business side, right? They try to get you lined up in the marketplace and make it possible for you to work best with customers. And then from a customer perspective, they're super helpful in not only finding prospective customers, but making that customer successful, because everybody's got a vested interest in the outcome, right?
Yeah, a little tongue twister there, relational database relationship.
Yeah.
We've got relational databases, we've got unstructured. Data is at the center of the value proposition. Swami's keynote today and the Adam CEO's keynote. Data and security dominated the keynotes and the conversations. So this is real, customers are really wanting to accelerate their developer experience, developer pipelining, more code faster, more horsepower under the hood. But this data conversation, it just never goes away. The world's keep on coming around.
It never goes away. I've been in this business for almost 30 years and we're still talking about the same key factors, right? Reliability, availability, performance, security. These things are pervasive in the data management because it's such a critical aspect to success.
And in this case of SkySQL, you have both a transactional and an analytical engine in one.
That's correct.
Right?
Yep.
And that was a, what has the customer adoption been like of that hybrid, or I guess it's not a hybrid, but a dual
So the thing that makes that important is that instead of having siloed services, you have integrated data services. And a lot of times when you ask a question that's analytical, it might depend on a transaction. And so that makes the entire experience best for the developer, right? So to take that further, we also in SkySQL offer a geospatial offering that integrates with all of that. And then we even take it further than that with distributed database with Expand, MariaDB Expand.
A lot of discussion, geospatial announcement today on stage. Just the diversity of data and your experience in the industry, there's not the one database that rules them all anymore. There's a lot of databases out there. How are customers dealing with, I won't say database sprawl because you need databases.
Yeah.
You got real-time, transactional, you got batch going on, you got streaming data, all kinds of data use cases now, all kind of having to be rolled together.
Right.
What's your reaction, what's your take on the state of data, databases?
Yeah. So, when I started in this business, there were 4 databases, and now there's 400 databases. And the best databases really facilitate great application development. So having as many of those services in real time or in analytics as possible means that you're a database for everyone or for all users, right? And customers don't want to use multiple databases. Sometimes they feel like they're forced to do that. But if you're like MariaDB, then you offer all of those capabilities in an integrated way that makes the developer move faster.
Now, Amazon made a number of announcements this morning about in the data management area, including geospatial support on RDB, on RDS, I believe. How do you, I guess, coordinate, yourself, your sales message with their sales message, given that you are partners, but they are competing with you in some ways?
Yeah, there's always some cooperation, I guess, that happens with AWS in the various product silos that they're offering their customers. For us, we're one of thousands of, obviously, partners that they have, and we're out there trying to do what our customers want, which is to have those services integrated, not glued together with a variety of different integration software. We want it integrated in the service so that it's one data provision, data capability for the application developer. It makes for a better experience for the developer in the end.
On the customer side, what's the big activity? I mean, you got the on-premises database, get the cloud. When should a customer decide, or what's the signals to them that they should either move to the cloud or change, be distributed? What are some of the forcing functions? What's the market
I've come
like?
a long way on this, but my opinion is that every customer should be in the cloud. And the reason simply is the economies that are involved, the pace of execution, the resilience and dependability of the cloud, Amazon being the leader in that space. So if you were to ask me, right now is the time to be in SkySQL because it's the premier data service in the cloud. So I would take my customer out of their on-prem and put them all in AWS on SkySQL if I could. Not everybody's ready for that, but my opinion is that the security is there, the reliability, the privacy, all of the things that maybe are legacy concerns. It's all been proven to be adequate and probably even better because of all of the economies of scale that you get out of being in the cloud just generally.
Now, MariaDB started on-premise though, and you still have a significant customer base on-premise. Right. What, if anything, are you doing to encourage them to migrate to the cloud?
Well, so we have hundreds and hundreds of customers as MariaDB, and we weren't the first database company to put their database in the cloud, but watching it unfold helped us realize that we're going to put MariaDB in its best form factor in SkySQL. It's the only place you can get the enterprise version of MariaDB in a cloud service, right? So when we look at our customers on-prem, we're constantly telling them, obviously, that we have a cloud service. When they subscribe, we show them the efficiencies and the economies, and we do get customers that are moving. We had a customer, O2 Telefonica over in the UK, that moved from an on-premise to manage their Wi-Fi services across Europe, and they're very happy. They were one of our very first SkySQL customers, and that has routinely proven itself to be a path towards not only a better operation for the customer, they're up more, they have fewer outages because they're not inflicting their own self wounds that they have in their own data center. They're running on world-class infrastructure on a world-class database.
What are some of those self wounds? Is it personnel, kind of manual mistakes, just outages, reliability? Yep. What's the real cause, and then what's the benefit alternative in the cloud that
I think when you repeat the same database implementation over and over on the infrastructure, it gets tested thousands and thousands of times. Whereas if I'm a database team and I install it once, I've tested it one time, and I can't account for all of the things that might happen in the future. So the benefit of the cloud is that you just get that repeat ability that happens, and all of the sort of the kinks and bugs and issues are worked out of the system, and that's why it's just fundamentally better. We get 99.9999% uptime because all of those mistakes have been made, solved, and fixed.
Fully managed, obviously.
Yes, right.
Huge benefit.
Right,
and people are moving, it's just a great benefit, so I'm a fan, obviously. I think it's a great way to go. I got to ask about the security though, because big conversation here is security. What's the security posture? What's the security story to customers with SkySQL and MariaDB?
Right. So we've taken the server, which was the initial product that MariaDB was founded upon, right? And we've come a long way over the several years that we've been in business. In SkySQL, we have SOC 2 compliance, for example. So we've gone through commercial certifications to make sure that customers can depend that we are following processes, we have technology in place in order to secure and protect their data. And in that environment, it is repeatable. So every time a customer uses our DBaaS infrastructure, database as a service infrastructure called SkySQL, they're benefiting from all of the testing that's been done. If they go that and do that themselves, they would have to go through months and months of processes in order to reach the same level of protection.
Now MariaDB is distributed by design, is that right?
Yes, so we have a distributed database, it's called Expand, MariaDB Expand, and it's an option inside of SkySQL. It's the same cost as MariaDB Server, but Expand is distributed. And the easiest way to understand what distributed database is to understand what it is not first. What it is not is like every other cloud database. So most of the databases, strangely, in the cloud are not distributed databases. They have one single database node in a cluster. That is where all of the changes and writes happen. And that creates a bottleneck in the database. And that's why there's difficulties in scale. AWS actually talked about this in the keynote, which is the difficulty around multi-writer in the cloud.
Right.
And that's what Expand does. And it spreads out the reads and the writes to make it scalable, more performant, and more resilient. One node goes down, still stays up, but you get the benefit of the consistency and the parallelization that happens in Expand.
So when would a customer choose Expand versus SkySQL Vanilla?
So we have, I would say a lot of times, but the profile of our customers are typically like financial services, trade stores. We have Samsung Cloud, 500,000 transactions per second in an Expand cluster where they run their Samsung Cloud for their mobile device unit. We have many customers like that where it's a commercial-facing website, often, or a service, where the brand depends on uptime. Okay, so if you're an exchange, or if you're a mobile device company or an IoT company, you need those databases to be working all the time and scale broadly and have high performance.
So you have resiliency built in,
yes,
essentially.
Yeah, and that's the major benefit of it. It hasn't been solved by anybody other than us in the cloud, to be quite honest with you.
That's a differentiator for sure.
It is a huge differentiator, and there are a lot of interested parties. We're going to see that be the next discussion, probably next year when we come back. What's the state of distributed database? Because it's really become the tip of the spear with the database industry right now.
And what's the benefits of that? Just quickly describe why that's important.
Obviously the performance and the resilience are the two we just talked about, but also the efficiency. So if you have a multi-node cluster of a single master database, that gets replicated 4 times, 5 times over, 5 times the cost. And so we're taking cost out, adding performance in, and so you're really seeing a revolution there because you're getting a lot more for a lot less. And whenever you do that, you win the game, right?
Awesome, yeah, that's true. And it seems like, okay, distributed might be more costly, but you're not replicating.
That's right.
That's the key.
Replicating just enough to be resilient, but not excessively to be overly redundant.
Yeah,
right?
I find that the conversation this year is starting to unpack some of these cloud native embedded capabilities inside AWS. So are you guys doing more around, on the customer side, around marketplace? Are you guys, how do people consume products?
It's really both. So sometimes they come to us from AWS. AWS might say, hey, you know what, we don't really have an answer. And that's specifically true on the Expand side. They don't really have that in their list of databases yet, right? Hopefully we'll get out in front of them, but they oftentimes come through our front door where they're a MariaDB customer already, right? There's over 100,000 production systems with MariaDB in the world and hundreds of thousands of users of the database. So they know our brand, not quite as well as AWS, but they know our brand. If
you get a loyal customer base.
We do, right. I mean, people love MariaDB. They just think it's one of the, it's the database that they use for application development all the time. And when they see us release an offering like Expand just a few years ago, they're interested. They want to use that. They want to see how that works. And then when they take it into production and it works as advertised, of course, success happens, right?
Well, great stuff, John. Great to have you on theCUBE. Paul, I think it's time we do the Insta Challenge here. New format on theCUBE. We usually say at the end, summarize what's most important story for you or show, what's the bumper sticker. We kind of put it around more of an Instagram reel.
Okay.
What's your sizzle reel? What's your thought leadership statement? 30 seconds
Thought leadership.
John.
So the thought leadership is really in scaling the cloud to the next generation. We believe MariaDB's Expand product will be the technology that fronts the next wave of database solutions in the cloud, and AWS has become instrumental in helping us do that with their infrastructure and all the help that they give us. I think at the end of the day, when the story on Expand is written, it's going to be a very fun ride over the next few years.
John
really
Baker,
excited.
CRO, Chief Revenue Officer, MariaDB, great to have you on.
Thank you.
34-year veteran or so in databases.
You're putting a lot of age on me.
All right.
I'm 29, I'm 29 again.
I just graduated high school and I've been doing this for 10 years.
Yeah.
Great to have you on theCUBE. Thanks for coming
guys.
on,
Yeah,
thanks for sharing
appreciate
your.
it.
I'm John Furrier with Paul Gillen. Here, live on the floor, wall-to-wall coverage. We're already into like 70 videos already. Got a whole nother day, finish out day 3. Keep watching theCUBE. Thanks for watching, we'll be right back.
It feels so good, it feels so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Start it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
You
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
great. You guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni.
It feels so good, it feels so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Start it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage.
Welcome back to Sin City, guys and girls. We're glad you're with us. You've been watching theCUBE all week, we know that. This is theCUBE's live coverage of AWS reInvent 22 from the Venetian Expo Center, where there are tens of thousands of people, and this event, if you know it, covers the entire strip. There are over 55,000 people here, hundreds of thousands online. Dave, this has been a fantastic show. It is clear everyone's back. We're hearing phenomenal stories from AWS and its ecosystem. We got a great customer story coming up next, featured on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, post-pandemic, you start to think about, okay, how are things changing? And one of the things that we heard from Adam Selipsky was, we're going beyond digital transformation into business transformation. Okay, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. I have a sense of what it means, and I think this next interview really talks to business transformation beyond digital transformation, beyond IT.
Excellent. We've got two guests. One of them is an alumni. Scott Mullins joins us, GM AWS Worldwide Financial Services. And Brad Peterson is here, the EVP, CIO, and CTO of NASDAQ. Welcome, guys. Great to have you.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Brad, talk a little bit. There was an announcement with NASDAQ and AWS last year, a year ago, about how they're partnering to transform capital markets. It was a highlight of last year. Remind us what you talked about and what's gone on since then.
Yeah, so we were very excited. I work with Adina Friedman. She's my boss, CEO of NASDAQ, and she was on stage with Adam for his first keynote as CEO of AWS, and we made the commitment that we were going to move our markets to the cloud, and we've been a long time customer of AWS, and everyone said, you know, the last piece, the last frontier to be moved was the actual matching, where all the messages, the quotes get matched together to become confirmed orders. So that was what we committed to less than a year ago, and we said we were going to move one of our options markets in the US. We have 6 of them, and options markets are the most challenging. They're the most high volume and high performance. So we said, let's start with something really challenging and prove we can do it together with AWS. So we committed to that.
And results so far?
So I can sit here and say that November 7th, so we are live, we're in production, and it's the MRX exchange is called Mercury, so we shorten it for MRX. We like acronyms in technology. And so we started with a phased launch of symbols, so you kind of allow yourself to make sure you have all the functionality working, then you add some volume on it, and we are going to complete the conversion on Monday. So we are all good so far, and I have some results I can share, but maybe Scott, if you want to talk about why we did that together and what we've done together over many years.
Well, you know, Brad, I think it's a natural extension of our relationship, right? You know, you look at the 12-year relationship that AWS and NASDAQ have had together. It's just the next step in the way that we're going to help the industry transform itself, and so not just NASDAQ's business transformation for itself, but really a blueprint and a template for the entire capital markets industry. And so many times people will ask me, who's using cloud well, who's doing well in the cloud, and NASDAQ is an easy example to point to of somebody who's truly taking advantage of these capabilities, because the cloud isn't a place, it's a set of capabilities, and so this is a shining example of how to use these capabilities to actually deliver real business benefit, not just to your organization, but I think the really exciting part is the market technology piece of how you're serving other exchanges.
Yeah. So last year before reInvent, we said, and it's obvious within the tech ecosystem that technology companies are building on top of the cloud. We said the big trend that we see in the 2020s is that consumers of IT, historically your customers, are going to start taking their stacks, their software, their data, their services, and SaaSifying, putting it on the cloud and delivering new services to customers. So when we saw Dean on stage last year, we called it, by the way, we called it super cloud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Some people don't like the term, but I love it.
Super cloud.
And so, yeah, super cloud. So when we saw Dean on stage, we said, that's a great example. We've seen Capital One doing some similar things. We've had some conversations with US West. It's happening, right? So, talk about how you actually do that. I mean, because you've got a big on-prem estate. Are you connecting to that? Is it all in the cloud? Paint a picture of what the architecture looks like.
Yeah, and so you started with the business transformation, so I like that, and the super cloud designation. What we are is we own and operate exchanges in the United States and in Europe and in Canada, so we have our own markets that we're looking at modernizing. So we look at this as a modernization of the capital market infrastructure, but we happen to be the leading technology provider for other markets around the world. So you either build your own or you source from us, and we're by far the leading provider. So a lot of our customers said, how about if you go first? It's kind of like Mikey, give it to Mikey, let him
See,
try
Mikey
it.
likes it.
The penguin off the iceberg.
Yeah, and so what we did is we said, to make this easy for our customers, so you want to ask your customers, you want to figure out how you can do it so that you don't disrupt their business. So we took the edge compute that was announced a few years ago, Amazon Outposts, and we were one of their early customers. So we started immediately to jointly innovate with Amazon, and we said, this looks interesting for us. So we extended the region into our Carteret data center in northern New Jersey, which gave us all the services that we know and love from Amazon. So our technical operations team has the same tools and services but then we were able to connect because in the markets what we're doing is we need to connect fairly. So we need to ensure that you still have that fairness element. So by bringing it into our building and extending the edge compute platform, the AWS Outposts into Carteret, that allowed us to also talk very succinctly with our regulators. It's a familiar territory, it's all buttoned up, and that simplified the conversion conversation with the regulators. It simplified it with our customers, and then it was up to us to then deliver time and performance.
Because you had alternatives. You could have taken a more mature, kind of on-prem legacy stack, figured out how to bolt that in, less cloudy. So why did you choose Outposts? I'm curious.
Well, Outposts looked like when it was announced that it was really about extending territory. So we had our customers in mind, our global customers, and they don't always have an AWS region in country. So if you think about a regulator, they're going to say, well, where is this region located? So finally we saw this ability to grow the cloud geographically. And of course we're in Sweden, so we work with the AWS region in Stockholm. But not every country has a region yet.
Hey, we're working as fast as we can to build them in every single location around the planet.
So we saw it as an investment that Amazon had to grow the geographic footprint, and we have customers in many smaller countries that don't have a region today. So maybe talk a little bit about what you guys had in mind, and it's a multi-industry trend. The edge compute has 4 or 5 industries that you can say this really makes a lot of sense to extend the cloud.
And David, you said it earlier. There's a trend of ecosystems that are coming onto the cloud. This is our opportunity to bring the cloud to an ecosystem, to an existing ecosystem. And if you think about NASDAQ's data center in Carteret, there's an ecosystem of NASDAQ's clients there that are there to be with NASDAQ. And so it was actually much easier for us as we worked together over really a 4-year period thinking about this and how to make this technological transition to actually bring the capabilities to that ecosystem rather than trying to bring the ecosystem to AWS in one of our public regions. And so that's been our philosophy with Outposts all along, is actually extending our capabilities that our customers know and love into any environment that they need to be able to use that in. And so to Brad's point about servicing other markets in different countries around the world, it actually gives us that ability to do that very quickly, very nimbly, and very succinctly and successfully.
Did you guys write a working backwards document for this initiative?
We did. Yeah? We actually did. So this is one of the fully exercised. We have a couple of, so by the way, Scott used to work at NASDAQ, and we have a number of people who have gone from NASDAQ to AWS and from AWS to NASDAQ. So we have adopted, that's one of the things that we think is an effective way to really clarify what you're trying to accomplish with a project. So I know you were a little bit kidding on that, but we did.
No, I was totally, because I want to go to where are we in the milestones and take us through kind of what we can expect going forward now that we've worked backwards.
Yep. We did.
We did, and look, I think from a milestone perspective, as you heard Brad say, we're very excited that we've stood up MRX in production. Having worked at NASDAQ myself, when you make a change and when you stand up a market, that's always a moment where you're working with your community, with your clients, and you've got a market-wide call that you're working, and you're wanting to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And so when that call went smoothly and that transition went smoothly, I know you were very happy, but on the AWS side, we were also very happy as well that we hit that milestone within the time frame that Dina said. And that was very important, I know, to you and for us as well.
Yeah, and our commitment, so the time base of this one was by the end of 2022. So November 7th, check. We got that one done.
That's awesome.
The other one is we said we wanted the performance to be as good or better than our current platform that we have. And we were putting a new version of our derivatives or options software onto this platform. We had confidence because we already rolled it to one market in the US, then we rolled it earlier this year, and that was last year. Then we rolled it to our Nordic derivatives market, and we saw really good customer feedback. So we had confidence in our software was going to run. Now we had to marry that up with the Outpost platform. And we said we really want to achieve as good or better performance, and we achieve better performance. So that's noticeable by our customers. And that one was the biggest question. I think our customers understand when we set a date, we test them with them. We have our national test facility that they can test in. But really the big question was, how was it going to perform? And that was, I think, one of the biggest proof points that we're really proud about jointly together. And it took both of us to really innovate and get the platform right. And we did a number of iterations. We're never done, but we have a final result that says it is better.
Well, congratulations. It sounds like you guys have done a tremendous job. What can we expect in 2023 from NASDAQ and AWS? Any little nuggets you can share?
Well, we just came from the partner keynote with Adam and Ruba, and we had another colleague on stage. So Nick Chubatariu, so he is actually someone who brought digital assets and cryptocurrencies onto the Venmo PayPal platform. He joined NASDAQ about a year ago, and we announced that in our marketplace, the Amazon marketplace, we're going to offer digital assets custody solution. So that is certainly going to be something we're excited about in 2023.
I know we got to go, but I love this story because it fits so great at the super cloud, but we've learned so much from Amazon over the years. Two pizza teams, we talked about working backwards, customer obsession, but this is a story of NASDAQ pointing its internal capabilities externally. We're already on that journey, and then bringing that to the cloud. Very powerful story. I wonder what's next in this, because we learn a lot, and it's like the NFL, we copy it. Think about product market fit. You think about scientific, go-to-market, and seeing that applied to the financial services industry and obviously other industries is really exciting to see. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you. And look, I think it's an example of invent and simplify. That's another Amazon principle, and this is I think a great example of inventing on behalf of an industry, and then continually working to simplify the way that the industry works with all of us.
Last question, and we've got only 30 seconds left. Brad, I'm going to direct it to you. If you had the opportunity to take over the NASDAQ sign in Times Square and say a phrase that summarizes what NASDAQ and AWS are doing together, what would it say?
Oh, and I think I'm going to put that up on Monday. So we're going to close the market together, and it's going to say modernizing the capital markets infrastructure together. So.
Very cool.
Excellent. Drop the mic. Guys, this was fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you joining us on the show, sharing your insights and what NASDAQ and AWS are doing. We're going to have to keep watching this. You're going to have to come back next year.
All right.
For our guests and for Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech. Consumers love the benefit of tech. No consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
Filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz?
More skin in the game.
Today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now. I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
feels so good, it feels so good. Oh mama, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Oh, here we go again, yeah. Oh, here we go again.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our wall-to-wall coverage of AWS reInvent. We are live from the show floor here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is Savannah Peterson, here with my co-host John Furrier on theCUBE. John, end of day 3, you're smiling, you're still radiating energy. Is it the community that's keeping your
It's
level
just
up?
all the action. We've got a great special guest joining us for the first time on theCUBE. It's going to be great. And serverless wave is hitting. More and more serverless embedded into things like analytics are going to make things tightly integrated. You're going to see a lot more kind of tightly coupled, but yet still cohesive elements together being kind of end to end. And again, the zero ELT vision is soon to be here. That and security, major news here at Amazon. Of course, this next segment is going to be awesome about the modernization journey. We're going to hear a lot about that.
Yeah, we are, and our next guest is also an extraordinarily adventurous one. Please welcome Joe from Arc XP. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks
How's
for having
the show
me.
going for you?
It's been great, and it's the end of the day, but there's so much great energy at the show this year.
Really is.
It's great walking the halls, seeing the great engineers, the thought leaders, including the sessions. So it's been really a stimulating time.
What do you do at ARC? What's your role?
So I'm Vice President of Technology and Product Development. I recently joined ARC to lead all the product development teams. We have an experience platform. So in that platform, we have content tools, we have delivery tools, we have subscription tools. And it's a really exciting time in all those spaces.
And your customer base is?
Our customer base started with publishers. So Arc XP was built for the Washington Post's internal needs many years ago. And word got out about how great it was built on top of the AWS tech stack, and other publishers came and started licensing the software. We've moved from there to B2C commerce as well as enterprise scenarios.
I think that's really interesting, and I want to touch on your background a little bit here. You just mentioned the Washington Post. You have a background in broadcast. What was it, since you are fresh, what was it that attracted you to ARC? What made you say yes?
Yeah, so I spent a little under 10 years building the Associated Press broadcast newsroom tools, some of them that you have used for many years. And one of the things that was really exciting about joining ARC was they were cloud native, and they were cloud native from the start. And so that really gave them a leg up with how quickly they could innovate. And now we see developers here at reInvent be able to do custom lambdas and new extensibility points in a way that really no one else can do in the CMS space.
Which is very exciting. Let's talk a little bit about your team and the development cycle. We've touched a lot on the economic uncertainty right now. How are things internally? What's the culture pulse?
Yeah, so the return to work has been a thing for us.
Are you back
like
in office?
All of them. We actually have a globally distributed team, and so if you happen to be lucky enough to be in Washington, D.C. or Chicago or some of our other centers, there's an opportunity to be in the office, but most of our engineers work remotely. One of the exciting things we did earlier this year was ARC Week, where we brought everyone to D.C. to see each other face to face. And that same energy you see at reInvent was there in person with our engineers.
I believe that. So I'm a marketer by trade. I love that you're all about the digital experience. What, are you creating digital, I mean, everyone needs some sort of digital experience. Yes. Every company is a technology company now. Do you work across verticals? Do you see more niche or industry specific?
Yeah, so we began with a very large vertical of media and broadcast.
There's a couple companies in that category.
A couple big ones out there.
Yeah.
And actually their challenges are really high volume production of great digital storytelling. And so solving their problems has enabled us to have a platform that works for anyone that needs to tell a story digitally, whether it's a commerce site, a corporate PR department, right? Really everyone needs to get the story out today.
Yeah.
And so we have gone to a bunch of other verticals, and we've seen the benefits of having that strong cloud-based platform offer the scale that all storytellers need.
What are some of the challenges today that weren't there a decade ago or even 5 years ago? We see a lot of media companies looking at the business model innovations, changing landscapes, omni-channel distribution, different formats. What's some of the challenges that's going on in content?
So, content challenges include both production of content and delivery of that content through a great experience. So different parts of ARC focus on those problems, and you got to monetize it as well. But what I'd say is unique to ARC, and the challenge we talk to our customers about a lot, is multi-format production. So it's not just about one channel, it's about telling a story and having it go across multi-channels, multi-sites. And having the infrastructure, both technically and in the workflow tools, is super critical for our customers, and it is a challenge that we receive well.
A lot of AI is coming into the conversation here, data, AI, publishing, video, user-generated content. Oh, it's all data.
Yeah.
It's all data.
It's an immense amount of data.
How do you look at the data plane or the data layer, the data aspect of the platform, and what are some of the customers leaning into or kicking the tires around?
Sure.
What are some of the trends and what are some of the core issues you see?
Yeah, so I've spent a lot of time in data ML and analytics looking at giant data sets. And when you look at CMS systems and experience platforms, the first class citizen is really the documents themselves. What is the story you're saying? But where the rich data is that we can analyze is user behaviors, global distribution of content, how we optimize our CDN, and really give a personal experience to the reader. But beyond that, we see a lot of advantages in our digital asset management platform, which is for video, audio, photos, all kinds of media formats, and applying AI ML to do detection, suggest photos that might be appropriate based on what a journalist or a marketer is writing in their story. So there's a lot of opportunities around that sort of data.
What are some of the business model changes that you're seeing? Because remember, we're in digital, page view advertising has gone down, subscription firewalls on blogs, you got things like Substack emerging, journalists are kind of like changing. I've seen companies go out of business, some of the media companies, or change, some of the smaller ones go out of business, the bigger ones are evolving. What are some of the business model enablements that you guys see coming that a platform could deliver so that a company can value their content and their talent?
For sure. I mean, this is a perennial question in the media space, right? It's been going on for 2 decades.
I was going to say, we're OG
and
media
so
folks,
we've seen that play out.
It's a little softball
really
for
for
you.
almost every format.
It's a softball.
Well, yeah, day 3. It's
how are we addressing that? First and foremost, you got to do great storytelling. So we have tools for that, but then presenting that story in a great experience, no matter what device you're on, that's going to be critical no matter how you're monetizing it. And so, we have customers that go very ad heavy. We also have a subscription platform that can do that built into our infrastructure.
50 million plus registered users, correct?
Yeah, it's unbelievable the scale. Really, ARC is a growth story. And so we went from serving the Washington Post needs to over 2,000 sites today across 25 countries.
How do we get to that? How do we get that audience if we wanted to? Can we join that network? Is it a network of people?
People that are using ArcXP?
Yeah.
Actually, we recently launched a new effort around our community. So I think they actually had a meeting yesterday. And so that's one way to get involved. But as you said, everyone needs to have a site and tell great stories.
Yeah.
So we see a wide appeal for our platform. And what's unique about ARC is it's truly a SaaS model. This is delivered via SaaS, where we take care of all of the services, over 100 Amazon services behind the scenes, built into ARC. We manage all of that for our customers, including the CDN. So it's not as though our customers have to be making sure the site is up. We've got teams to take care of that 24/7.
Great value proposition, and a lot of need for this. People doing their own media systems themselves. What's the secret sauce to your success if you had to kind of look at the technology? Obviously serverless is a big part of it on the AWS stack. What's the secret sauce?
I think the secret sauce comes from the roots that ARC has in the Washington Post and some of the most challenging content production workflows anywhere in the world. And I've spent a lot of time in many newsrooms. So I think that knowledge, the urgency of what it takes to get a story out, the zero tolerance for the site going down, that DNA really enables our engineers to do great solutions.
Talk about understanding your user. I mean, that's and drinking the Kool-Aid, but in a totally amazing way. One of the other things that stuck out to me in doing my research is not only are you a service used now by 50 million subscribers, but beyond that, you pride yourself on being a turnkey solution. Folks can get ARC up and running quite quickly, correct?
For sure. So one of the things we built into ARC XP is something called Themes, which has a bunch of pre-built blocks that our customers don't have to end up with a custom code base when they've developed a new experience platform. That's not a good solution to have every site be a custom code base. We're a product with extensibility hooks that really enable someone to get started very quickly. And that also includes bringing in content from other platforms into ARC itself. So that journey of migrating a site is really smooth with our tool set.
What's the history of the company? Did it come from the Washington Post, or was that the original customer? What's the DNA of the firm?
Yeah, so it was originally built by the Washington Post for the Washington Post. So designed by digital storytellers for storytelling.
And
so
one of the largest media outlets out there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's where that connection is.
that
Got
really
it.
is where it comes through.
Awesome.
Now
Congratulations.
today, those roots are still apparent, but we've been very responsive to other needs in the market. So around commerce, there's a whole other set of DNA we've brought in, experts in understanding different systems for inventory management, so we can do a great experience on top of some of those legacy platforms.
My final question before we go to our little
the challenge
is what's next? What's on the roadmap? As you look at the technology and the teams that you're managing, what's some of the next milestone or priorities for your business?
So it is really about growth, and that's the story of ARC XP, which has driven our technology decisions. So our choice to go serverless was driven by growth and needing to make sure we had an exceptional experience, but most importantly that our engineers can be focused on product development and responding to what the market needed. So that's what I'd say next year is about. It's enabling our engineers to keep up with the scaling business, but still provide great value on the roadmap.
And it's not like there's ever going to be a shortage of content or stories that need to be told, so
For
I
sure.
suspect there's a lot of resilience in what
And we hope to be inspired with new ways of telling stories. So if you go to
Yeah.
the Washington Post or other media
Or the
outlets, or
I was
the
just- I
CUBE,
know, I'm sure your brain is doing
there's
what my
great
brain is
formats
doing
out
today,
there.
which
Biz
is
dev
like,
meeting, let's chat after for sure.
Exactly, that's what I've been thinking the whole time. I'm sure the wheels are turning over on this side
Joe,
of the
great
team
to have you on.
in a lot of different ways. So we have a new tradition here at reInvent where we are providing you with an opportunity for quite a sizzle reel Instagram video, 30-second thought leadership soundbite. What is your hot take, key theme, or most important thing that you're thinking about since we're here at this year's show?
I would say it's the energy that's building in the industry, getting back together, the collaboration, and how that's resulting in us using new technologies. The conversation is no longer about shifting to the cloud. We all have huge infrastructure. The conversation is about observability. How do we know what's going in? How do we make sure we're getting the most value for our customers with that technology set? So I think the energy around that is super exciting. I've always loved building products, so next year I think it's going to be a great year with that, putting together these new technologies.
I think you nailed it. The energy really is the story and the collaboration. Joe, thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. ARC is lucky to have you. And we'll close with one personal anecdote. Favorite place to sail?
Favorite place to sail? So I lived in the Caribbean for many years. As we were
None of
talking
us are
about it
jealous
earlier.
up here at all.
And so my favorite place to sail would be in the British Virgin Islands, which was closed during COVID, but is now back open. So if any of you have had a chance to go to the BVI, make some time, hop on a catamaran, there's some great spots.
Well, I think you just gave us a catalyst for our next vacation, maybe a team off.
Bucket list item? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Let's bring everyone together.
Yeah, here we go. I love it. Well, Joe, thanks so much again for being on the show. We hope to have you back on theCUBE again sometime soon. And thank all of you for tuning in to this scintillating coverage that we have here live from the AWS reInvent show floor in Las Vegas, Nevada with John Furrier. I'm Savannah Peterson. This is theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
Great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
You're rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now. I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition. I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to theCUBE's live coverage here. Day 3 of CUBE's coverage. 2 sets, wall-to-wall coverage. 3rd set upstairs in the Executive Briefing Center. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE with Dave Vellante. Two other hosts here, a lot of action. Dave Ittycheria here is the CEO of MongoDB. Exclusive post on SiliconANGLE prior to the event. Thanks for doing that, great to see you.
Likewise, nice to see you both.
See you, Dave. So it's great to catch up prior to the event for that exclusive story on ecosystem, your perspective. That resonated with a lot of the people. The traffic on that post and comments have been off the charts. I think we're seeing a ecosystem kind of surge, and not changeover, but like an ISV and new platform. So I really appreciate your perspective. As a platform, ISV for AWS, what's it like? What's this event like? What's your learnings? What's your takeaway from your customers here this year? What's the most important story going on?
First of all, I think being here is important for us because we have so many customers and partners here. In fact, if you look at the customers that Amazon themselves announced, about 2/3 of those customers are MongoDB customers. So we have a huge overlap in customers here. So just connecting with customers and partners has been important. Obviously, a lot of them are thinking about their plans going to next year, so we're kind of meeting with them to think about what their priorities are and how we can help. And also we're sharing a little bit of our product roadmap in terms of where we're going and helping them think through like how they can best use MongoDB as they think about their data strategy, going to next year. So it's been a very productive event. We have a lot of people here, a lot of salespeople, a lot of product people, and there's tons of customers here, so we can get a lot accomplished in a few days.
Dave and I always talk on theCUBE, well Dave always goes to the TAM expansion question, expanding your total addressable market. The market is changing, and you guys have a great position, growing, positioned. How do you look at the total addressable market for Mongo changing? Where's the growth going to come from? How do you see your role in the market, and how does that impact your current business model?
Yeah, our whole goal is to really enable developers to think about MongoDB first when they're building modern applications. So what we've done is first built a first-class transactional platform, and now we've kind of expanding the platform to do things like search and analytics, right? And so we're really offering a broad set of capabilities. Now our primary focus is the developer, and helping developers build these amazing applications and giving them tools to really do so in a very quick way. So if you think about customers like Intuit, customers like Canva, customers like Verizon, AT&T, who are just using us to really transform their business, it's either to build new applications quickly, to do things at a certain level of performance and scale they've never done before, and so really enabling them to do so much more in building these next generation applications that they can't build anywhere else.
So I was listening to Bill McDermott this morning.
Yeah.
And you listen to Bill, you just want to buy from the guy, right? He's amazing. But he's basically saying, look, companies like, he was talking about ServiceNow that can help organizations digitally transform, et cetera, but make money or save money are in a good position. And I said, all right, Mongo's definitely one of those companies. Yes. What are those conversations like here? I know you've been meeting with customers. It's a different environment right now. There's a lot of uncertainty. I was talking to one of your customers who said, yeah, I'm up for renewal. I love Mongo. I'm going to see if they can stage my payments a little bit, things like that. Are those conversations similar to what you're having?
Clearly customers are getting a little bit more prudent, but we haven't seen any kind of like slowdown in terms of deal cycles or elongated sales cycles. I mean, obviously, different customers in different sectors are going through different issues. What we are seeing customers think about is like, how can I, either drive more efficiency in my business, and big part of that is modernization of my existing legacy tech stack. How can maybe consolidate to a fewer set of vendors? I think they like our broad platform story. Rather than using 3 or 4 different databases, they can use MongoDB to do everything. So that resonates with customers. And the fact that they can move fast, right? Developer productivity is a proxy for innovation. And so being able to move fast to either seize new opportunities or respond to new threats is really, top of mind for every C-level executive.
So can your software, I mean, you're right, consolidation is the #1 way in which people are saving money. Can your software be deflationary? I mean that in a good way.
So I was just meeting with a customer who was thinking about Mongo for their transactional platform, Elastic for the search platform, and like a graph database for a special use case. And we said, you can do all that on MongoDB, and he's like, oh my goodness, I can consolidate everything, have one elegant developer interface, I can keep all the data in one place, I can easily access that data, and that makes so much more sense than having to basically use a bunch of piece parts. And so that's what we're seeing more and more interest from customers about.
So one of the things I want to get your reaction to is I was saying on theCUBE, now you can disagree with me if you want, but in the cloud native world at KubeCon, when Kubernetes was going through its hype cycle, the conversation went to, it's getting boring, and that's good, because they want it to be boring. They don't want people to talk about the runtime, they want it to be working. Working is boring, that's invisible, it's good. It's sticky, it's done. As you guys have such a great sticky business model, you got a great install base, Mongo works, people are happy, they like the product, so it's kind of working. I won't say boring, because it's relevant. What's the exciting things that Mongo's bringing on top of the existing base of product that is going to really get your clients and prospects enthused about the innovation from Mongo? Because it's almost like electricity in a way. You guys are very utility in the way you do, but it's growing. But is there an exciting element coming that you see that they should pay attention to? What's your vision?
Right, so if you look back over the last 10, 15 years, there's been two big platform shifts, mobile and cloud. I think the next big platform shift is from what I call dumb apps to smart apps. So building more intelligence into applications, and what that means is automating human decision making and embedding that into applications. So we believe that to be fundamentally a developer problem to solve. Yes, you need data scientists to build the machine learning algorithms to train the models, but ultimately you can't really deploy it at scale unless you give developers the tools to build those smart applications. That's what we're focused on. And a big part of that is what we call application-driven analytics, where people can embed that intelligence into applications so that they can, instead of rather having humans involved, they can make decisions faster, drive their businesses more quickly, shorten time to market, et cetera.
And so your strategy to implement those smart apps is to keep targeting the developer and build on that base.
Correct. So exactly, so we want to essentially democratize the ability for any customer to use our tools to build those smart applications where they don't have the resources of a Google or a large tech company, and that's essentially resonating with our customer base.
We were talking about this earlier, after Swami's keynote. Most companies struggle to put data at the core of their business. And I don't mean centralizing it all in a single place, because data's everywhere, but really organizing their company and democratizing data so people can make data decisions. So I think what you're saying, essentially Atlas is the platform that you're going to inject intelligence into and allow developers to then build applications that are intelligent, smart, with AI, machine intelligence, et cetera. And that's how the ones that don't have the resources of a Google or an Amazon become that kind of AI company, if you will.
That's the whole purpose of a developer data platform, is to enable them to have the tools, to have very sophisticated analytics, to have the ability to do very sophisticated indexes optimized for analytics, the ability to use data lakes for very efficient storage and retrieval of data, to leverage edge devices to be able to capture and synchronize data. These are all critical elements to build these next generation applications, and you have to do that, but you don't want to stitch together 1,000 primitives, you want to have a platform to do that, and that's where we really focus.
Dave and I, Dave Vellante and I have been talking a lot about developer productivity, and one observation that's now validated is that developers are setting the pace for innovation.
Correct.
And if you look at the language that they speak, it's not the same language as security departments.
Correct.
They speak almost like different languages, developer and security, and then you got data language. But the developers are making choices. If it's self-service, they can accelerate. They're driving the behavior into the organizations. And this is one of the things I wrote about on Friday last week, was the organizational changes are changing because the developers are setting the pace. You can't force tooling down their throat. They're going to go with what's easy, what's workable. If you believe that to be true, then all the security is going to be in the developer pipeline. All the innovation will be driven off that high velocity developer site. We're seeing success of security being embedded there with the developers. What are you going to bring up to that developer layer that's going to help with security, help with maybe even new things?
Right, so it's almost a cliche to say now software is eating the world, right? Because every company's value proposition is driven by software. It's either enabled, defined, or created through software. What that really means is that developers are eating all the work, right? And you saw in DevOps, right, where developers basically encroach into the ops world, and made infrastructure a programmable interface. You see developers, to your point, encroaching in security, embedding more and more security features into their applications. We believe the same thing is going to happen with data scientists and business analysts, where developers are going to embed that functionality that was done by different domains in the analytics world and embed that capability into apps themselves. So these applications are just naturally smarter, so you don't need someone to look at a dashboard and say, aha, there's some insight here, now I need to go make a decision. The application will do that for you and actually make that decision for you, so you can move that much more quickly to run your business either more efficiently or to drive more revenue.
Well, the interesting thing about your business is because you got a lot of transactional activity going on, and the way I would say what you just described is the data stack and the application stacks are coming together. Yes. Right, and you're in a really good position, I think, to really affect that. You think about we've operationalized so many systems, we really haven't operationalized our data systems. And particularly as you guys get more into analytics, it becomes an interesting roadmap for Mongo and your customers. How do you see that?
Yeah, so I want to be clear, we're not trying to be a data warehouse.
I get it.
We're not trying to be like, go compete. In fact, we have a nice partnership with Databricks and so forth. What we're really trying to do is enable developers to instrument and build these applications that embed analytics. Like, a good analogy I'd use is like Google Maps. You think about how sophisticated Google Maps has, and I use that because everyone has used Google Maps.
Yeah.
Like I was old enough to print out the directions.
MapQuest.
Yeah, exactly. Put it on my lap and drive and look down. Now I have this device that tells me, if there's a traffic, if there's an accident, if there's something going, it will reroute me automatically. And what that app is doing is embedding real-time data into its decision making and making the decision for you so that you don't have to think about which route to take.
Right.
You're going to see that happen across almost every application over the next X number of years, where these applications are going to become so much smarter and make these decisions for you so you can just move so much more quickly.
Dave, talk about the company, status of the company, your growth plans. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of news. Salesforce co-CEO just resigned, layoffs at CNN, layoffs at DoorDash. Tech unfortunately is not impacted, thank God. That too bad. Certainly in cloud's not impacted. It is impacting some of the buying behavior. We talked about that. What's going on with the company, headcount, what's your goals, how's the team doing, what are your priorities?
Right, so we're going after a big opportunity. We recognize obviously the market's a little choppy right now, but our long term, we're very bullish on the opportunity. We believe that we can be the modern developer data platform to build these next generation applications. In terms of costs, we're obviously being a little bit more judicious about where we're investing, but we see big opportunities for us. And so our overall cost base will grow next year. But obviously, we also recognize that there's ways to drive more efficiency. We're at a scale now, we're a $1.2 billion business. We're going to announce our Q3 results next week. So we'll talk a little bit more about what we're seeing in the business next week. But we think we're a business that's growing fast. We grew over 50%, and so we're a pretty fast-growing business.
Yeah, Tuesday, December 6th, you guys announced.
Exactly.
Of course, is a big. We always watch and love it. So what I'm hearing is, you're not stepping on the brakes. You're still accelerating growth, but not at all costs.
Correct. The term we're using is profitable growth. We want to, drive the business in a way that we think continues to seize the opportunity, but we always exercise discipline. I'm old enough where I had to deal with 2000 and 2008, so I'm not 28 and have not seen these markets, and so obviously some are, emerging leaders have not seen these kinds of markets before, so we're kind of helping them think about how to continue to be disciplined and rigorous.
I like that reference to 2000 dot-com bubble and the financial crisis in 2008. I mentioned this to you when we chatted. I'd love to get your thoughts now looking back for reInvent. Amazon wasn't a force in 2008. They weren't really that big yet. No economic impact. Agility wasn't hitting. They didn't hit that cruising altitude of the value proposition of cloud. Agility, time to value, moving fast. Now they are. So this is the first time that they're a part of the economic equation. You're in the middle of it with Amazon. They could be a catalyst to recover faster if planned properly. What's your CEO take on just that general? And other CEOs might be watching and saying, hey, if I play this right, I can leverage the cloud. Adam says lean into the cloud during a recession. Okay, I get that. But specifically, there might be a tactic. What's your view on that outlook?
What we're seeing the hyperscalers do is really continue to kind of compete at the raw infrastructure level on storage, on compute, on network performance, on security. to provide the kind of the building blocks for companies like MongoDB to really build on. So we're leveraging that price performance curve that they're pushing. You know, they obviously talked about Graviton 3, they're talking about their training model chipsets and their inference model chipsets and their security chipsets, which is great for us because we can leverage those capabilities to build upon that. And I think, you know, if you had asked me, you know, in 2008, would we be talking about chipsets in 2022? I'd probably say, oh, we're way beyond that. But what it really speaks to is those things are still so profoundly important. And I think that's where you can see Amazon and Google and Microsoft compete to provide the best underlying infrastructure where companies like MongoDB can build upon, and we can help customers leverage that to really build the next generation application.
I'm not saying it's 2008 all over again, but we have data from 2008. That was the first major tailwind for the cloud.
Yeah.
When the CFO said, we're going from CapEx to OpEx, so we saw that. Now it's a lot different now, it's a lot more mature.
I think there's a fine-tuning trend going on where people are right-sizing, fine-tuning, whatever you want to call it, but a craft is coming, a trade craft of cloud management, cloud optimization, managing the cost structures, tuning. It's a crafting, it's more of a craft. It kind of seems like we're in that era.
I call it cost optimization, that people are looking to say, like, I know I'm going to invest, but I want to be rational and more thoughtful about where I invest and why, and with whom I invest with, versus just like, everyone getting a 30% increase in their OpEx budgets every year. I don't think that's going to happen. And that's where we feel like it's going to be an opportunity for us. We've kind of hit escape velocity. We've got the developer mindshare. We have 37,000 customers of all shapes and sizes across the world, and that customer count's only growing. So we feel like we're a place where people are going to say, I want to standardize on MongoDB.
Yeah, and Salip's got a great quote in his keynote. He said, if you want to save money, the place to do it is in the cloud.
You tighten the belt. Which belt are you tightening? The marketplace belt, the supplier belt? We had a whole session on that, tightening your belt thing. David Shear, CEO of a billion-dollar company, MongoDB, continue to grow and continue to innovate. Thanks for coming on theCUBE, and thanks for participating in our stories.
Thanks for having me, it's great to be here.
Okay, I'm John Furrier, Dave Vellante, live on the show floor. We'll be right back with our final interview of the day after this short break. Day 3 coming to close. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
is CUBE alumni. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Okay, welcome back everyone, live coverage here, reInvent 2022. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. 2 sets here. We've got amazing content flowing, a 3rd set upstairs in the executive briefing area. It's kind of a final review, day 3. We got a special guest for do a reInvent review. Madhu Sudhakar, CEO, founder of Acera, former multi-exit entrepreneur, kind of a CUBE analyst who's always watching the floor, comes in, reports on our behalf. Thank you, you're a seasoned veteran, good to see you. Thanks for
Thank you, John.
We've only got 5 minutes, let's get into it. What's your report? What are you seeing here at reInvent? What's the most important story? What's happening? What should people pay attention to?
Now, a lot of things. First of all, thank you for having me, John. But most important thing what Amazon has announced is AI/ML, how they're doubling down on AI/ML. Amazon Connect for voice. Watch out all the contact center vendors. Third is in the area of workflow, low code, no code, workflow automation. I see these 3 are 3 big pillars. And the 4th is ETL and ELTs. They're offering ETL as included in as a part of S3 Redshift. I see those 4 areas are the big buckets.
Well, it's not no ETL to S3, it's ETL into S3 or migration.
Right.
Then the other one was zero ETL promise.
That's right.
Which there's a skeptical group out there that think that's not possible. I do. I think ultimately that'll happen, but what's your take?
I think it's going to happen. So it's going to happen both within the data store as well as outside the data store, data coming in. I think that area, Amazon is going to slowly encroach into the whole thing, will be offered as a part of Redshift and S3.
Got it. What else are you seeing? Security?
Amazon Connect. Amazon Connect is a big thing.
Why is that so important? It seems like they already have that.
They have it, but what they're doing now is to automate AI bots. They want to use AI bot to automate both agent assist, AI assist, and also voice bot automation. So all the contact center voice to text, they're doubling down. I think it's a good competition to Microsoft with the Nuance acquisition and what Zoom is doing today. So I think between Microsoft, Zoom, and Amazon, it's a nice competition there.
Okay, so we had Adam's keynote, a lot of security and data. That was big. Today we had Swami, all ML, 13 announcements. Adam did telegraph to me that he was going to share the love. Jassy would have probably taken most of those announcements, we know that. Adam shared the love. So Adam, props to you for sharing the love with Swami and some of those announcements. He had 13, so good for him.
Yes.
And then we had Ruba with the partners. What's your take on the partner network? A revamp.
No, I think Ruba did a very good job in terms of partners. Look at, this is one of the best stores that Amazon does. Even the companies like me, I'm a startup company, they know how to include the partners, drive more revenue with partners, sell through it, more expansion. So Amazon is still one of the best for startup to mid-market companies to go into enterprise. So I love their partnership angle.
One of the things I like that she said that resonated with me, because I've been working with those teams, is it's unified, clear roles, but together, but scaling the support for partners and making money for partners.
That's right.
That is a huge deal, big road ahead. She's focused on it. She says, no problem. We want to scale up the business model of the channel, the resources, so that the ecosystem can make money and serve customers, or serve customers and make money.
That's right. And I think one thing that they're always good is marketplace. Now they're doing is outside of market with ISV, co-sell, selling through. I think Amazon really understood that adding the value so that we make money as a partner and they make money incrementally. So I think Ruba is doing a very good job. I really like it.
Okay, final question. What's going on with Werner? What do you expect to hear tomorrow from a developer front? Not a lot of developer productivity conversations at this reInvent. Not a lot of people talking about software supply chain, although Sneak was on theCUBE earlier. Developer productivity, Werner's going to speak to that tomorrow, we think, or I don't know. What do you think?
I think he's going to talk something called generative AI. Remember, the people are talking about the code will be written by the algorithms now. I think if I'm Werner, I'm going to talk about where the technology is going, where the humans will not be writing code. So I think AI is going to double down with Amazon, more on the generative AI. He's going to talk a lot about that.
Generative AI is hot. We could have generative CUBE, no hosts.
Yes, that would be good.
No code, no host.
John's avatar.
We're going to automate everything. Madhu, great to hear from you. Thanks for reporting. Anything else on the ecosystem? Any observations on the ecosystem and their opportunity?
So I think, look, coming from ICERA, look, I represent ICERA. Today we had like close to 1,000 leads at our booth. Most of them are financial, healthcare. Healthcare is still one of the largest ones I saw in this conference, financials, and then I'm started seeing a lot more on the manufacturing. So I think supply chain they've announced, so I think Amazon is doing a fantastic job with financial, healthcare, and supply chain.
Where's their blind spot, if you had to point at one?
I think media and entertainment.
Yeah.
Media and entertainment is not that big on Amazon. So I think we should see a lot more of those.
Yeah, they need to look at that. Any other observations, hallway conversations that are notable that you would like to share with folks watching?
I think what needs to happen is that what used to happen with VMware and Citrix, desktop and endpoint management, that's their blind spot. So far, nobody's really talking about the endpoints, your workstation, laptop, desktop. Remember, that was big with VMware. Nope, that's not a thought of conversation anywhere right now. So I think that area is left behind by Amazon. Somebody needs to go after that white space.
And the audience here is over 50,000, big numbers.
Huge. It's one of the best shows, right? I mean, after COVID, it's by far the best show I've seen in this year.
All right, if you do a sizzle reel, what would it be?
Sizzle reel, I think it's going to be a lot more on, as I said, generative AI is the key word to watch, and more than that, low code, no code, workflow automation. How do you automate the workflows? Which is where ServiceNow is really strong. I think you'll see Amazon and ServiceNow playing in the workflow automation.
Madhu, thank you so much for coming on theCUBE, sharing. That's a wrap up for day 3 here in theCUBE. I'm John Furrier, Dave Vellante, for Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, all working hard, Paul Gillen and John Walls and the whole team. Thanks for all your support. Wrapping it up to the end of the day, pulling the plug. We'll see you tomorrow.